Inside a convenience store that stays open all day and night, a hand suddenly tosses something onto the counter, grabbing everyone's attention for a second. A woman storms up to the counter, clearly upset. She tosses her item down, making it obvious she's had enough, and tells the staff she wants her money back. The energy in the room shifts as everyone notices her frustration. The clerk, who looked like a regular guy and seemed pretty solid, wanted to know if she still had her receipt for the purchase. A woman walks up to the counter, wanting her money back for some cigarettes, but she doesn't have the receipt. She gets frustrated and starts arguing with the cashier, refusing to back down. The whole situation grabs everyone's attention, and people nearby start watching to see how it'll play out. She can't understand why giving a refund is such a big deal when a customer asks for one. The clerk wanted to see the receipt so he could sort out the refund, but she told him she had already tossed it. The guy told her he couldn't give the money back. She looked at him kind of annoyed and asked if he always carried around all his papers whenever he left the house. The clerk wonders if she just tosses her papers in the trash right after getting home. He wonders how he's supposed to tell if this is legit or just someone trying to scam a refund. The woman raised her voice at him, clearly upset, and wanted to know if he actually thought she was trying to mess with him. She asks him to hang on for a bit while she heads off to let the Consumer Protection Agency know what's going on. The guy starts making fun of the woman while he swats at flies using this rubber thing, acting like it's no big deal. The woman turned and walked off, mumbling to herself about the guy. The man stays quiet after that. As night settled in, someone stepped into the convenience store, looking around and calling out for him. His friend noticed how tired he looked and suggested he should probably head home and get some rest. Spots the bruise around his friend's left eye. It's swollen and looks pretty painful, like he got into some trouble recently. Smiling, S friend remembers that whatever went down happened during training earlier that day. He thinks he's pretty awesome. He manages to juggle M&A, school, and a job at this 24-hour convenience store. Every day he's got a lot on his plate, but he somehow keeps up with everything without dropping the ball. His friend tries to play it cool, mentioning that his family runs the store and that school's out right now. The main guy wonders if he actually likes fighting, because no matter what, he always ends up coming back with bruises and scrapes. It's almost like getting knocked around is just part of his routine now. His friend just shrugged like there was nothing left to say. Felt kind of bad, so he said sorry, not really sure what else he could do in that moment. The friend asked him to come watch the fight and support him, and just like that, the main guy started to feel pumped. There's an elite amateur league event coming up on Sunday, and he's actually competing in the pro tournament. The main guy wanted to know if the rumor was real, so he looked over at his friend. His buddy just grinned and told him that if he pulled off a win, the prize would be his. That got the main guy thinking, if he actually does this, he's got something pretty cool waiting for him. Always thought making a debut would be tough, but now that he's here, it doesn't seem as difficult as he imagined. His friend, though, remembers how much work it took just to get to this stage. The hero grabs it again, thinking to himself how cool it is that he's actually getting the hang of things, almost like he's turning into a pro. Hui's friend asks if he wants to come watch the game in person. Hui thinks it might be a big deal, so he decides to go. He thanked his friend and promised to text the address and time later. Waves goodbye and starts heading out of the store, grabbing his stuff and making his way to the door. The main character heads down the street by himself. It's late and the only sound is his footsteps echoing through the quiet night. Streetlights cast long shadows as he walks, hands tucked in his pockets, lost in his own thoughts. He starts thinking about his friend who actually went pro as a martial artist. It's kind of wild to imagine just a while ago they were messing around after school and now his friend's out there training hard and fighting in real matches. He can't help but wonder what that must be like and if he could ever do something that big himself. The next morning, he heads out to the place his friend told him about. He stops in front of a building with a sign that says it's the Central M&A League. As he reached the venue, he paused at the top of the stairs, thinking it felt kind of weird to head down and walk in. It wasn't the entrance he expected, and the whole setup threw him off a little. Still, he kept going, curiosity pushing him forward even though it didn't really feel like the usual way in. His friend checks in over the phone, asking if he's made it. Meanwhile, the MC lets everyone know he's still at the gym. Hesitated outside, not sure if he should just walk in by himself. His friend was busy about to get into a fight, so he couldn't help. Felt awkward, but when he got to the door, the security guard didn't even stop him. Just like that, he was inside. The main guy looks around and can't help noticing how messy everything is. For a fight tournament, he expected things to be more put together, but here it's all kind of chaotic. He considers sticking around to check out some other matches, but in the end, he just heads out once his friend's fight is done. He heads down the stairs, annoyed at how dark and twisty they are. He walks up to the ring, hearing the crowd go wild as everyone cheers for the fight. The standing fighter went for a high kick, launching his leg up fast. He's pumped up about winning. Right in the center of the crowd, leaned forward, his eyes lighting up as he watched the fights kick off. He stands off to the side, kind of unsure about what's going on in the fights. He doesn't really know where to look or what to do with his hands. Then his friend spots him and gives a quick wave, finally making him feel like he belongs there. Wei spots his friend shirtless nearby, hanging out with two other guys from the team. Yu's hands fidgeted a little and the others noticed right away. Even though he tried to play it cool, anyone could see he wasn't really comfortable. This whole scene was new to him. Something about the place and the way everyone acted made him tense up. He tried to brush it off, acting like it was nothing, but inside he just wasn't used to being in places like this. Wei's buddy wanted to know if he thought it was cool, and honestly, Wei could actually sense something in the air. John's team started getting ready, knowing the fight was about to begin soon. Everyone could feel the tension in the air as they checked their gear and glanced at the clock, making sure they were set for what was coming. Let Hui know that his turn to play was coming up soon, just a few matches away. He hoped Hui would stick around and support him from the sidelines. RMC could tell the guy he was up against was definitely more muscular, didn't like hearing that and took it kind of personally. Just sits there not saying anything. His eyes are fixed on nothing in particular, like he's lost in his own thoughts. Realizes he's already been beaten and can't find his way. After waiting for a bit, the announcer finally grabbed the mic and let everyone know it was time to meet the new fighters. Lee stood in the blue corner, ready to represent the attack team. From the Red Dog team stood in the red corner, grinning in a way that made everyone watch him a little closer. The referee motioned for him to step forward, signaling it was his turn in the spotlight. The main character kept his eyes on Juan, trying to figure out what he was up to. The referee turned to the blue corner, checking if the fighter was good to go. The ref checks on the red corner fighter, making sure he's good to go. Both guys nod, showing they're ready. The ref shouts out, giving them the green light to begin the match. When the big bell started ringing, a low moan rolled through the crowd. Steps forward and throws a fast punch. Moves quick, slipping away from the punch by twisting his body to the side. Didn't see it coming, instinct kicks in and he swings a quick hook but's faster. Ducks out of the way, dodging the punch just in time. Follows up with a solid left punch, catching right in the face. The protagonist's friend gets hit but he doesn't back down. He quickly puts up his other arm, ready to block whatever comes next. He sets his feet down, making sure he's steady. He swings his fist and nails his opponent right in the face with a clean hook. Gets hit straight in the face but doesn't back down. He just stares hard at the guy who punched him, eyes full of anger. Gets ready to throw an uppercut. Steps in and sends another straight punch flying toward his opponent. Both of them landed hits on each other at the same time, neither holding back, just going for it. The hero watches his friend and picks up on something different. His friend's moves are quicker, almost rushed, like he can't wait for the fight to end. Normally he's more careful, but today it's like he's letting his frustration take the lead. The hero can tell something's up just by the way his friend keeps pushing forward, not holding back like he usually does. Both guys start throwing punches at each other, fast and hard. Each hit lands with serious force and you can tell neither of them is holding back. The fight is intense, with fists flying so quickly it's tough to keep track. They locked eyes, both of them tense and ready, not backing down. You could tell they were both fired up, each one determined to come out on top. Could see Wan Li was getting worked up, swinging harder and faster with every hit. He tried to get his friend to chill out and not lose his head, hoping would ease up and keep his cool. Right as the main guy starts yelling, John takes a punch straight to his face. He never expected things to turn out like this. Everything hit him all at once, and it was the kind of moment that just left him frozen. Takes a punch right to the face and stumbles backward. He looks out of it, not really sure where he is for a second. Spots an opening and goes for it, rushing straight at. He pulls back, ready to throw a huge punch, and closes the distance fast while still caught off guard. Sees his friend in a risky spot and quickly tries to warn him, hoping he'll watch out. He tries to fight back, but nothing works. The next moment, a heavy hit lands on him, knocking the wind out of his chest. John takes a solid hook right to the face and drops to his knees on the octagon floor. The referee rushes over and steps between and his opponent, making sure it doesn't go any further. With a sharp gesture, he signals to back off, putting an end to whatever was about to happen next. His face says it all. He looks completely worn out, like he's got nothing left in the tank. It's clear he's struggling just to keep going. Right then, the ref raises his hand, letting everyone know he won the fight. The main character could tell his friend took the hit to the chin pretty hard. Knowing was this close to going pro just made losing hurt more. Out of nowhere, the main character tenses up, his mind racing as he tries to figure out what's going on. Right then, suddenly starts throwing wild punches at, his face looking seriously intense. He's sitting right on top of his opponent, throwing punch after punch. Each hit comes hard and fast, not holding anything back. The referee steps in fast, grabbing the wild fighter before things get out of hand. He makes it clear the fight's done. Shoved the referee aside and kept going after his opponent, not letting up for a second. He throws a hard punch, swinging the side of his fist with a lot of force. He pulls back his fist and slams it down right onto Lee's chest. His teammates yell out his name, clearly freaking out about what's going on. People in the crowd start to get nervous, thinking the guy might not make it through this. RMC pulls off his jacket, tossing it aside without thinking much about it. He takes off, sprinting full speed straight toward the octagon, not holding anything back. He takes off running straight toward his friend, not even thinking twice. People reach out trying to hold him back, but he dodges around them, determined to get there no matter what. He starts to pick up speed. He plants his hands on the edge of the fight cage and pushes himself up, swinging over in one quick move. Everyone watched as the man leaped into the ring. The crowd barely had time to react before people started scrambling, pushing past each other to get away. Some just stared, not sure what was happening, while others made a break for the exits, trying to get as far as possible. The place felt tense all of a sudden, like everyone was waiting to see what would happen next. After he landed the jump just right, the hero steps into the octagon, sneakers echoing on the mat. He looks around, taking in the bright lights and the crowd buzzing around him. Every eye seems locked on him, and there's a tense energy in the air as he gets ready for what's coming next. He spots it from the back, still going at his friend with wild punches. He reacts on instinct, grabbing and locking his arm around his neck in a tight hold. He stood there, anger burning inside him, staring at the house where everything seemed to change. He shoves the guy away hard, his face twisted with anger as he spits out harsh words. He charges at the enemy and takes them down, then quickly hurries over to his friend, who's sprawled out on the ground. His heart pounds as he kneels beside him, hoping he's all right. Joseph picks himself up after the throw, his eyes locked on the main character. He's clearly furious, his jaw tight and his fists clenched like he's ready for payback. Everyone nearby starts trying to get Hugh's attention, hoping he'll notice what's happening. Moved quietly behind him, getting ready to land a hit. Right as fist comes flying at him, the hero picks up on it just in time. He moved fast, not really stopping to think about it. He stops the punch with his hand. The punch lands hard, knocking him straight into the side fence of the ring. Wouldn't let up, he kept going after, clearly annoyed and wanting answers. Wanted to know what made act like that, and he wasn't backing down. Could feel the pressure building with every second stayed on his case. It's not easy, but he manages to block the punches, using his forearm and keeping his guard up high. Every hit stings, and he can feel the force behind each blow, but he stays focused, pushing through and refusing to let his guard drop. He doesn't see it coming. Suddenly, something sharp hits the back of his neck and warm blood starts to run down his skin. Spots an opening after the other guy drops his guard from the punch. Without wasting a second, moves in fast and drives his knee right into the guy's face. Nobody in the crowd can believe what they just saw. That knee to the face came out of nowhere, and people are staring wide-eyed because this guy isn't some big-time fighter, he's just a regular dude. The main guy steps in to take the punches meant for his friend. Just then, someone new starts walking in from the edge of the ring. One of his teammates rushes into the ring, waving his arms to get He-Was-Up's attention and telling him to stop. He warns that this time, things are serious. Suspension isn't even on the table anymore. He makes it clear that he wants all of it to stop right now. Ignores everything around him and, caught up in the moment, slams his knee into the protagonist's side again. His whole body hurt and it showed on his face. He clenched his jaw tight, doing his best to handle the pain, but deep down he was frustrated with it. The enemy suddenly slammed his hand down on the ground and pushed himself up with everything he had. It was clear he wasn't done fighting yet, and anyone watching would feel their hearts start to race. He leans in, powering up with his whole body, and throws an uppercut that lands right on Joseph's chin. Right after gets hit on the chin. He blacks out before he even hits the ground, still hanging in the air. Lets out a quiet sigh. The tension in his shoulders fades as he realizes things turned out okay. His teammates freeze for a second, not really believing what they just saw. Some of them stare at each other wide-eyed, trying to figure out if that really just happened. The whole group goes quiet, caught off guard by the moment. In the middle of the crowd, there was a guy in a suit who couldn't believe what he just saw. The punch caught him off guard, and for a second he just stared, trying to process what just happened. Gets hit out of nowhere and drops to the ground, completely out cold. The main guy finally lets out a breath he didn't know he was holding. After he finally knocked out, everything got quiet. The guards didn't waste any time. They rushed at him, pinning him down without even giving him a chance to explain himself. It was obvious they weren't interested in hearing his side. They just wanted to keep him under control. He tries to explain that he got attacked too and thinks the whole thing isn't right. He gets pulled out of the ring by a bunch of security guards, clearly not happy about how things turned out. The mysterious guy in the suit watched everything happen. He thought the kid was pretty impressive, like someone special that nobody had noticed yet. As night settled in, the two friends sat together, each nursing their own wounds while sharing a cup of coffee. Even though they looked rough, just being there side by side seemed to help, like they could get through anything as long as they had each other. Wanted to know who won the fight. Lee made it clear there wasn't any argument. After that, got kicked out of the Elite Lee with no sign of when he could come back. Hui wondered if what just happened was enough to count as his pro debut, though shook his head and made it clear, since Hui didn't get a real win, it didn't really count. He was glad his friend came through when he needed help. Now it was his turn to step up, so he asked if his friend could take over his shift at work. Was a bit confused about why wanted to meet up when he probably should been taking it easy and getting some rest. Lets the main guy know he has something on his mind and wants to talk about it. When someone asks him what's going on, he gets a little nervous and just hopes no one thinks he's weird for it. Deep down, he really hopes whatever he's about to share turns out to be something cool. Right then, Lee turns to and wonders if he wants to give MA a shot. The MC's eyes go wide and his mouth hangs open when his friend hands him a business card. He just stands there for a second, not really sure what to do, clearly caught off guard by what just happened. He picked up the card, turning it over in his hand. He spots the name Elite FC and catches the director's name, Yang. Yang watched what happened and couldn't help but be impressed by the knockout. After seeing that, he started thinking about helping Hui train, hoping one day he could turn him into a pro fighter. Nudged, making it clear this was one of those rare chances that didn't come around often. He wanted to go for it, knowing opportunities like this didn't just drop in your lap every day. The hero looks over at his friend, wondering if he actually thinks he's up for the challenge. There's a bit of doubt hanging in the air. He's not sure if his friend's confidence is real or just for show. He's pretty interested in the offer, but there's stuff on his mind that holds him back. He remembers how his parents struggled back when he played sports, and that memory still sticks with him. His friend waved him over, making it clear that whatever happened in the past wasn't important at that moment. He laughs it off, pretending he was only messing around, but he's a little thrown by how reacted. It's not joking, though he's totally serious, and it catches the other guy off guard. Once the group finishes laughing, John jumps in, ready to share something of his own with the main guy. At first, starting MMA seemed pretty simple to him. He caught a fight on TV by accident one day, and the whole thing just looked fun. The idea of becoming a fighter popped into his head, and it sounded like something he'd actually want to try. Other than that, you realized he just wasn't cut out to be a champion. Listens to his friend and wonders if he really wants to keep going with the fight, even after everything that's been said. Doesn't even think twice before agreeing. For him, it's all about the thrill, not about winning any title or being the best. He just wants to jump in and see what happens, not really bothered about becoming some kind of champion. He really just does it because he likes it. For him, it's fun and that's enough. He figures you don't always need some big reason to go after what you love. Sometimes enjoying it is all that matters. He listened to his friend, then glanced down at his own hand. The memory of that uppercut came back to him, clear as day. The MC thought about what had said earlier. The words stuck with him, and he started to wonder if he could actually become a fighter himself. He tightens his fists, looking like he's finally made up his mind. He stands up quietly, not really saying anything. His friend noticed him standing up and glanced over, wondering if he was heading out. Nodded, checking the time and realizing it was already late. With a small wave, he started gathering his stuff, ready to head home for the night. He grinned, looking more confident than usual. In his mind, he knew tomorrow was going to be packed. He was ready to dive into whatever came next, already bracing himself for how busy things were about to get. Smiles watching his friend get ready to leave. He's honestly glad for him and hopes everything goes well on the trip. The main character hopes as well too, then heads out saying his goodbyes. John stands there, orange juice in hand, quietly watching his heads off. He takes a sip, not really sure what to think, just letting his eyes follow until he disappears from view. You can easily imagine what he looks like. Stepping into the ring as a pro fighter, John Won's eyes light up with hope. After thinking about everything, he snaps back to real life and notices why everyone's staring at the street. He suddenly cracks up, realizing he's just been lost in his own head, thinking about stuff that hasn't even happened. The director of Elite SC was on a call, chatting with someone important. He mentioned he'd catch up with that person later. The assistant peeked in to check if the director was busy, mentioning that the meeting was with the Central League's current star player. Word started spreading fast. Now everyone wanted to find the guy who took down a pro fighter. The aide wondered if Young was ready to go pro, but the director just looked at him, not so sure Young was up for it yet. The aide shrugged it off, pointing out that it was only one punch and the other guy was already looking tired. Young turned to his assistant, curious if he actually believed that shot was just luck. The director looked at the boy and let him know things weren't going to be easy from here on out. He gave the boy a new name, Knave, and made it clear that this was just the beginning of a tough journey. He knows can be a real headache sometimes, but honestly the guy can take a hit like no one else in the amateur scene. Even though he was tired from the fight, there's no way any regular guy could take him down with just one punch. Yang looks like he wants to say more, but he checks the time and realizes he's got to go. Without another word, he grabs his stuff and heads out in a hurry. Director Yang gave his assistant a quick wave before heading out. The assistant smiled and hoped he'd have a good trip. Yang gets it, fighters need more than just strong moves to win. There's other stuff that matters just as much as how good they are in a fight. These days, just being good at fighting isn't enough. The director thinks that fighters should also know how to talk smack and get under their opponent's skin. He had the skills and could always make people laugh, which kept everyone watching the games entertained. Yang looks at the kid and just knows he's got something special. There's something about the way the kid moves that makes Yang think he could really go far in fighting. Had something special in him, the kind of spark that could help him stand out in the world of martial arts. If he kept working at it, he might even become a big name someday, someone people looked up to and tried to copy. The next day, he found himself at a cafe. Let Yang know he wanted to help him get stronger. He'd been thinking about training with him for a while, hoping Yang would be up for it. He wanted to know why the director thought that way about him, so Yang chose to show him rather than just explain. He grabs his laptop, flips it open, and stares at the screen, ready to see what's waiting for him online. This part zooms in on the exact moment when Wizard picked up his ops. He stayed on his feet and landed an uppercut right to the guy's chin, knocking him out cold. Tries to play it cool, acting like the punch was just luck, but the director isn't buying it. He watches closely, not convinced at all. Yang watched as Gui moved. First, Gui twisted his left foot, pushing his weight to the side. Then he turned his right foot in and brought his upper body around. Using that motion, Gui threw a solid punch, putting everything behind it. The elite director points out that the uppercut was something special, not just your average punch. The punch landed hard and the fight was over in seconds. One solid hit and the other guy was down, not getting back up anytime soon. He doesn't buy what's said about it just being luck or a random accident. Turns out the main guy admits both moves were just lucky shots. Young didn't see that coming. He's actually kind of surprised. Noticed a chance right after he got hit. He didn't really stop to plan or overthink it. He just went for it and threw a punch, acting on instinct. Wondered if got punched just because there was a good chance to do it. He thought about how seemed totally wild, but in a way that actually impressed him. He smiles, pretty sure of himself now, knowing he was right to trust his gut. He wonders if has ever tried playing sports before. Back in elementary school, the main guy was all about baseball for 3 years. Once he hit middle school though, he switched things up and got into a Korean martial art. He stuck with that all the way through middle and high school, putting in 6 years of training. Nobody's really surprised. Anyone can see he's got serious natural talent. He doesn't waste any time and brings up the MA test right away, wanting to know if the boy is interested. He goes quiet for a few seconds, not saying anything right after the question. He didn't hesitate when the question came up. There was no second guessing or awkward pause. He just nodded and made it clear he was in. He wanted to take the test together, no doubt about it. But just as Yang is about to say something else, can't help but stress over money. The financial stuff keeps bugging him and he wonders if things might get tight soon. He figures he's not going to just wake up as a pro overnight, and he's pretty sure chasing that dream costs a lot. He remembers how hard things got for his family before, and he doesn't want them struggling again because of his choices. The director stops for a moment and thinks about what he just heard. He wonders if the kid actually makes $1 million every month. The director of Elite FC steps up and promises to match the money, making sure doesn't have to worry about money problems. On top of that, they'd give him all the gear he needed for training, so he didn't have to stress about buying anything himself. Honestly, if he got a part-time job somewhere else, he'd probably end up making about the same amount anyway. The main guy isn't sure if any of this is actually free. It sounds a little too good to be true, so he's keeping his guard up, wondering if there's some catch he's missing. The director explains there's going to be a sparring test. He knows he has to put on a good show for the CEO. White wanted to know what would happen if he just violated on everything. Young told him he'd just go back to living like he always did, nothing special, just the usual routine. Yang can tell the boy just really doesn't want to mess up. He finishes explaining, then gets up to leave, glancing back to see if there's anything else the guy wants to know. Young lets everyone know the test is happening at his gym. He also mentions he'll get some training there before it starts. Goes up to the director and tries to see if there's any way to switch the test date. He points out that a month isn't really enough time, and the director nods, admitting it's pretty short. The director then wants to know if he has a different date in mind. Young didn't see that coming. Suddenly, he's frozen, trying to process what just happened. The hero drops the news that the test might actually be happening today. Across the room, the director is caught off guard so badly that he ends up spitting out his coffee. He can't believe the test is actually happening today, but serious face shows he's ready to go through with it right now. Yang couldn't figure out what was happening to him. He started to worry if things were actually getting bad. Looking sure of himself and ready to go, lets everyone know he wants to take the test today. He's not hesitating or second-guessing, he's just set on doing it now. The director of elite martial arts paused, looking unsure if he really wanted to go through with the test right now. Yang looks over at trying to figure out what's so important about taking the test today. He can't help but wonder what's going on in his head, and why today of all days matters so much to him. Mergers and acquisitions always seem simple from the outside, but as he looked at the details he realized there was way more to it. Just nodded, almost like he expected that reaction. Honestly, it didn't matter if he took the test today or waited a month. His fighting skills would be pretty much the same either way. It's weird, but Yang can't deny that's got a point. But then the director mentions that they still have to look for someone who can train with him. He goes for a compromise and sets the test for next week, but honestly it just seems like a waste of time to everyone. Figured it made sense to learn the basics before jumping into the test. He was on board with that plan. The director wrapped things up for the day and let everyone know that the MA test would happen next week in the afternoon. He lets the MC know there's still time to change his mind and wonders if he's sure about what he's doing. Thinks about the test for a second, but he doesn't walk away. Even though it might be tough, he makes up his mind to go through with it. Yang just keeps quiet and lets it go. He picks up on how confident he is and realizes the test is set for next week. The main guy gets up from the table, lets everyone know he's leaving, and wraps up the meeting. Yang really hoped he'd be ready and didn't hesitate. He was sure he'd be good to go in just a week. After leaving the cafe, he shoved his hands in his pockets and started walking down the street. The afternoon air felt cooler now, and the noise from the city seemed to fade behind him. He glanced at his phone, checking for messages, but nothing new popped up. With no real plan, he just kept moving, letting his thoughts drift as he watched cars and people go by. The main guy makes his way over to the attack team building. When he gets there, he sees the local attack team waiting. This is the group he'll be training with. He heads up the stairs, taking them two at a time, and stops when he reaches the door at the top. He walked into the big building and headed toward the training room. He pushes the door open and steps inside, giving everyone a friendly nod as he walks in. He looks around and spots a group of tough-looking guys, all focused on their workouts. They're lifting heavy weights and pushing themselves hard, barely noticing anything else around them. The guys work out side by side, showing each other how to stand and throw punches. They watch each other carefully, sometimes stepping in to adjust a foot or an arm. It's not super serious all the time. They laugh when someone messes up, but they're all trying to get better, even if it means sweating a little more or getting called out on a sloppy move. Some of the guys work on their punches, hitting targets as hard as they can. Watching the fighters show off their skills, the main character starts to feel a bit nervous. He wasn't expecting them to be this tough, and it kind of gets to him. Even though he tries to play it cool, it's hard not to notice how strong everyone else is. Spot's just standing around and wonders what he's up to. The two friends mess around, poking fun at each other and cracking up. Hun Park let know he was the assistant coach for the attack team. He'd heard that N were pretty tight, so he wanted to check if it was cool to talk in a more laid-back way. He'd heard from Director Yang that Wu was planning to take the MA test himself. He had a lot on his mind, but he figured it was better to keep quiet for now. He asks John to grab some training gear so he can get ready for practice. The two friends walked into the training gym together. Looks ahead, realizing that things are just getting started for him. Something about this moment feels important, like he's stepping into a new chapter. He doesn't know exactly what's coming, but deep down he knows this is where it all begins. But the assistant on the attack team just shook his head, clearly thinking this whole thing was pointless. He freezes for a second, not sure what to do. His eyes go wide and his mind races, trying to make sense of what just happened. The guy looks at him kind of skeptical, like he doesn't really believe anyone can pick up much in just a week. They decided to keep training simple, sticking to just the basics so he wouldn't get worn out. He wanted to know what the MC thought mattered most when it came to fighting. Points out that the punch is what matters most. Nods, knowing that in MMA, throwing a solid punch is pretty much the main move. It's simple but super important. Both of them get that nailing the basics is key if you want to get anywhere in a fight. Samhan Park steps up, ready to demonstrate the basic jab that the main character needs to pick up. He stands in front, focused and calm, making sure the MC pays attention to every move. The atmosphere is serious serious, but there's a sense of excitement like when you're about to learn something important. The MC watches closely, knowing this is the first step to getting better. He throws a quick jab at the punching bag, his fist hitting it so fast you can almost hear the whoosh. He throws a couple more punches, making sure can really see how his fist moves through the air. But then the hero notices something weird. Turns to check if anyone noticed his punch, hoping it looked impressive. Just goes with it and says he's cool with everything, but the guy still checks if he really means it. Honestly, our hero thinks the punch looks pretty sloppy and awkward. The pro fighter steps up and pulls off the move again, this time way smoother than before. He looks over, waiting to see his reaction. The main character watched the punch land, noticing how clean and quick it was this time. He could tell it was a solid improvement from before, and he felt pretty impressed by the progress. But here's the thing, he'd only get to learn the basic jab for now, nothing fancy yet. Points out that in MMA you can't just focus on punches. There are kicks and all sorts of strikes coming at you, so you have to keep your guard up and pay attention to everything, not just what's coming at your face. To pull this off, you've got to stay back from whoever you're up against. At the same time, there's the second punch. Guys in boxing use it all the time. It's got a specific target, but it doesn't really work for martial arts. In MMA, the way fighters stand is different from boxing. Their stance is lower and their feet are set wider apart. Moves on to show the next move. It's a straight punch, kind of like the ones boxers throw. He keeps it simple, making sure everyone understands how it's done. In a fight, this move usually goes along with the jab. He started off by throwing a quick jab with his left hand, snapping it out and bringing it right back. At that moment, he turned his hips and launched a straight punch with his back hand. Once he finished, he put one hand near his chin and raised the other in front of his face, getting ready to protect himself. Once the whole tutorial wrapped up, he checked to see if the kid got it. The kid just nodded, looking pretty calm, like he was ready to move on. Wrapped things up and the main character looked over, kind of surprised that it was already done. He wasn't sure if he missed something, but it seemed like that was really it. His coach points out that getting those 2 strikes right is a big step forward, but there's still a lot of practice ahead. Reminds him to take it easy with the punching bag, looking out for him so his wrist doesn't get messed up. Started wondering if he'd missed something important during training, so he looked over at the coach for reassurance. The coach just gave him a nod, showing that everything was fine and that had already learned what he needed. That small gesture told he was on the right track and ready to move forward. Can't believe what he just heard. That explanation was super basic, barely enough to go on. He's left wondering what anyone expects him to do with so little to work with. Figured there wasn't much point in explaining everything, since the kid probably wouldn't know what to do with that info anyway. It didn't matter how good he was. A single week of training just wasn't enough to change anything. Always thought of as a brother, knew that, and that's why he decided to teach a lesson. Even though they were close, reminded that wasn't actually family. He thought it'd be better if told to head home after training instead of hanging around. Suddenly, a loud punch echoes through the room, grabbing the attention of the 2 fighters. Both of them turn, caught off guard by the unexpected noise. Starts throwing punches that land exactly where he wants them to. Each hit packs a serious punch, strong enough to make anyone watching pay attention. His moves aren't wild, he's focused, and every punch shows just how much power he's got behind him. The main character moves around the punching bag, landing quick and accurate hits. He moves around the punching bag with quick steps, ducking and weaving like he's in a real fight. His fists hit the bag again and again, each punch landing solid. He looks focused, throwing in some fancy footwork and sharp moves, making it clear he's practiced these boxing skills a lot. Looked over at, trying to figure out if this was the kid's first fight. Wasn't totally sure, but he guessed it probably was. Out of nowhere, locks his eyes on the punching bag and swings a strong hook at it. He landed his hook and watched as the punching bag shot across the room. Sweat rolls down his face. Park senses things are about to get a lot more interesting. The hero steps up and starts throwing solid Thai kicks at the target pad. Each kick lands with a heavy thud, showing off his strength and focus. He looks steady and determined, putting everything he's got into every move. And stood there with the pads in his hands, watching the other guy's moves. He couldn't help but wonder what was going on. Those kicks looked more like something out of a dance class than a sparring session. Raised an eyebrow, a little confused and maybe even a bit amused, not sure if he was supposed to laugh or step in. He realizes he's putting too much power into his kicks. What he really needs is to move faster and nail the target right where it counts. Tells to get his legs moving with some quick kicks, so does what he says, starting to kick faster. A man walked in and gave a quick good morning to the 2 fighters. The big older guy still looks worn out. He glances around and sees everyone else putting in a lot of effort. Hun greeted him when he got back, wanting to know how the seminar went. He shrugged it off, saying it was pretty much like every other time. Nothing had really changed. He wanted to meet the new, and let him know that the director was the one who suggested him for the spot. Right then he brings over and points out the gym's coach, Sangha. After the introductions, the coach, this big guy who looks like he spends all his time in the gym, turns to the boy and wants to know if he's into MMA. The coach's tone is serious, like he's trying to figure out what kind of person the boy is. The boy can tell this isn't just small talk. The coach really wants to know if he's got any interest in fighting. The hero thinks it's actually pretty fun. He spends some of his free time watching fights, getting caught up in the action. Right then, Sangha shoots a weird look. It's enough to make skin crawl a little, like he just walked into a cold room. He told the boy to put in some real effort with his training. If Y worked hard, he could actually see some decent progress. He waves goodbye to his students, hoping they'll keep working hard in their training. After that, Song Hun Park just nodded at, kind of signaling him to get back to his training, picked up where he left off, pushing himself to keep going. The room stayed quiet with only the sound of his movements breaking the silence. Song Hun Park watched for a while, keeping an eye on his form but didn't say much else. Could feel the pressure, but he kept at it, not wanting to mess up in front of his teacher. The main character watches the gym coach walk off, noticing how tired he looks. He can't help but wonder what's up with the coach since something just seems off. The thought lingers in his mind as he tries to figure out what might be going on. First day of sparring practice finally rolled around at the Attack MMA team gym. Everyone showed up a little earlier than usual, tossing on their gloves and headgear, stretching out and checking each other out from across the mats. There was this buzz in the air, part nerves, part excitement, as the guys tried to size up who they might end up facing. For some, it was their first real shot at testing what they'd learned, and you could tell some hearts were racing. The gym felt different today, like everyone was holding their breath, waiting for that first round to start. Was at the gym, throwing punches at the heavy bag by himself. As he worked out, he couldn't help but get annoyed at himself, thinking he'd messed up again. It was one of those moments where he couldn't let go of his own mistakes, and he kept pushing himself harder, almost like he was trying to sweat the frustration out. He trains every day, but he still gets down on himself, thinking his kicks aren't good enough. He thinks back and can't believe he actually told them he'd be ready in just 1 week. If he'd been thinking straight, he wouldn't have told them to rush into it right away. Even though he's tired, he tells himself to keep going and put in a bit more effort. The coach noticed someone hanging around the training center way past normal hours. He wondered what was up since it wasn't usual for anyone to be there that late. He noticed he'd been struggling with his kicks after practicing them nonstop, admitted that something just felt off, but he couldn't figure out what the problem was. The coach looks at him and signals for a kick. Calls sir, but just grins and tells him to use Big Brother instead. He says he's going to check out his kick and see what he's got. After that, wants to know the coach's age, but the coach just keeps quiet and doesn't give him an answer. The main guy plants his feet and gets ready, making sure he doesn't lose his balance. He snaps his leg out fast, just like a whip. The coach keeps an eye on as he steps up and throws another kick at the back. After landing both kicks, he looks over, wanting to know how he did. Sang doesn't waste any time. He just comes out and says he's terrible, not bothering to sugarcoat it or make things easier. He points out that his kicks are kind of slow because he's just using his legs and not putting his whole body into it. He reminds that if he uses his core, the kicks will be stronger and faster. He thinks the real power comes when his thigh and stomach muscles work at the same time. If he only uses one, it's like he's holding himself back, not getting the full strength he could have. The coach steps up ready to demonstrate. He looks over, making sure the boy is watching. He wants him to really focus on how the strike is done, hoping the kid picks up on the technique. He tells him to start by tightening his abs, which should help him flex his thigh muscles. At the same time, he had to kick out his leg. He moved, turning his hips as he went. The main guy watches closely, then gives it a shot himself. He pulls his stomach in, trying to flex his abs just like he saw, hoping he's got the move down. He tightens his leg muscles and twists his body, sending out a strong kick. He kicks the punching bag hard and fast, making it shake from the impact. Coach Sang started hearing people talk about how the kid's kicks were getting better. After hearing the news, the hero just drops to the ground. All the stress leaves his body and he feels totally wiped out. Relief washes over him and his whole body finally lets go, like he's been holding it together for way too long. Watches as the kick lands perfectly and he can't help but be impressed. The guy nailed it after hearing the move explained just once. Now gets why the director was into him. He always figured the kid was just messing around, not taking any of this seriously. RMC wondered why the coach believed that, remembering the coach brought up something he'd said just a week before. He thinks back to what he said earlier. He feels a bit awkward and says sorry, just laughs it off, saying he does it for fun too. He didn't really need another excuse to get into MMA. For him, it was just better to do it because he actually liked it, not because someone expected him to. He reminds him that it's okay to head home and take care of himself, since looking after your health matters just as much as anything else. Out of nowhere, the main guy stands up fast and gets the coach's attention. He raises his voice, making sure Sangha hears just how grateful he is for everything he did that day. Thought that if anyone else had seen what just happened, they'd probably think it was already like family to them. As he heads out, the coach gives him a quick nod, hoping he does well on his test tomorrow. Hearing that, the hero starts to think back on what he said earlier about wanting to be part of the family. It gets him thinking maybe he didn't really understand what it meant before, but now it's hitting him differently. The words stick with him, and for a moment he's just quiet, trying to figure out how he actually fits in. Guys are standing around the octagon, getting ready for their matches. Some tighten their gloves, others stretch out their arms or bounce in place, trying to shake off the nerves. The whole place has that energy you get right before something big goes down. The main character gets ready for the fight, stretching out his arms and legs while hanging out with John. Sung Yap, who runs Elite SC, shows up at the event. He looks around, checking out the crowd, and tries to figure out if the kid everyone's been talking about is actually. Pointed out that the boy was good looking, but the CEO just shrugged it off, thinking that looks wouldn't help much in a fight. Coach Park noticed something about the kid. He picks things up super quickly. Tells him to stay calm and do things just like he practiced, reminding him not to get carried away. Been training in martial arts for just a week, so the other guy gets told to take it easy but not to let his guard down. The opponent doesn't look worried at all. He's sure of himself, even saying he'll skip the protective gear since he thinks too light to be a problem. The bald MMA fighter stood in front of, making it clear he was about to show him how things were done. Right then, the referee gestures for both fighters to step up and meet in the middle of the ring. His opponent noticed his eyes were closed and seemed to wonder if he was nervous. The ref explained the rules, making it clear there'd be 3 rounds, and that using elbows or knees wasn't allowed. The main character tries to chill out and clear his head by sitting quietly and meditating. The referee steps between them, signaling for both fighters to tap gloves. After that, they head back to their corners, getting ready for the round to start. After he finished, the bell rang, letting everyone know the fight was about to begin. The bald guy wasted no time and swung a hook, but Weak ducked down just in time, slipping under the punch. The other guy swings his right arm, aiming a hook straight at the main character, but the MC sees it coming and quickly steps to the side, dodging out of the way. He doesn't slow down for a second and sends a kick flying. The main guy reacts fast, lifting his leg and taking the hit straight on his shin. Sung Yap, who runs the top FC team, notices how easily the main guy slips past defenders. He actually seems impressed, giving him a nod for pulling it off so smoothly. Quickly steps back, putting some space between himself and the other guy. He knows he needs room to think, so he doesn't waste any time making his move. His opponent blocks his path and suddenly rushes at him, making it clear he's not letting him leave that easily. He throws a straight punch, but the hero steps in and blocks it with his forearm. He blocked the attack steady on his feet, his mind racing as he tried to figure out what would happen next. He sees an opening where his opponent's guard is down and throws a quick hook right at that spot. Takes a solid right hook to his side and pain shoots through him. He let out a low sound, trying to push through the pain, and pulled his arms in to protect himself. His opponent was already winding up for another punch, and he had to brace himself fast. Started to wonder if he was getting hit too much. The director just shrugged it off, saying maybe just wasn't warmed up yet. Coach watches the boy closely, hoping he doesn't just give up now. He wants to see the kid push back and change how things are going, not just accept defeat. His opponent started shouting, clearly annoyed that he hadn't fought back yet, even after getting hit so many times. Right then he ducked just in time, dodging the punch that came flying at him. He ducks low and slides past the guy's defense, moving quick before anyone really catches what's happening. He nails the bald guy right on the chin with a clean uppercut. Nobody expected the strike, not the CEO and definitely not the top SC director. Both of them just sat there, caught off guard, trying to process what had just happened. His opponent nods, kind of impressed by the punch he just took. The bald guy throws a straight punch, aiming right at the main character, but the MC sees it coming and sidesteps without breaking a sweat. He swings back quick and lands a solid hook right to his opponent's face. The bald guy doesn't back down. He throws another hook, landing it right on his face. He quickly throws another punch right back, turning the fight into a fair match. His opponent doesn't hesitate and throws a punch that hits our guy straight in the nose. Lets the coach know that he's holding his own against a pro. While gets really into the match, cheering from the sidelines, the coach just stands there quietly, watching everything play out without saying a word. The referee signaled that the first round was over, so both guys headed back to their corners. The main guy's pretty worn out, but he's still having a good time, even when he's taking a few hits. He's not sure why he didn't go all out earlier. While he's thinking about it, the referee calls them both back to the center of the ring. The boss watched handle himself in the fight, noticing how could throw punches and still stand strong when he got hit. The director just nodded, acting like he already saw this coming. The CEO isn't impressed and points out something that needs to be fixed. He keeps his eyes on Hui, counting each punch as they land, noticing how Hui doesn't seem to slow down at all. He spots the guy in the middle of the fight, drenched in sweat and struggling to catch his breath. The CEO notices he's pushing himself too hard. With not much experience under his belt, he's already worn out and running low on energy. The main guy gets hit again, but this time he manages to block it with his arm. He gets hit again, stumbling back, too shaken to even try hitting back. The bald guy looked frustrated, realizing he just couldn't keep up with how fast the fight was going anymore. He calls out to, wanting him to keep going, and just keeps throwing punches at him without letting up. Hui stays on defense, blocking the hits, not fighting back. Just then, the school bell echoed through the halls. The ref steps in, signaling that the second round is over and calling the fight right then and there. Both fighters take a seat to catch their breath for a moment. John walks over to see how he's doing, looks around and realizes the fight isn't going anywhere interesting. He figures he's seen enough, so he gets up and heads out, not really interested in sticking around any longer. He notices the kid looks exhausted and tells them they should take better care of him and stop the fight. Who's the director nods and shows his thanks, but right after that someone in the crowd suddenly calls out's name, catching everyone's attention. The coach calls out's name, catching his attention, turns around ready to listen to whatever the coach needs to say. The teacher looked at his student, clearly not impressed. He wondered if the kid seriously thought he could fight like that. It was obvious the teacher expected more and wasn't afraid to show it. The room felt tense, like everyone was waiting to see what the student would do next. He wonders why anyone would just let their opponent go without making them pay for it. His opponent stands close by, paying careful attention as gets lectured. He doesn't miss a word, watching the scene with serious focus. The coach starts talking about how this isn't some fancy sport for gentlemen. He tells the guys that if they ever get into trouble, they should just go for their opponent's eyes. Hears this and can't believe what he's hearing. It really throws him off and he steps in, wanting the coach to cut it out. The coach repeats his usual advice, reminding everyone to just enjoy the fight and not overthink it or treat it like some kind of chore. He lets the guy know that he shouldn't look back with regret and should just fight in whatever way feels right to him. He explained that kicking the other guy down there wasn't really part of the plan. He just said it to hype him up and get him ready for the match. Wisdom stands tall looking sure of himself. He starts taking off all his protective gear piece by piece, not really worried about what comes next. Right then the final round gets called and the CEO just keeps his eyes on the fight, not looking away for a second. The main guy starts taking off all his gear, getting ready to fight for real this time. He's done messing around and wants to show what he can actually do without all that extra stuff holding him back. He stands across from his opponent taking a deep breath. He starts to stretch his arms and roll his shoulders, getting his body ready for the last round. His focus sharpens as he gets set, knowing this is where it counts. His opponent looks at him, trying to figure out who he really is and why he suddenly seems so fired up. Just a few minutes ago, he was stuck under a ton of pressure, barely able to move. This time he looks more sure of himself. His face shows something new, not like before. He takes a breath and goes for it, ready to show what he can do. The bald guy doesn't waste any time and rushes straight at him. The guy swings first, but the main character just leans to the side and dodges without breaking a sweat. But as he dodged the bald guy's punch, he stumbled and almost lost his balance. It looked like he might hit the ground, but somehow he managed to stay on his feet. Everyone from Elite FC watches the fight, their faces falling as things go downhill. The whole team just looks defeated, like they already know how this is going to end. No one really believes he can pull through, and it's obvious they're all losing hope. The director realized that if he just kept his cool, the contract would probably be signed by now. His opponent kept watching, expecting him to make a move or do something new, but nothing really happened. Everything stayed the same and the wait just dragged on. He pulls his arm back, getting ready to throw a serious punch. He looks determined, like he really thinks this hit will be enough to knock out cold. Out of nowhere, the hero steps up and lands a perfect punch. The bald guy doesn't even see it coming. He goes flying back, leaving everyone around stunned. The bald fighter takes a hit and his face tightens up from the pain, showing everyone he's really hurting. All the fighters watching the match can't figure out how he got caught like that. They keep replaying the moment in their heads, trying to understand what went wrong. Some of them glance at each other, hoping someone else saw something they missed. Everyone's pretty focused, waiting to see what happens next. He's surprised he actually got hit and tries to throw a quick punch back, but moves fast and ducks underneath it. The other guy wasn't backing down. He made it clear he wasn't falling for the same trick again and went in for another attack. Staying sharp, moved out of the way just in time, dodging it like he'd done before. He ducks out of the way just in time, then slides in close before his opponent can react. With a quick uppercut, he lands a solid hit right under his opponent's chin. He throws a solid uppercut, hitting his opponent right in the stomach. The punch is sharp and strong, making everyone watching go quiet for a second. Takes a careful step back, keeping his guard up. Across from him, the bald guy staggers a little, showing that punch really got to him. He just stands there, totally confused, trying to figure out how things got so out of hand. Stands there looking confident, daring him to try again. His opponent gets really mad, glaring hard at him and muttering under his breath. He rushes straight at him, not really thinking about what might happen next. He swings at, but just shifts to the side and knocks the bald guy's arm away like it's nothing. He just starts throwing punches everywhere, not even paying attention to where they're going. The main character doesn't even break a sweat, stepping out of the way each time like it's nothing. The bald guy just stands there looking totally confused. He's still trying to wrap his head around what's going on and how any of this is possible. The man keeps slipping past every attack and it really throws him off. He didn't expect someone to be this quick, and now he's starting to doubt if he can even land a single hit. The opponent gets surprised again, not expecting to move so quickly, slips right past his guard, making it look almost too easy. The bald guy thought a punch was coming for his head, so he quickly brought his arms up to shield himself. He doesn't see it coming, a strong, quick kick slams right into his ribs. The enemy catches on that it was just a fake out, but by then it's too late. He braces himself and takes the hit straight on. Wit notices the bald guy looking dazed, probably still trying to figure out what just happened. Not wasting any time, Wit gets ready to throw a punch, hoping to catch him off guard. The enemy reacts fast, throwing his arms up to cover his head. The hero steps forward and lands another strong kick right to his opponent's stomach. Most of the people watching couldn't believe what they were seeing. The bald guy who usually owned the ring was getting pushed around and didn't seem to be holding back at all. The local fighters thought it was weird. They'd seen him win over and over, but now it looked like he was actually struggling for once. The CEO watches as the fighter goes all out, but it's clear has the upper hand and is pushing him back. Started moving differently as he got ready, and the others picked up on it by watching how he used his hands, feet, and even the way he looked around. He swings with wild punches, never really following a pattern, and even though he acts pretty full of himself, he moves his feet fast, staying quick on his toes. He moves with this kind of looseness, switching from clumsy to surprisingly smooth whenever he dodges something fast. The CDO watches, trying to figure out if this is just how the rookie plays. He isn't sure if the rookie has a set style yet, or if he's just testing things out like most new guys do. He wakes up with his head spinning, almost like someone smacked him while he was out cold. It takes him a second to realize what happened. Hawaii totally threw him off. Once it clicks, he can't help but grin to himself. The bald guy could tell he was getting owned, and it really stung his pride, even if he didn't want to admit it. He decides he's done letting push him around. With his mindset, he pushes forward, running straight at, ready to face him head on. Just as he moves in, a sudden uppercut catches him right on the chin. The hit is so strong it actually lifts him off his feet for a second. The bald guy hits the ground, and the MC gets ready to kick him. He landed a strong kick right to his opponent's face. The main character is out there, playing his best and crushing it. He's totally on his game, winning without breaking a sweat. The bald guy looks like he's about to pass out. He's struggling to stay on his feet, swaying a little, barely hanging in there. The bald guy takes a wild kick and goes flying backward. He's barely awake and slams right into the ring. As the fight wraps up with a knockout, the coach glances over at referee Song Hunt, kind of waiting to see if he's going to step in or do something about what just happened. At that moment, he let know the match was done and pretty much told him to get out of the ring. The crowd goes wild, clapping and shouting his name. His coach gives him a proud look, clearly impressed by what he just did. Everyone starts cheering for him while the coach smiles, clearly proud of what he did. The main guy can't help but smile. Things are finally going his way and he feels good about it. The CEO nodded, clearly impressed. He hadn't expected things to turn out like this and it showed. The fight had gone way better than he thought it would and he couldn't help but give some respect where it was due. But he also pointed out that he started noticing Lee slipping into a bad habit. He wonders if what happened in the final round was actually a fight or if it just turned into a wild mess. Thinks that real athletes know how to act right both on and off the field. He doesn't see guys who can't tell the difference between playing hard and just messing around as true athletes. For him, it's about respect and keeping things fair, not just about winning. Even though he fights hard and never backs down, there are some things he just won't do. Paid close attention, taking in what the CEO was saying about how playing fair and showing respect really matters in sports. He got the point and started thinking about how important it is to have good sportsmanship, not just to win. He wonders if it's really wrong to do whatever it takes to win, as long as he's not breaking any rules. Wondered if that was actually true and just nodded, totally sure about it. He believes the whole point of playing sports is to come out on top. Winning is what matters most to him. The CEO pushes the contract across the table and says they can talk about it later, asking when the main character wants to sign. But the main character does something unexpected. He just says he's not going to sign. Had already started talking like he was cool with it, but deep down the rejection caught him off guard. Lee looks at Elite FC and starts to wonder if his way of playing really matches up with theirs. He can't help but feel a bit out of place, like maybe his style just doesn't click with the team. He quickly says sorry and gives a respectful bow to the CEO. The coach stands there, eyes wide and frozen, clearly caught off guard by what just happened. Coach Sang sits at a restaurant, his phone pressed to his ear. He wondered how the CEO was holding up. He nods, showing he gets what's going on. He ends the call and just sits there, quiet, waiting at the table. Realizes he messed up and feels a bit bad about it. He knows he caused some problems, but at least he understands what he did. It's not easy for him to admit it, but he's owning up to his actions. He pulls out a chair and sits down at the table, looking over like he's ready to listen to whatever the boy wants to talk about. The guy looks over at the boy, trying to figure out what's really going on in his head. He's curious, wanting to know what's driving the kid to join his crew. The main character just shrugs, looking pretty chill. He's comfortable where he is, doing his thing, and honestly doesn't think he needs a big explanation for it. For him, enjoying what he does is enough, no deep reason, no overthinking. He's just living in the moment, doing what makes him happy. Wondered if the main character was just trying to get back at the CEO after getting criticized. But honestly, the main character didn't care about that stuff. He wasn't the type to hold a grudge or waste time on payback. Back in school, he pretty much spent all his time on the field, practicing different sports. No matter which team he tried out for, the coaches always had the same feedback for him. They made it clear he wasn't supposed to ask any questions. He was just expected to do what they said, no arguments. They told him to just listen and not mess around doing things his own way. Whenever he messed up during a match because he got too hyped and ignored the plan, the whole team ended up paying for it. They all had to deal with the consequences together, even if it was just his mistake. Lee nodded when his coach brought up the CEO, thinking back on how the guy always seemed to hold his athletes back. To him, the CEO never really let anyone try new things or show off what made them different. It was like everyone had to stay in line and could feel that pressure every time the CEO was around. He thinks about how his coach stands out from the rest, which makes curious about what happened. He'd always let Y do his thing in the ring, as long as he played fair and stuck to the rules. Watching Y go all out and really enjoy himself was something he liked seeing. The coach snapped at Hui during the game because he wasn't playing well. Still, couldn't help but think that most coaches wouldn't have said something like that, no matter how intense things got. Figured that's not what a good coach would do. He couldn't help but feel let down by his student. Wizarding Lee stood there for a moment, surprised by what he just heard. No one had ever said something like that to him before, and it really meant a lot. It was one of those rare times where someone's words actually hit home, and Lee could feel it. He really wants Sangma to be his coach. He hopes to pick up some fighting skills from him, thinking that training together will help him get stronger. The man doesn't say anything right away. Instead, he just points at the meat sizzling on the grill, silently telling the other guy to hurry up and eat before it gets overcooked. He gets where is coming from. Most guys get into training just because they like it. It's fun for them and they want to see how far they can push themselves. Most of these guys can't even stick around for 2 years, and he wonders what Hui thinks is behind that. The coach explains that it's just not worth pushing it, especially since there's not much time before everyone starts getting hungry. He points out that it doesn't matter if it's MMA or any other sport. What really matters is being able to enjoy yourself while still covering your expenses. Most guys want to join a group where they can actually earn some cash. He tells that if making money in M&A is the goal, then joining Elite is a must, but doesn't even think about it. He just shuts the idea down right away. Isn't looking to cash in on MMA, he's just there for the fun of it. The coach usually tells guys that everyone begins the same way, struggling just like this. Even though most people end up quitting, the main character wants to be different. He's determined to push past that and prove he's not just another quitter. The hero hangs on to that tiny chance, the slim 1% hoping he's not one of the guys who just quits. Points out that it's pretty much guaranteed to happen, with barely any chance it won't. Lee looked at his coach and admitted he he didn't really believe he'd make it. He figured he'd end up like most people who try, just another guy who doesn't make the cut. To him, this was his final shot. When he went for it, the coach didn't see it coming. He really isn't interested in slipping back into his old routine just to make a little cash. Right now, all he cares about is focusing on fighting and giving it everything he's got. The coach spoke with real confidence, then took a moment to think back on everything he'd just listened to. He lifts his cup and takes a small drink, letting the taste settle in as he looks around. He smacks the glass down on the table, making a sharp noise that grabs everyone's attention. He looked at, wanting to know if he was really set on staying and not giving up. He hoped he'd thought it through this time, so he wouldn't end up wishing he'd done things differently later on. Sang figured that things might change if he ever had to skip meals. He decided he'd rather stress about being hungry than mess up and do something he'd regret. His coach tells him to go ahead and make mistakes, so only tries to fix what he's doing right then and there. The coach just stands there knowing there's nothing more he can do. The main character has already made up his mind. Now he's just waiting to see if the coach is going to let him in. Figured there wasn't really a choice here, so he just went along with it. They're kicking things off on Monday after all, since waiting around never gets you anywhere. Hugh's grateful for the help. Starts to realize that the longer he watches Lee, the more curious he gets about him. There's something about that keeps grabbing his attention and can't help but want to know more. He knows could have gone straight into one of the top teams if he wanted. Guys who dream about being athletes always have this drive that's hard to miss. He knew that if he really put his heart into it and worked hard, the money would show up eventually. For now, he just focused on what he loved, not stressing about cash. Now things are different. These days, a lot of athletes walk away from their sports since they don't feel that drive unless there's cash involved. Can't help but feel a little bitter about how things turned out. The change just happened on its own, and deep down, he knows he can't really blame anyone for it. He really couldn't guess how Lee would perform in the sport. He knows it's not the kind of guy you can just leave behind. He goes to let Han know what's up, so Han can fill out the form and turn it in. At the same time, the coach lets everyone know that the main guy will have to pay a fee until he officially joins the club. The main guy thinks it's not cool that the price is so high. He wonders if there's any way he can get it cheaper. The coach suddenly spits out his drink, caught completely off guard. He couldn't help but laugh, realizing he'd just landed himself in some serious trouble. His coach points him toward Han, the team assistant. If anyone knows how to handle this, it's probably Han. He wants to pay later, hoping to use his dad's card for a discount, and is cool with it. He wanted to split the payment and sign up for 3 months, paying in 6 chunks. The coach was cool with it and agreed to the plan. He fires off questions about interest rates and wonders if there are any perks or discounts he can get. At the end, he wonders if he's allowed to keep the sportswear handed over. Starts to get annoyed as the questions keep coming. It gets to the point where he raises his voice, telling the MC to cut it out. The day after their talk at the restaurant, the scene shifts to the front of the attack team gym. Steps inside, moving faster than usual, like he can't wait to see what's going on. He steps in and gives everyone a quick nod, making sure to acknowledge each person as he walks by. Nobody seems as pumped as Lee. While he's clearly excited, the others look way less interested, just sort of going along with whatever's happening. Gave him a look that clearly meant he needed to hurry up and get inside. There was still a ton of work waiting for them, and she wasn't in the mood for any more delays. He couldn't hide how hyped he was. His arm shot up, and anyone could tell he was seriously looking forward to teaming up with them. Inside the training center, guys moved around, each focused on their own drills. The air was filled with the sound of sneakers squeaking and the steady thud of punches hitting pads. Some were stretching, others were catching their breath after a tough set. It was clear everyone was here to get better, pushing themselves a little harder every day. The main guy hangs out with Hun. He grabs some coffee and asks which kind everyone wants. Wade goes for the American coffee. Tells him they only have instant, which makes confused about why he even brought up the other option in the first place. After checking out the document, Song-hun leans in and studies the main guy, taking a good look at him. He checks him over carefully, not missing any details. The air feels a bit tense as Song-hun tries to figure out what's going on with him. Watched for a moment trying to figure out what was going on. Kept doing what he was doing, looking pretty serious about it. He didn't want to misunderstand, making it clear that he had his reasons. Before anything else happens, RMC gives a quick nod, showing he's on board. Hun stands there, one hand pressed against his chest. It's pretty clear something's off with him. He looks uncomfortable, like he's trying to hide pain or keep it under control. Anyone watching would notice the way his hand grips his shirt, almost like he's hoping nobody else will see how much it hurts. After that awkward moment, thinks about how long it's actually been since he played any sports. The main guy hadn't played any sports for a couple of years. He put on about 5 kilos during that time and just stayed at that weight. He wonders if those questions are meant for his weight class, and Han nods, confirming it. His results show that he's got solid muscle and his body's doing pretty well. His weight stayed the same, so there wasn't any reason for him to worry about it or try to change it. He wonders about his weight class, and Han figures he'll end up in lightweight. He can't believe it. At 80 kilos, he never thought he'd hear that he needed to drop 20. Just nods, serious about it. Lee isn't really on board with that idea. He knows if he goes through with it, he's going to lose a lot of muscle and won't have the same stamina he used to have. He figured that sticking to his natural weight would help him keep his strength and energy up. Points out that weigh-ins usually happen a few days before the fight, but corrects him, explaining that in MMA it's just 1 day before. He's not sure what to make of it. The thought pops pops into his head, does this mean he needs to put on 20 kilos all in just one day? The idea sounds impossible and kind of ridiculous, leaving him second-guessing what's really going on. Tries to reassure him, saying that things will make sense eventually. For now, the coach is keeping an eye on his condition, so he just needs to hang in there and trust the process. After that, it was time to figure out the training plan. But things were different in Hawaii. Usually, most people had to start at the amateur level before moving up to the pro class, but Hawaii didn't follow the usual rules. Then the guy calls him out, pointing out how he clearly doesn't get the basics and has no clue about how M&A works. He knows there's no time to waste, so he starts hitting the gym harder and adds jujitsu to his routine on top of wrestling. Every day becomes a grind, early mornings, late nights, always pushing himself to get stronger and keep up with the competition. Handed Lee a paper that listed out his training times. He set aside 2 days just for working on conditioning and building up his strength. Then, for the other 2 days, he focused on jujitsu and boxing, making sure to balance both his training and fighting skills throughout the week. Sundays were the only days the boy could actually chill and take a break. Wanted to know if he had any questions about the schedule or why he always agreed to everything. Glanced at the schedule and didn't seem confused at all. It was pretty clear he'd done sports before since he didn't have to ask about anything. He just looked ready to get started like this was nothing new for him. They're about to take the quick test so they can get right into training. After that, there's a chance the coaches could switch up the routine or even move someone into the main team. Let's Wei know things are about to get serious, no holding back. Wei's not new to this. He's been in fights before and doesn't want to take it easy on him. The team assistant just smiled at him, checking if he really meant what he said. Always knew his way around the gym and never really struggled with sticking to a healthy diet. Seeing that felt a spark of motivation. He figured if could keep up with that kind of routine, maybe he could give it a shot too, so made up his mind to start working out, hoping he'd keep up just like. The main guy stands there totally sure of himself. He looks at everyone and makes it clear there's no point in waiting around. It's time to get started. Time goes by and the hero ends up lying on the ground, totally worn out. Notices him sprawled out on the floor and suggests he get up and rest properly. Lying there probably isn't helping, so sitting up might be better for him right now. He teases him, wondering how someone who used to play sports could turn out so weak now. Explains that what just happened was only a simple test. He lets everyone know things will ramp up and become way tougher once real fight training begins. Doesn't let anything get to him. He heads straight to the gym and pushes through a 90-kilo bench press like it's just another day. He knocks out 28 pull-ups, then goes for 12 heavy rows, putting in work with both arms. After that, he grabs some hefty dumbbells and powers through 12 bicep curls. Finishing strong, he loads up the bar and squats 140 kilos, not slowing down for a second. He does squats in 3 rounds, adding more weight every time. Even guys who've been lifting for a while find this routine pretty tough. Planned to slowly add more weight over time. He never thought the guy would be able to manage it all on the first try. At that moment, he starts to realize just how good Lee is at sports. He wonders why he's laughing, but the MC just shrugs it off, saying it's because it feels good. He likes how his muscles tense up when he works out, especially when he pushes himself as hard as he can. Thinks it's weird because he knows he ought to feel awful right now, but somehow he doesn't. After that, he looks over at the assistant, wondering if he's finally part of the crew at the gym now. He thinks back to what Han said earlier, remembering how wasn't considered part of the elite FC crew. Right then, the assistant spoke up loud enough for everyone nearby to hear. Remembers that day clearly. He was already annoyed and he was just someone he didn't know at all. He stops coming up with reasons to skip out and heads back to training. He motions for the main character to help him stretch, ready to get serious again. The hero thinks he's good to go since he already warmed up earlier, so he tries to get out of doing it again. That's when things start to get tense and an argument kicks off. He tries to act tough, letting know he hasn't really seen how bad things can get. The hero suddenly stumbled backward, caught off guard when someone walked into the room. His heart raced as he tried to figure out who it was, not expecting anyone to show up. Coach Young stood there, the guy everyone knew as the strength and endurance trainer. Noticed the coach standing nearby and wondered what was up. The coach explained that he'd be handling the next part of practice. Lee was still struggling to catch his breath when he realized something new was about to happen. The way things were going, it looked like they were about to kick things up a notch and move into the next part of whatever challenge this was. The main guy thinks changing coaches halfway through isn't a good idea. He really wants to stick with, probably because he trusts him and doesn't want to mess up what he's already got going on. Looks over at trying to figure out how to handle the kid's request. He doesn't want to mess things up, so he waits for advice, hoping for some solid guidance. Everyone in the room glances around at each other. Yang still has his arms around Lee, not letting go yet. He's hoping will let him keep training. He wants to get better and having's help means a lot to him. There's this sense that things might actually work out if agrees. He gets disappointed when tells to handle his training. He's told not to worry that everything's under control. Still, he's a bit uneasy because he hasn't even stretched or warmed up yet, and he really wants a few extra minutes before starting. Knows he's not there yet, he hasn't earned the guy's trust and there's a lot more he needs to do. It's clear this is just the beginning for him. He realizes it's not every day you see an athlete who's just built for the game, who actually loves it, and who's got the skills to back it all up. Thinks M&A is about to get a new guy who's so good, he'll take over everything and make everyone else step back. Yum worked out with keeping a close eye on his progress. Every time started to look tired, Yum would raise his voice, pushing him to keep going and not give up on those last few reps. The energy in the gym got a little louder, helping push through the set. Really wants to stay on track because he knows he's got what it takes. He just doesn't want to let himself down by getting lazy. Over the next few weeks, there's sparring practice going on inside the ring. Quickly moved out of the way as an attack came at him. The fighter training him swings a hook with his other arm. The main character reacts fast, dodging out of the way just in time. Lee stands up and quickly throws 2 straight punches in a row. The pad holder keeps pushing him to move quicker, reminding him that in a real fight, opponents aren't just going to stand around waiting. Can't help but question himself during fights, thinking maybe he's just not strong enough because following orders isn't easy for him when things get intense. Meanwhile, Lee, who coaches jiu-jitsu, points out that pulling that off isn't simple. If could do it, he'd probably already be out there making a name for himself. The boxing coach steps back and calls for a break. He's pretty happy with how handled the training, giving him an approving nod before heading off for some water. Takes a second to catch his breath, feeling good about how things went. John Hun tries to get to look his way. Even though they hung out all the time, talking to him still felt awkward. Didn't expect to turn down Elite FC and it definitely caught him off guard. Still, stuck by his side, not even thinking about leaving his friend behind. Acted like he had all the answers, telling that things would make sense when he was older. That just made roll his eyes and get pretty annoyed. Just then someone walked into the ring, letting everyone know their older brother had finally shown up. Coach Ma walked into the room and right away everyone looked up to acknowledge him. The energy shifted as the guys nodded or waved, showing respect without making a big deal out of it. Even the ones who were busy messing with their phones or talking to friends paused for a second. It was clear that Coach Ma had a presence that nobody ignored. He steps forward and lets everyone know he's got something important to share, motioning for the group to gather around. Everyone grabs a seat as the music starts up. Some guys lean back, tapping their fingers, while others just chill and look around, waiting to see what's next. The room gets quiet and all eyes turn toward the speakers, ready for whatever's about to play. He grabs a handful of papers and holds them up, looking around to see if anyone recognizes what they are. One of the students mentions the number of offers he's received. The coach nods and lets everyone know he actually got 4 offers from the organization. Everyone at school calls him a gangster, and that really gets under his skin. He thinks they just don't get it. He actually did what he did for their sake, not because he wanted trouble. He didn't really get what was going on. He wondered what kind of offers was talking about. Explained that they were offers for 4 matches. Knows it's not easy. Their team only made it this far because they play well together and always put up a good fight. The organization keeps them around because people enjoy watching them in action. Thinks Gui owes the coach some appreciation for how much effort he puts in to create chances like this. Sangha finally stops wasting time and just picks the fighters who are going to join. Who's known for his wrestling skills gets called up first. He walks out looking steady and ready for whatever comes next. Stood with the rest of the group. He was a boxer, easy to spot with his athletic build and the quiet confidence he carried. Even though he kept to himself, everyone seemed to know he could handle himself if things got rough. The MC found out that those 2 guys belonged to Golden Glove. The third fighter turned out to be. The main character knows the guy is his age. Jinmin has never lost a fight in the division, winning 5 times since she started out with X1. People online have given her the nickname Goddess of MMA, not just because she knows what she's doing in the ring, but also because she stands out with her looks. We can't help but notice how far apart he and she seem, like they're living in 2 totally different worlds. He's convinced there's no way he'll get picked last, mostly because he's never even been part of the league before. For him, it almost feels like he's invisible compared to the others. The coach went down the list calling out names one by one. Everyone waited, hoping to hear their own. Right at the end, the last name he called was Lee. Nobody saw it coming. A few of the fighters had no clue who this guy was and couldn't believe he got such a big offer. Min gives him a look that clearly says he's sizing him up, like he's deciding if this guy is really worth his time. Sangha explained that the organization was behind this decision, and he hoped everyone would understand and not get the wrong idea. The coach looked irritated and scanned the room, waiting to see if anyone would say something. He made it clear he wanted anyone with a problem to just come out and say it. Nobody moved or spoke up, so the moment hung awkwardly in the air. The coach looked around and made it clear that if nobody had anything left to add, it was time to get back to practice. Anyone who'd gotten an offer was supposed to go find. The rest of the guys started heading back to their drills, some glancing at each other, while a few made their way over to, probably hoping their hard work was finally paying off. Sangha walks up quietly behind the main character, signaling that he wants to talk alone. Looks over at the coach, unsure if things are actually fine. He notices that some of the others don't look too happy, and it makes him wonder if what's happening is really alright. Sangha looks around, unsure of what to do next. The choice wasn't his, it came straight from the higher-ups. Sits there feeling pretty down about everything, while the coach just shrugs and reminds him that the organization calls the shots. He tries to get the guy to lighten up and enjoy the moment, but the MC just looks lost, not really sure how to react. He wanted to know where the offer came from, so the coach told him it was from X1. Everyone knows X1 is the top organization in Korea. The coach explains how they spotted him after his video blew up online. People started calling him a monster after he took down a pro in the ring. Meanwhile, everyone seemed pretty hyped about this gangster who showed up and grabbed all the attention in the Central League. Wants to know if he's getting his shot to debut, and the coach nods, confirming it. But there's a catch. Something's not quite right, and it's clear there's an issue that needs to be dealt with before he can step onto the field. He passes him a piece of paper, wanting him to check out something important. He checks out the profile for a guy named. Is 23, stands about 1.8 meters tall and weighs 90 kilos. He's in the welterweight division, checks out the match schedule, scanning for his name and sizing up the competition. He looked down at the paper and saw the date for the match, September 9th. Today is August 18th and there's a reserve match happening. The coach let everyone know that one of the fighters got hurt, so now Hawaii is stepping in. He's got 3 weeks to drop enough weight to make the cut. Besides studying his opponent and putting in extra hours at the gym, he knew was way stronger and had way more experience than him. The main guy pauses for a second, lost in his own thoughts. His face gets serious as he starts thinking about everything that just happened. He remembers that in MMA, fighters usually get about 3 months to get ready, but now he thinks about going up against someone bigger from a higher weight class when he can't even move the way he wants. He knows this choice could totally backfire on him, but he still goes for it. The coach looks at him, making sure he really wants to go through with it, since once he's in, there's no way out. Stays focused, no matter what's going on around him, he's not backing down. Senga told everyone the contract would get signed tomorrow. For now, he was done and headed out. Checks in with the coach to see if he's on board. The coach nods, making it clear he's fine with the plan since he already accepted the offer. He starts to question whether setting up matches is always this easy. Senga notices him and brings up whether his parents know about his martial arts training. Lee keeps it quiet, no one back home knows he's in the MMA ring. The coach hesitates, not really wanting to step in, but he brings up the idea that maybe it's better to get his parents okay before getting into a fight. Isn't really sure about it, but he makes up his mind to go over and talk to them. The coach watches him closely, trying to figure out what he's thinking. Senga thinks it's probably best if he talks things over with his parents today, and then figures out what to do by tomorrow. White didn't expect that at all. He stood there trying to process what just happened. Meanwhile, the coach realized they had to let everyone know by tomorrow so they could figure out the schedule. He reminds him not to push too hard for everyone's approval and to keep his expectations in check, since chances like this come around again. Before heading out, the main guy pauses for a second, wondering if he'll actually get another shot at this. He just laughs it off, admitting he only asked because he was curious. He figures he'll let the coach know what's up by tomorrow. He lets everyone know he's leaving and heads out the door. Sangla stays quiet, finally letting out a breath he'd been holding in. He's glad things have calmed down, even if he doesn't show it on his face. He remembers mentioning how Hui used to give his parents a hard time whenever he played sports. Coach Sang gets really frustrated with how things are going. The hero steps through the front door, letting everyone know he's back. He made it back home earlier than usual, just like his parents noticed. His mom came in and checked if he'd been working out. She told him to go take a shower, but he'd already done that earlier. Lee's mom always pointed out how much he was like his dad, especially when it came to skipping showers. Both of them seemed to do anything to avoid getting in the water, and everyone around them could tell. His dad suddenly stood up from the couch and started pulling off these random M&A moves like he was in the middle of a business deal. His mom looked super startled, not really sure what was going on. Right after his dad does that, his mom gets mad. Lets them know he wants to have a word. His mom tells him to go take a shower, so he listens and heads to the bathroom. Once he finished his chores, he joined his parents at the table. He took a deep breath and started telling them what was going on. Wilson's dad wants to know what his mom thinks about everything going on. She's sitting there looking pretty serious, not really showing much emotion. She's annoyed, thinking about how they've always just gone along with whatever he wanted. Now, all of a sudden, he's looking for their okay, and she can't help but wonder what's changed. She felt annoyed and kept quiet, not wanting to talk about it. Deep down, she knew he was set on becoming a fighter, and there wasn't much she could do to change his mind. The dad steps in, hoping to settle things down, but the mom shuts him out, clearly not interested in hearing another word. Pulls out his phone and tries to call his mom. As soon as she picks up, she starts yelling at him, making it clear she doesn't want him calling her mom. Can't help but feel awkward and a bit hurt staring at his phone screen after the call ends. For 10 years, he really wanted to go after sports. Because of that, everything in their lives kind of stopped and waited for him. She lost everyone she used to hang out with, and now she just has her own company as she gets older. Hearing that he was interested in M&A just made her even more upset. She wonders just how much more she can put herself first, and how much longer everyone will have to keep giving things up for his sake. She wonders if he actually cares about his mom at all, and then tears start rolling down her face. She stands up, clearly ticked off, and reminds everyone that she's just the housewife here. She lets them know they should handle their own problems for once. Stopped her just as she was about to head out, wanting her to stick around a little longer. He always thought it was his fault that she had to deal with so much trouble because of him. The main guy really wanted her approval, so he hoped she'd trust him just this once. She still had tears in her eyes. She swats his hand away. He just shrugs and lets him know he can do whatever he feels like. His dad tries to reassure him, saying his mom's just upset because she cares about him. Lee understands that his mom only gets mad when she's actually worried about him. His dad looks at him with a proud smile, noticing how much his son has changed and grown up. Ron always acted tough around his friends, but there was something different when it came to his mom. No matter how chill he tried to seem, he just couldn't hide the way he got nervous if she was upset or worried about him. Even the smallest thing she said seemed to stay on his mind, making him question if he was doing something wrong. She usually gets mad pretty easily, and he's always on edge around her because that's just how she is. He's gotten used to it since it happens all the time. He faked like he was about to give his son a hard time, but it was just for laughs. They both cracked up and ended up having a good time together. Wei wanted to know if his dad was okay with it. Turns out his dad was cool about the whole thing. He believed that if you really like doing something, you shouldn't let anyone else's opinion stop you. That made Wei feel a bit more confident about his choices. The main character thought about it and knew he'd never treat his dad like that. His dad could see it too, and that made him feel good. It mattered to both of them knowing they were on the same page. He tells his son it's probably a good idea to go see his mom and find out what's bothering her. Wants to make things right with his mom. His dad looks at him, waiting to see if has more on his mind. He wanted to hit the gym but didn't have his own card yet, so he went to his dad and asked if he could use his. His dad noticed and thought it was pretty thoughtful of him to ask first. He glances at with a serious look, wondering if actually plans to pay him back. The boy didn't back down. He looked at his dad, kind of annoyed and confused, wondering if his own father would really take cash from him. His dad looked at him and thought he was up to no good, probably trying to take something that wasn't his, but stepped in, saying he could actually work for it and promised he'd pay back twice as much. The dad thinks his son could already have made it big by now. The son just shrugs it off, pretty sure his dad will wish he'd believed in him once he's actually on TV. Mentioned that he could end up being friends with some kids, and that made his dad pause. He hesitates for a moment, then goes for a handshake with his son, deciding to go along with it after all. He wants to know what the registration fee costs. Lee stands there with an easy grin, pretty sure of himself. He believes his dad's going to be happy with the decision, not worried about it at all. Got that look like he knows he's making the right call and there's no second guessing. As he and his dad hang out together, enjoying the moment. His mom stays in her room watching everything play out. Tears roll down her face as she sees what's happening. The next day rolled around after they talked. The Sol team's training center comes into view. It's a huge place filled with all kinds of equipment and serious vibes. Guys from the team are scattered around, some stretching, others getting ready for their workout. The walls are covered in banners and posters that show off the team's past wins. Even just stepping inside, anyone can tell this is where champions put in the work. One of the guys grabs a sledgehammer and starts slamming it down on a huge tire, the heavy thuds echoing across the gym. Someone steps in and tells him to stop, so he drops the big heavy hammer to the ground. He checked in again, hoping for any updates, but still nothing. The fight was only 3 weeks away now, and the weight was starting to get to him. The coach let everyone know they're changing up the schedule. He promised to share more info soon, so the team and fans just had to hang tight and wait for the next update. From Team Seoul couldn't figure out why setting up a match was such a big deal, especially with more than 60 fighters around. It seemed pretty simple to him, just pick someone and get things rolling. The coach tries to keep things calm but can't help it. He's put in so much effort and he doesn't want it to go to waste. The coach tells everyone that training isn't just about today, so it's not really a waste. Doesn't see it that way though. To him, if he doesn't get to fight, all that effort feels pointless. He tells to hang on for now. If nothing comes up by tomorrow, he plans to call the organization himself. Ta notices his fighter getting fired up, maybe a little too much. Worried things might get out of hand, he grabs his phone and reaches out to the people running the fight. He calls and quickly says he doesn't want to bother them about something, since he knows they've got a lot going on. He still takes a second to show he's grateful before hanging up. Tao let everyone know they had a lot going on and would get back to them later. Wondered if it was manager Song on the other end of the call. Coach Ta let everyone know there was a new opponent lined up for the fight. Lit up when he heard the news, ready to jump back in and see what this new challenge would bring. Ta just stood there thinking hard. The name Lee didn't ring any bells for him. He tried to remember if he'd heard it anywhere before, but nothing came up. Figured the guy must be new, probably a rookie. Even with that in mind, realized he'd never heard of this dude anywhere in the league before. His future opponent, fired up after hearing about him, heads back to training with more determination. He knows he'll need to push himself harder if he wants to stand a chance against someone like, so he gets right back to it, focused and ready to give it his all. Takes a moment to go over the contract with the main guy. He wants to make sure everything's clear before any papers get signed. First up was the gym contract. He'd get most of the money, 90% went straight to him, while the gym kept just 10%. The main guy figured the gym would take their 30% and he'd end up with the other 70%. But when he saw his actual earnings, he was caught off guard. The amount was way less than he expected. Nodded, letting everyone know this was what the coach had planned all along. Tries to sweeten the deal by bumping the split up to 70-30, hoping to convince, but isn't interested in changing things and wants to stick with the current arrangement. He explains that the fight is part of a special event. Winning would score him an extra million on top of the 2 million and 1,000 he gets just for showing up. The weigh-in was a big deal. If a fighter showed up heavier than allowed, he'd lose his money, no questions asked. Everyone knew the rules, so the pressure was on to hit the right number. He figures it makes sense for all the money to be gone if a fighter messes up the event by missing weight. He leaves the rest of the details for to check out himself. The main guy starts wondering how much cash he'd actually take home if he came out on top in the fight. After taxes and the gym's cut, he's left with around $3 million to take home. He realized that working at the store for months wouldn't even get him close to $5 million, and just one fight could bring in $3 million. He hears about the cash and can't help but think about all the things he could buy. Now that he knows what's at stake, he doesn't have anything else to ask. Wonders if this is going to be his only fight, but he already knows the answer. He doesn't want to stop here. He's actually hoping for more chances to get in the ring, ready to take on as many matches as he can. The assistant lets him know that he really has to do well this time, or he might not get another shot at something like this. The organization runs things like a business. If people aren't watching or buying, they cut back fast. They don't throw cash around or help out just because. They always keep an eye on the numbers. No matter how the fight ends, he knows the crowd's watching, waiting for something exciting. In MMA, it's not just about winning or losing. Guys who get noticed are the ones who keep everyone on the edge of their seats. Admits he might not be the most skilled, but he never backs down when it's time to fight. Even if he's outmatched, he always steps up with real guts whenever he's in the ring. He wanted the guy to stop pretending and just be real. He also hoped he'd actually put some effort into training so people would remember who he was. Remembers what's said and gets ready to sign the paper. He doesn't waste any time and heads straight back to practice, not wanting to fall behind. Steps in to show him some new moves, getting him ready for the upcoming fight with John. Lets everyone know that he's going to learn wrestling. Time moves on and now the main guy finds himself in the ring going up against another fighter. He's training hard, focused on every move, trying to keep up and learn as much as he can. The place feels intense, but he's determined to get better with every round. The fighter charges straight at him, moving fast and not holding back. The guy moves so fast that it catches the hero off guard. He slides his arm around Lee's waist, holding him close. He reaches out and holds onto his hand, stopping him from moving. He grabs the guy, locks down his left arm and shoves him back. Things aren't looking good for our guy right now. The opponent ducks in close, slipping his head right under his chin. He fights to get loose, but it's not working out. Notices the other guy getting past him without much trouble. He thinks back to when they talked about it. Back then he promised he'd start learning wrestling too, not just stick to close combat. He notices that way of clinching and grappling is pretty straightforward. Might not be the best at any single skill, but he's got the basics down everywhere. This makes him tough to handle since there aren't any big gaps in his game. Yam's size and experience gave him a clear edge, and everyone knew he'd try to take the fight to the ground. Wei couldn't let that happen if he wanted a chance. Wrestling became his main focus. Without it, Yam would just overpower him, shutting him down before he even got a shot at throwing a punch. He gets nervous since he's never really practiced wrestling before. Wing stays calm, not too bothered because he's used to rough stuff from his days in Korean wrestling. He figures he can handle whatever comes next. The main character stands there trying to figure out what's going on. He trained hard in the old-school Korean wrestling style, so none of this should be new to him. Still, things aren't adding up and he's left questioning what he missed. Figures this gives him an advantage, thinking he can switch up his if he needs to. On the other hand, White is confident in what he can do. Told to get ready and spar with, so went along with him. He always saw himself as pretty tough, but when showed up, he couldn't help but be caught off guard. Even though she already knew what was going on, it still threw him for a loop. He can tell his energy is slipping away, like every muscle is getting heavier. Each move is a struggle, almost like he's up against something way bigger and stronger than him. Lee was still stuck, someone gripping him tight. He shifted his foot, trying to slip out of the hold and get some space. He swings his leg low and lands a solid kick on the inside of his opponent's thigh. The thing landed right in front of him, catching him off guard. The hero kept his opponent guessing, reaching out with his free arm and steadying it on the guy's shoulder. He shoved away using his leg and his free arm, managing to break free and get out of there. He moves fast, noticing the other guy is off balance. Without hesitating, he pushes him hard up against the cage, not letting him recover. After that, the other guy finally admits that Lee's actually got some skills. The main character crouches down and wraps both arms around his calf. Notices his opponent going for a takedown, aiming to bring him down to the mat. He steadies himself and grabs onto only, trying to keep things under control. Someone in the crowd noticed that Hui seemed pretty sharp when it came to wrestling. They figured he'd probably pick up fast too. Nodded, pretty confident about his own skills. He'd expected to hold his own, even going up against someone like. At the same time, the opponent holds on to, taking slow, steady breaths, trying to keep calm and not mess up. Even so, is in a whole different league. He's a seasoned fighter who's been through way more battles than most guys his age. Right then, grabs the main guy and spins him around, tossing him aside and cutting off the takedown. He stops him from getting away by grabbing him tight around the middle, holding on so he can't escape. He pulls off the ground, locking his arms tightly around him. Even though his arms are stuck, doesn't give up. He starts using his feet, trying to find any way to fight back. He turned his body, trying to pull himself out of their grip. He suddenly switches things up, moving in ways nobody expects. Every punch and attempt to take him down gets stopped cold. He's quick and always one step ahead. Seems a bit worn out, noticing how skilled Lee is. The hero holds back, knowing he hasn't really pushed himself yet. Deep down, he's got more to show, more to prove, but for now, he keeps that part hidden. He's waiting for the right moment, saving his real skills for when it matters most. Right then, the two of them move ahead. The two went head-to-head, locking up and pushing against each other, both trying to overpower the other. Muscles strained as they dug in, neither one wanting to back down. It was all about who was stronger and who had better grip, and neither was ready to give an inch. Wasn't sure if all the time he spent messing with serums would actually help him in an MMA fight, but when he tried it out, it actually did the trick. Saw him as a rare find in MMA and figured they actually had a solid shot now. After a while, they ended up in the car. Wanted to know how much Wei weighed. Wei told him he was 77 kilos. Thinks X1 lets you go a little over the limit, so he's not really worried about it. He figures it'll be fine. Skipped food and drinks before the weigh-in, knowing it could mess with the results. He used to brag about doing that all the time back when he was competing in. Hearing it again just got irritated. Ended up joining the group since everyone else had plans, and she didn't really have anything going on. Looked over not really interested in listening to more complaints. He made it clear she could just leave if she wanted. She ignored that and said she'd handle the bags when it was time to weigh in. The main guy pointed at the luggage, making it clear she should take care of it. He didn't want her getting dragged into whatever was about to happen. Watches as the others start getting along, and it makes him feel good to see everyone connecting. Meanwhile, keeps quiet about the fight, deciding not to bring it up with his friends. Sidon wonders if he should have just asked them to come watch, but Wee isn't too worried and decides he'll fill them in later. Jin Min just doesn't want to get embarrassed in front of his friends if he ends up losing. That's what's really going on with him. The hero grinned, pretty proud of himself, thinking she totally pulled it off. She didn't expect it to go so well, so the surprise showed on her face. He agreed with her, then reached out and lightly flicked her forehead, like it was his way of giving her props. Things heat up between the two as they start bickering again. Gets pretty annoyed, wondering why these arguments keep happening all the time. They pulled into the parking spot and turned off the engine. They showed up at the weigh-in spot. Lee didn't see this coming at all. His eyes go wide for a second and he just stands there trying to process what happened. It's the kind of moment that makes you freeze, like when you get an unexpected notification and have to double check if it's real. He steps inside and spots the reporters right away. The assistant motioned for Wei to get moving. Wei stood there for a second, a bit unsure, but clearly wanted him to follow. So Wei picked up his pace and fell in step behind, ready to see what was next. He points out the seat and our guy heads over, checking it out and getting ready to sit down. The main character doesn't hesitate. He just drops into his seat right away, ready for whatever's next. He glances over to the corner and spots standing there, catches him looking and lets him know to cut it out. He tells everyone to avoid eye contact, stay quiet, and not even say hi until it's time for the face-off. Didn't really see the point in greeting someone if things were just going to get tense again the next day. For him, it felt pointless to act friendly when everyone knew trouble was just around the corner. His fight assistant isn't buying any of his reasons. Meanwhile, it's just keeping to himself, not really getting involved with anyone else. After brings it up, starts to notice he's been overthinking things himself. He realizes he spent a lot of time stuck in his own thoughts lately, just going through stuff in his mind instead of dealing with what's actually happening around him. He notices that keeps looking away, probably on purpose, since he knows is paying attention to him. The two of them sit side by side, barely any space between them. The announcement comes on, letting everyone know the weigh-in is about to kick off. The first fighters to step up from the undercard are from the blue and red corners, ready to get things started for the X1 weigh-in. At the start, the managers from both sides step in to watch the weigh-in and make sure everything's fair. The main card weigh-ins get started, and now it's almost time for the under 70 kilograms fighters to step up. Out of nowhere, the main guy starts taking off his clothes without hesitating, looking totally sure of himself as he gets ready to step on the scale. Freezes for a second when he sees the guy get stripped and kicked. It catches him off guard and he can't help but stare, trying to process what just happened. He started taking off his clothes before anyone even called his name. One of the girls noticed and wondered why he was doing that, but honestly he couldn't care less. Stuff like that just didn't bother him. Hawaii's friend didn't hold back, calling out his underwear for being seriously lame and kind of embarrassing. But Hawaii wasn't having it. He stood his ground, acting like his choice was actually the best and didn't care what anyone else thought. The announcer called for Lee to head up to the stage. Without wasting time, started making his way over, keeping his focus straight ahead as everyone watched. He stands on the scale and checks the number 1702 pounds or 77 kilograms. He quickly notes it down, keeping track of his progress. Thought to himself that if he couldn't even handle something that simple, he'd probably just be a total failure. Gave him a nod, letting him know he did alright. Even then, our guy couldn't help but notice that only ever gave him props after everything was done, never in the moment. It bugged him just a little, but that was pretty much how things always went with her. She passes him his clothes, but he just shakes his head and leaves them aside. It's pretty warm, so he doesn't bother getting dressed yet. Even though he doesn't want to, she pushes him to stop since it's making her uneasy. After all that, the crowd starts laughing at the two guys. Jin Min's face turns red and he looks down, wishing he could just disappear for a second. She gets annoyed and chucks the clothes right at him, then bolts off the stage. Its official steps onto the scale, and the numbers settle right at 77 kilograms. Everyone watching knows he's locked in and ready for the fight. The announcement comes up that Jim and Wei Li are set to fight each other. The two lock eyes, both getting ready to go at it. Each one stands firm, fists up, waiting for the other to make the first move. You can tell neither of them wants to back down. The main character spots his opponent and can't help but notice how skinny and worn out the guy looks. He figures once this dude bounces back and gets his strength back, he'll probably look totally different when they're actually in the fight. Starts to question if he's actually got a shot at winning, but when brings up his own doubts, it makes pause and think about how much that uncertainty is getting to him. His opponent looked over at him, sizing him up with a smirk, like he couldn't believe someone this clueless had made it into the ring. It was obvious he thought the guy had zero experience, maybe never even stepped into an amateur match before. The way the opponent carried himself, it was clear he saw this as an easy win. He started wondering what had gone through his head when he agreed to the offer, and if maybe, deep down, he just wanted to mess things up for. He steps up and stares him down, trying to figure out how this guy even got into the main event. Everyone knows you need some real experience to be here, so he wants to know who's backing him. The pressure's on, and it's clear he's not messing around. The referee looks at, signaling for him to watch his mouth. glanced over at the main character, making it clear that messing up wasn't an option if they wanted to look good in front of everyone. He wanted them both to step up and give the crowd something worth watching. Wanted everyone to know he was senior, expecting some respect, but wasn't having any of it and just told him off without hesitation. White doesn't really get why there's a problem, since he's just there because wanted someone as a backup for the fight anyway. He tells the guy to quit complaining and be thankful, since they managed to save the cancelled fight. Then he says the guy can just call it off himself if he really wants to. RMC thinks it's weird how someone can act so full of himself, especially when he can't even win in his own weight class. Jim stands there, fists tight at his sides, clearly furious. His whole body tenses up, and anyone watching could tell he's barely holding himself back. He leans in, pressing his forehead right up against S, getting close enough that can feel his breath. There's a tension in the air, and the look in his eyes makes it clear he's not messing around. He silently challenges, almost daring him to see how far things could go. The guy started bragging, acting like taking down someone like would be no problem for him. But before he could finish showing off, the main character stepped in and grabbed him by the neck, cutting him off fast. He lets go right away, catching his opponent off guard, and starts coughing. Right away, Yum can't stand the sight of the main character. Every move the guy makes just seems to annoy him, and you can tell he's got nothing but anger for him. The referee steps in and stops Lee's opponent, holding him back. He signals for the guy to chill out, making sure things don't get out of hand. Made it clear he didn't want to hear any more talk. If anyone had an issue, he expected them to settle it in the ring and prove themselves there instead of going back and forth with words. He tells to show some respect. There's just a year separating them in age. Later that night, he made his way back home. He heads home and lets his parents know he's there. The moment he steps inside, he realizes his dad isn't around. His mom mentions that his dad's boss made him go on a fishing trip for the weekend. But then he catches the way his mom looks after she says it. Her face kind of drops and she just seems down. He can tell something's bothering her even if she's trying to hide it. Out of nowhere, she's caught off guard when she finds out her son is now a dad. He hugs her, letting her know that he's got a fight coming up tomorrow. She acts like she doesn't care, but can't help thinking he'd do better if his mom just gave him a little support. He ends up asking her for it, hoping she'll finally say something to cheer him on. He keeps holding on to his mom, not letting go as long as she stays quiet. This really starts to get under his skin. While lets go of her, quickly brushed it off, acting like he'd only been messing around. He changed the subject and brought up the fight, saying it was going to be on TV the next morning. He looks away, clearly bothered. His mom checks in to see if there's anything special he wants to eat before the fight. His mom always made sure he had a solid meal before a big day. She wanted him to be ready for whatever challenge came his way, especially with the fight coming up tomorrow. The MC grins, pretty glad about what his mom just did. She hoped he wouldn't point fingers at her if things went south for him. She looked at him, still not sure what he was after, and waited for him to say what he wanted. The main guy looked at the menu and went for the spaghetti. He wanted it loaded with meat and plenty of sauce, not holding back at all. Out of nowhere, the guy scoops his mom up off the ground, holding her like it's nothing. She barely weighs anything to him now. He suddenly spins around, grabbing her like he's about to sweep her off her feet. She doesn't look impressed at all, actually. She seems pretty annoyed by the whole thing. The next morning rolls around and Octagon is there, ready to step up and make his mark. Before the fight, he spent some time with his coach, working on dodging and throwing punches. They kept it simple, focusing on the basics and making sure he was ready for what was coming. After his partner gives him some praise, gets told to take a quick break. One of the other fighters takes a look at Song-hun and can't help but notice he's in pretty good shape. Song-hun sees the way the guy is sizing him up, and it makes him uneasy. Coach showed up, eyeing his shoulders and pointing out they weren't strong enough. It was clear he hadn't been pushing himself hard during practice. After some joking around, tells who he's got 2 things for him to do. One of them is to land 10 slaps on. He reminds him to keep his head clear and not just throw random punches. The best move is to wait, watch, and get the other guy to make the first mistake. The main character wanted to know what the second task was. He looked over, waiting for someone to explain what came next. If the fight started turning against them, would look to for advice. Was the one who always had a plan and knew to follow his lead when things got tough. The coach wanted some reassurance, but couldn't just give him that. He started wondering what he was supposed to do if his gut instinct just wouldn't back down and go along with his plan. Stands there looking unsure. He's trying to figure things out, but it's not clicking for him yet. Hui steps in, trying to clear things up. Starts wondering what he's supposed to do if his gut tells him one thing but says something completely different. Now he's stuck, not sure which way to go. Was just about to point out that he should be the one calling the shots, but then the coach stepped in and told him to go with what felt right. Nodded, understanding what his coach wanted from him. Trusting himself was also a way of trusting his coach, and that thought seemed to settle in. Just stood there, not really knowing what to say. After hearing the advice to stay calm, felt ready to go for it, promising himself he'd give it everything he had. The control center sent out a message, letting and Wu Li know it was their turn to head to the ring. The main guy and his crew made their way to the ring. Trailed behind, annoyed that he hadn't been able to say anything. At last, everyone heads toward the Grand Octagon, each step bringing them closer to whatever's waiting inside. The air feels heavier and no one says much. It's one of those moments where even the loudest guys go quiet, just focusing on what's about to happen. The guys step into the spotlight, catching everyone's attention with how they carry themselves. Even in the middle of everything going on, they stand out, making people stop and watch. He was holding a real X1 ring in his hand. Can feel his nerves buzzing, but there's also this rush in his chest. It's like he's on edge, but kind of pumped at the same time. Signals for him to get ready, making it clear it's time to start warming up. The guy does what the coach says and spends some time working on his basic moves by himself. Wondered why mentioned that he should listen to himself first before paying attention to what other people say. Wanted to handle things his own way, not wanting any help. On the other hand, wasn't cool with just watching from the sidelines, especially since this was first big match. He thinks the coach shouldn't be taking risks like that, because if the coach messes up, he might not get another chance to compete. Remembers how the kid used to talk about his life as an athlete. It was always about doing what other people told him to do, never really making his own choices. After a while, all that built up inside him, and he started to resent it. It got to the point where he even walked away from a shot at UFC Elite just because he was tired of being told what to do. Nobody's sure how much time he's got left in the ring, but Sang just wants to let him go all out. Deep down, he has a hunch this isn't the end for him yet. The coach points out that never really pays attention to what says, so just goes along with it. The crowd settled down as the lights focused on the center of the ring. Two announcers stood at the edge, hyping up the main event. Everyone's attention shifted to the blue corner, where Lee was getting ready, his name echoing through the arena. He just started MMA a little over a month ago with zero experience before this. Somehow, in his very first match, he managed to knock out a pro fighter in the semi-pro league. Even in practice, he already took down another fighter. Most new MMA fighters don't get to start out in the spotlight, but tonight was different. This rookie's first fight was actually the main event, which pretty much never happens. Everyone was watching, curious to see how he'd do up against John, a name people already knew. Even the announcers couldn't help but wonder if the new guy could handle the pressure or if he'd get steamrolled by someone with way more experience. The announcer calls out's name from the red corner. He's the guy everyone's watching, already stacking up 3 wins in a row. People see him as Team Saul's rising star, and most in the crowd figure he'll make it 4 wins tonight without much trouble. Reminded to keep his cool, he wanted him to stay relaxed and ready for anything that might come up. New things could change fast, so it was important for him to stay flexible and not let nerves get the better of him. The announcer brought out the main event fighters for X6170 division again. Everyone's attention shifted to Lee, the new guy nobody really knew much about. At 1.8 meters and 70, he looked serious and ready, making people wonder what he'd bring to the ring. In the red corner stood the guy everyone was talking about as the next big thing in Korean middleweight boxing. He waited for the announcer to call out his height and weight, looking steady and focused, like he knew this was his moment to prove himself. Both fighters step up to the center of the ring, standing face to face. It's quiet for a second, everyone watching as they size each other up. The match is about to start, and you can tell they're both ready, no turning back now. RMC spots his opponent across the ring and can't help but notice how much the guy's body has changed since the weigh-in. He looks stronger now, more solid, like he's been putting in serious work since they last saw each other. It's clear the match is going to be tougher than RMC expected. He realizes he has to keep his guard up for this fight. Across from him, his opponent gets his attention, making sure he's ready. He steps up to An Lee, making it clear that this fight is going to be his only shot as a pro. The message is pretty obvious. An won't get another chance after this. The hero couldn't help himself. He teased the guy, bringing up what happened yesterday to see if he was still upset. John's face tightened up. The main character had just brushed him off and said he'd only care about the match. That got under John's skin, and he could feel his anger building. He clenched his fists trying to keep it together, but it was clear the comment had really gotten to him. He looked pretty mad, his eyebrows pulled tight, but he still stepped up and tapped gloves with his opponent to kick off the match. The ref checks in with the blue corner, making sure the fighter's good to go. He looks over at the red corner, wanting to know what's going on over there too. He steps up and lets everyone know the fight is about to start, turning all eyes toward the two competitors in the ring. Han watches Lee move around. The way steps is easy and smooth, making it clear he's not nervous at all. He tells to get an ice pack and some Vaseline ready for the fight. All of a sudden, a super loud scream cuts through the gym, catching Hun, the physical trainer, completely off guard. He turns around to check out what's going on and sees something he totally wasn't expecting. For a second, he just stands there, frozen, trying to process what he's looking at. He looks around, trying to figure out what just went down. Right in front of him is lying on the ground, holding his nose, clearly in pain. Right before the knockout rushed straight at, closing the distance between them in a split second. He started yelling, bragging that he could see every move his opponent was about to make. To him, his opponent just didn't seem strong enough. Just as he was about to throw a punch, stepped in fast and landed a clean shot right to his face. He just stood there frozen, not really sure what just happened. As he dropped to the ground, thick red blood started to drip from his nose, almost looking like ketchup. Right after landing the jab, he followed up with a strong straight punch that connected right with his opponent's face. Loses his balance and ends up sitting hard on the ground. He caught the attention of the commentators with his skills. Just 10 seconds after the fight started, the announcers let everyone know that had already been knocked down. Lee was the one who managed to drop him, surprising a lot of people watching. The enemy, flat on the ground, glances up at the main character. His eyes go wide and you can tell he's scared. Even though both of them are supposed to be enemies, in that moment the main character definitely has the upper hand. He pulls his arm back, getting ready to throw another strong punch. His team watches as he struggles to get up, their faces tense. They hope he can pull himself together fast, because staying down now would mean getting hit again. Everyone's on edge, waiting to see what he'll do next. He spots the punch just in time and ducks out of the way, barely missing it. He steps back fast, just missing the swing. He pushes himself up, still a bit rattled from that last blow, and jumps right back into the fight. Some of the guys watching think he might be getting a little too sure of himself. For a second he let his guard down. Now he's trying to pull himself together and not let things get out of hand. crouched down a little, hands up and ready, focusing on what might come next. He shot a cold glare, then suddenly sprinted toward him, moving way faster than anyone expected. He throws another punch, and it connects right in the middle of his opponent's face. Jim gets launched right into the action. 1 second he's steady, the next he's airborne, crashing straight into the middle of things. He almost gets knocked out. He manages to keep standing. RMC spots his chance and goes for it, charging forward without wasting a second. John looked more serious now, standing a bit and keeping his eyes sharp. He seemed ready for whatever might come next, like he wasn't about to let anything catch him off guard. He notices a weak spot on the guy's stomach and throws a hard punch right at it. His opponent gets hit, but he stands his ground. He tightens his core and refuses to go down. Right after that, Wisdom grabbed his enemy's left side, catching him off guard. The guy couldn't hold back and let out a yell, clearly hurting from the move. Clenched his jaw as the hit landed, his face tight with desperation. He yells, his anger boiling over. The guy loses control and starts swinging at the main character like he's trying to land any hit he can. The main character keeps moving just in time, slipping out of the way before any of the attacks connect. He pushes himself off the ground, wipes the dirt from his hands, and swings his fist right at his opponent. The punch connects straight to the other guy's face, making everyone watching go silent for a second. Gets slammed hard and can't do anything to block it. He stumbles back and anger just takes over him. He snaps back to his senses, anger boiling up inside him as he lunges at, ready to throw a punch. The punch comes out of nowhere, so fast that the main guy barely sees it. It slices right by his face, leaving him wide-eyed and caught off guard. He moves quicker, dodging to the side and throwing a punch that lands before he can get hit back. Freezes for a moment, caught off guard by how fast is moving. He can't help but wonder what's going through his mind to make him react like that. He takes the hit and instantly starts to wobble, barely managing to keep himself from going down. He tried to steady himself and get back on his feet, wobbling a bit as he found his balance. Out of nowhere, the guy rushes straight at the main character, moving way faster than anyone expected. He reaches out fast and grabs the protagonist by the waist. The move comes out of nowhere and the protagonist isn't ready for it at all. Only moves fast, grabbing by the head and pushing him back, trying to get control of the fight. They faced off, locking eyes. Tension hung in the air as both of them waited to see who would make the first move. Stands there trying to figure out why he isn't falling. It doesn't make sense to him and he keeps thinking about what's holding him up. The hero pulls himself up, steadying his feet beneath him. With a deep breath, he finds his strength and shoves his enemy away, creating some space between them. Slams his hand against the cage, frustration all over his face. Up in the booth, the commentators watch in disbelief as messes around with someone who's been in the game for years. Nobody saw this coming. It just didn't seem real, and everyone struggled to wrap their heads around what had just happened. Han thinks the fight looks pretty easy. Why is taking control even though the other guy has a lot of experience in the ring? He wonders why every one of his hits keeps landing right on target. Out of nowhere, the main character ducks down and goes straight for his opponent's waist, moving fast and focused. Everyone starts to notice how he handles himself in a fight. He always plays it safe at the beginning, keeping his guard up and waiting for the other guy to make the first move. But once he spots an opening, Hui doesn't hold back. He goes all in, hitting back fast and hard. After dropping down low, the main character winds up and gets ready to throw a seriously strong punch. He gets up fast and throws another solid punch right at his opponent's face. Watches the Fiend, picking up on how its attacks keep changing. He starts to get that the Fiend isn't just fighting, it's trying to mess with the target's head, throwing them off balance. Is messing with his opponents kind of like did before. He keeps his own steady pace and anyone who hasn't watched him fight before just can't figure out how to deal with it. The other guys look confused, not sure how to keep up or what move to make next. He reaches out and clasps his hands behind his neck, holding on tight. He gets ready to launch himself through the air. Everyone's watching as he jumps, and right then he nails the knee right in the middle of the air. The crowd can't believe how clean it looks, and you can almost hear everyone thinking how wild that move was. The hit lands hard, leaving him reeling. His head spins, and for a moment everything blurs as pain shoots through him. The force hit him hard, knocking him off balance. He ended up on his knees, trying to steady himself after the impact. Sits awkwardly, one leg pulled up while the other rests on the floor. He reaches out, aiming to grab, but his strength just isn't there. No matter how much he tries, his arm barely moves and stays out of reach. He knows it's a risky move. If he messes up, getting knocked out would be way too easy. RNC gives his opponent a quick tap on the back, letting him know it's time to prove what he can do with his fists. Right after, he throws an uppercut from below. The ball smacks right in the face. Right then, his mouth guard shot out of his mouth, and a bunch of tomato sauce splattered everywhere from the uppercut. The punch connects right on target. The team couldn't hide their smiles. Everyone felt pumped, heads held high as they celebrated together. It was a good moment, one that made all their hard work feel worth it. Everyone in the crowd just stands there, frozen. Nobody can believe what they just saw. The referee steps in and signals for the match to stop. Is out cold. The ref steps in and calls it. Lee wins by knockout just like that. Everyone was talking about how wild that debut was. Nobody expected it to end with a win in less than a minute. Even the commentators couldn't help but hype it up, calling it the most intense start they'd seen. Everyone watching that fight knew they'd remember the name Lei for a long time. The judges don't hesitate, they call it a perfect win. The crowd goes wild, shouting and clapping as Hawaii walks away with the title. Inside the car on the way out of the arena, the main guy can barely keep his eyes open. He lets out a big yawn, looking like he could fall asleep any second. Can't help but think about how he always ends up dozing off in the car. Just lets him sleep, figuring he earned a break after holding holding his own in the fight. Han looks over and realizes that the loud snoring isn't coming from Wei Li at all. It's actually making all the noise, and everyone starts to notice. Surprised when the match ended in a knockout before he even took a single punch. Could tell the fight went way better than anyone thought it would. The coach hadn't felt like this during an M&A match in ages. Watching from the sidelines, his heart was beating faster than usual. Every move on the field pulled his attention, and he couldn't help but lean in, totally caught up in the action. It was almost like he was seeing something new, something that made him remember why he loved these games in the first place. His teammates remember what happened inside the octagon. Each of them can still picture the tense moments, the way everyone was on edge, watching each other's moves, waiting for that one chance to turn things around. Even now they talk about the rush they felt, the pressure building as the crowd got louder. It's one of those memories that sticks with them, something they share whenever the fight comes up in conversation or someone posts an old clip online. Right after On Lee won, So threw him onto his back and couldn't stop grinning. He was pumped, practically bouncing as he carried his friend around, not even trying to hide how happy he was. The main character stood there with a quiet smile, taking it all in. When the coach started praising his performance, Song Han didn't look happy about it. He seemed kind of awkward, almost like he wanted to disappear or change the subject. The hero walked over to, catching his attention, noticed what had just happened and nodded in approval, giving the hero a quick sign that he did a good job. Honestly didn't mean to embarrass, but just shrugged it off, thinking the kid had put up such a good fight that there really wasn't anything else to say about it. He looked at Lee and just felt impressed, was so good at what he did that nobody even knew what to say. He can't shake off the guilt. As the assistant coach, he just stood there, quiet, not stepping in when he probably should have. Now it's hitting him that maybe he let the guy down. Knew how liked to do things, so before the fight he stepped in and helped him get ready. He showed what to focus on and gave him a push, making sure he was set to take on whatever came next. He gave the main guy some solid advice, making sure he didn't mess up. Watching do his thing, he couldn't help but be impressed and really respected him for it. The coach looked confused, wondering why suddenly brought this up, just shrugged and said he was being straight with him. Notices that keeps his feelings to himself and doesn't really open up. He also doesn't want anyone picking apart what he does. After hearing this, just feels lost, not really sure what to think. Sangak makes Han think back to that day he forgot to shave. He remembers getting teased about it, and the memory still stings a bit. Just wants to stop everyone from messing around, but the coach looks annoyed, probably thinking he's getting interrupted yet again. He reminds that even with all the benefits he's had, he still hasn't bothered to drive yet. Then he tells it's time to finally get behind the wheel and start driving from now on. He remembers the day paid for a fancy dinner with the company card, while the coach sat nearby eating a cheap bowl of ramen. He admits he's never really bought anything to show he cares, and he kind of laughs it off, saying he's probably not the best role model for the younger guys. Hun slides his headphones over his ears, turning up the volume just enough so he can't hear Coach yelling at him from across the room. He thinks about how never seems to take anything he says seriously, almost like every word just gets tossed aside. The next morning, he heads back to the same cafe he's been visiting lately. He walks in and spots two people waving him over. They make some space and gesture for him to join them at their table. The guy with glasses looks at him and starts teasing, acting like he's some famous person showing up out of nowhere. He messes around, pretending they should bring out a red carpet just for him, making the others in the room laugh. But he couldn't help but wonder what was going on when he saw him brawling in a cage, just wearing his underwear. It was definitely not something you see every day, and honestly, anyone walking by would probably do a double take too. He wondered why hadn't mentioned anything earlier since the news had only popped up online. Just explained he hadn't gotten the chance to tell them yet. His friend pointed out that he'd had 3 weeks to speak up. Then another guy chimed in, saying it seemed like they didn't matter to him anymore. They spotted two people sitting in the cafe, quietly talking while sneaking looks at. His old friend started joking around about how he was basically famous now, but just shrugged it off, not really buying into the whole celebrity thing. He starts to realize that people nearby keep looking his way. It's because they remember him from the fight earlier. For 10 years, he played sports without anyone really noticing him. But now, after just a quick 2-minute fight, everyone suddenly started paying attention. The main guy wanted to check in on his friends, so he turned to the one wearing glasses. That friend shrugged and said he was just working these days, not much else going on. Told his friend it was probably time to find a solid job, but his friend wasn't ready for that yet. He wanted to finish college before jumping into work. His other childhood friend brings up how he's been hitting the books lately, trying to land a job as a public servant. His friends didn't see that coming. The guys couldn't help themselves and started poking fun at him, acting like he was always the one who messed up or didn't quite get things. His childhood friend just shrugged, almost like he didn't see much difference between them after all. The three friends just kept cracking up together, talking about random stuff and having a good time. Right then his phone started buzzing in his pocket. He reached for it a little surprised, wondering who could be calling at a time like this. Out of nowhere, his dad's name pops up on his phone screen. He picks up the phone and right away his dad wants to know if he's got anything going on. He tells him he's just chilling with his friends. He let Gui know he'd be home late since he was heading out for drinks. He also wondered if Gui had similar plans that night. Lets his dad know he's not having any drinks tonight. His dad just nods and asks him to sit with his mom at dinner since she's eating by herself. He realized his parents had both stayed up, waiting for him to get home late that night. He was pumped for the fight, but in the back of his mind, he knew he probably should thought about his mom first. The main character had already been thinking about heading home earlier, so when his dad heard that, he looked pretty pleased. Right then, his dad tells him he watched Fight and actually liked it. Hearing that can't help but feel a bit lighter, knowing his dad's proud of what he did. The hero smiles, feeling good about how things turned out. He's grateful to his dad and starts thinking about heading home, looking forward to seeing him there. His friends could tell it was his dad calling. Hugh said sorry and let them know he had to head out. They didn't expect him back this early. Most nights he'd be out late, so everyone's caught off guard wondering what happened. He tells his friends he'll hang out with them some other day. For now, he just wants to be with his mom. He lets his friends know they can hang out whenever, then heads out. His friends get it and aren't bothered. His friends started noticing something off about him. It was like they could tell what was on his mind before he even said anything. The guys always mess around, saying it's like they've known him since forever and everyone knows he sticks close to his mom. The main character walked through the door, grinning as he scrolled through his phone. He got a call from Han letting him know the prize money was already in his account. He got $11,650,000, which was basically the same as winning $8,000 in prize money. He picked up a bonus of $10,001,000 for getting the fight of the night. That was way more than what Elite SC had offered him in their monthly contract. After all those years playing sports and not getting any rewards, he finally made it big. This time he scored $10,000,001 from an M&A deal. He checked his bank account and stared at the number on the screen. He wants to keep things going strong, hoping he can finally pay off what he owes and see his family smile again. Out of nowhere, the hero spots his mom on the sidewalk. She's hanging out by the street vendor, smiling and talking like she's catching up with an old friend. From pretty far away, he can still spot her. No matter how far she is, her good looks stand out right away. Hugh always figured his dad was right about his mom being popular back in school. He could totally see it. Right then, he thinks back to the argument they had earlier. Watching her walk away toward home, he just feels down. He takes off, chasing after her. He comes up behind her and wraps his arms around her shoulders. She jumps a bit, caught off guard. She grumbled about being startled, thinking he could have just greeted her instead of sneaking up. He realizes he messed up and feels a bit awkward, so he quickly says sorry. He can't help but wonder why she chose to shop here when there's a market way closer to where they live. She thinks the stuff there is better and costs less, but isn't having it. He points out it's a 10-minute walk, and honestly, he doesn't see the point in going that far when there are closer options. Thinks it's weird that she went through all that trouble just to save some cash. He realizes that none of this would be going on if he hadn't spent all those years pushing himself in sports. He tries to push those thoughts out of his head, wanting to move on from what happened before. Right now, all he wants is to make things right and do whatever he can for his mom. He got home earlier than usual, and his mom noticed right away. She asked him why he was back so soon if he'd been out with his friends. He just shrugged and told her he had to leave because something happened. Decided to ask his mom if she wanted to eat out for dinner. He thought it would be nice, maybe a good change from the usual, but his mom wasn't into it. She didn't think going out was a good plan this time. The MC tells her to just drop off the groceries at home because he's got dinner covered. She's not really buying that he's actually paying for it. The guy promised to show her the cash after he saved up a little more. He flashed a small smile and wondered where she wanted to go for food. They head out together, choosing to grab some sushi and tuna. The next day, X1 building stood tall in. Inside, things were already starting to happen. The scene takes place in the CEO's office. His assistant stands by the door, looking like he's ready to help if needed. The CEO sat back and watched as Lee went up against. He studies the fight closely, not missing a single move. The crowd couldn't help but watch closely whenever Lee threw those strong punches. Each time, people felt the impact, almost like they could feel it themselves. He watches as he lands both punches, remembering exactly how his fists connected one after the other. The hit landed right on his face, knee connecting hard. He watches as the main guy lands the winning hit, knocking out his rival. A big smile spreads across his face, pure happiness lighting him up. The assistant switched on the lights and wanted to know what the CEO thought about the fight, especially how Hui did. The CDO of X1 couldn't hide his surprise when he saw what the hero could do. He hadn't expected someone so young to pull off something like that, and for a moment he just watched, kind of impressed. He recognizes the guy actually knows how to fight. He wondered if this guy was actually new around here. His assistant explained that if he'd never seen him in action before, it was probably because the guy had just started showing up. The CEO wanted to know more, so his assistant explained that the guy was part of the ATT and CK team and worked with Coach. Everyone still remembers how embarrassed the CEO of Elite SC in front of everyone. The damage to the CEO's reputation was so bad, there's just no way he's ever bouncing back from it. Yangon was definitely having a rough time because of what happened. Even his aide could tell things weren't looking good for him. The CEO looked frustrated, mentioning how someone betrayed them and wondering if the new kid would cause trouble. The guy with glasses thought it wouldn't be an issue. He was there because he wanted to learn from and not because he was after a paycheck. After the CEO finally notices his loyalty, he feels a quiet sense of pride. It's like all those late nights and extra hours are finally paying off. He doesn't make a big deal about it, but deep down, he's glad someone important actually saw his effort. He's 22 now and already finished his military service, which is pretty solid for his age. He also mentions that got paid a lot of money. The CEO sat back and started crunching the numbers. After looking over the sales, it hit him. He just made $3 million in a single day. He signals to his assistant to let the guy in and says they need to make a solid offer. He doesn't want anyone else coming in and snatching him up first. After the year-end holidays, his assistant plans to get Lee involved. He already knows who he wants to go up against. He says goodbye to the CEO of X1 and heads out, since he's got another meeting lined up. He lets the old man know he's going to use the company card. The boss just reminds him to take it easy and watch out. Most of the guys at school knew the CEO was into fighting, but it had been ages since anyone had seen him this hyped up. He starts to think about Lee and just how good he could actually get. The CDO of X1 stands off to the side, watching as the main guys go at it once more. He keeps his eyes on them, studying how they move and react, not missing a single detail. Even though he doesn't say anything, it's clear he's paying close attention to what's happening between the two. He couldn't take his eyes off the way the guy moved. Every move was smooth and confident, and it was hard not to get pulled in just watching him work. Yang, who runs the M&A group called X1, keeps giving Lee a lot of compliments. The next day, the main character heads out and walks down the street. He steps outside, noticing how nice the weather is. Something about the day feels different, like something good might be coming his way. He was walking a few steps behind a girl when something about her hair caught his eye. It looked familiar, and that's when he realized he knew who she was just from seeing her from the back. He spots the girl and greets her right away. Turns out it's the protagonist gets stared down with an icy glare. He gets pretty irritated by the little girl's attitude. He tries to talk to her, hoping things might go smoother, but she just acts rude and brushes him off. He notices the book she's holding and without really thinking, just takes it right out of her hand. The MC grabs the book and right away, he thinks it looks just like a magazine. He realizes it's just an old book, not anything high-tech or secret. Min mentions it's about philosophy, which throws him off a bit. He wonders what's so interesting about the book she's holding and tries to figure out if she even understands what she's reading. She just brushes him off, making it clear he wouldn't really understand anyway. Once she had her book back, the girl explained that it was about how people get along with each other and how they see life. The main guy freezes for a second, his eyes wide as he tries to figure out what just happened. Min stares him down, making it clear she's not messing around and isn't going to let him look at her like that without saying something. Poison Lee noticed something off about her today. He watched her acting differently than usual and it bothered him. He couldn't figure out what was up, but he just wanted her to knock it off and get back to normal. Min sat with her book open, totally locked in. Even with everything going on around her, she didn't seem distracted at all. She turned each page slowly, making sure she caught every detail. You could tell she was serious about whatever she was reading. The guys still aren't used to how she reads all these smart books. It kind of throws them off every time they see her flipping through pages totally focused. Most of them just scroll on their phones or play games, so watching her dive into something so serious just feels strange. They keep glancing over, half expecting her to switch to something more chill, but she never does. Siam Han shows up and checks in on Lee, wanting to know how he's holding up. He told he was alright, just going about his day. Looked like he had something important on his mind, ready to share whatever was bothering him. He asks him to stop by the office so he can tell him the news in person. The group heads over to the company's main building. Once they're inside, gives them a stack of papers to look over. As he reads through the messages, it hits him there's a contract from X1 and lets him know that the CEO actually wants to sign him for real. The hero didn't see this coming so soon. He thought he had way more time before this happened, so when it hit him, he just froze, wide-eyed and caught off guard. Thinks he earned it. He won his first match without getting hit even once, and now everyone's looking his way. The coach calls win pure luck, leaving stuck, unsure if he should feel proud or kind of embarrassed. He couldn't stop thinking about it. Sure, he won, but the only reason was because wasn't ready for it. The whole thing bothered him, and he kept wondering what really went wrong. The main guy realized the enemy wasn't even trying that hard. If the other dude had just kept his cool, he probably would taken the win. It was clear to him that he wasn't being seen as a real threat. He signs the contract, not wanting to let the chance slip by, and listens as starts breaking things down for him. He signed a contract that lasts 3 years and covers 3 fights. Even if he doesn't end up doing all 3 matches, the deal ends after those 3 years are up. White wondered what would happen if he finished all 3 fights in just 1 year. He started thinking about what he'd do with the other 2 years left over. Told him there was another contract involved. This new one would let fighters move between different organizations, so it wasn't as strict as before. It sounded like there'd be more chances to fight in different places. He's allowed to join other fight leagues and can even try out for X1's Extreme Combat in Singapore if he wants. Most of the time, fighters need an agency to set that up, but with this contract, he doesn't have to go through anyone else. The thing is, X1 takes care of the main costs, but the fighter still has to cover everything for their training camp themselves. The main guy started to get suspicious. Everything seemed way too perfect, and he couldn't help but think there had to be something hidden behind it all. Explains there's no real secret to it. In MMA, the prize money usually starts out low, and once it goes up, it doesn't really go back down. Because of that, most MMA organizations care more about giving fighters extra perks instead of handing out big cash prizes. At the end of the day, X1 wants their fighters to level up, but they're also in it to make a lot of money with just cents. The contract has a special rule. If he decides to join the SFC, everything ends right away. The SFC has a rule that says you can't pass contracts to someone else, but they make it pretty simple to end a contract if you want. Because of this, more people are open to signing with them. Lee thought it was weird to be talking about the SFC already, especially since he'd just started out. Most guys in his spot wouldn't even think about stuff like that yet, but here he was, trying to wrap his head around it before most people even knew his name. ASRC stands as the top MMA stage worldwide. Other organizations have leveled up over time, but none of them can really compete with what ASRC brings. Pretty much everyone knows about the SSC, even if they don't know much else. You could ask random people and they'd still recognize it. That's just how well known it is. Siamhen just shrugs it off, reminding everyone that they don't even know the guy's name yet, so there's no reason to get too excited. He brings up how fighters have to pay for injury insurance, but points out that a clinic is actually covering the cost. If he shows up to the weigh-in and doesn't make the right weight, he stands to lose all the money he could have earned from the fight. It's on him to keep his weight in check and nobody else. Once they finished sorting out all the little stuff, it was finally time for the main event, talking about the prize money. This was what everyone had been waiting for, and you could tell things were about to get a lot more interesting. Looks at the numbers in front of him. The starting cash is over $1 million, 1001000 to be exact. He knows if he can pull off 3 wins, the prize money jumps up fast. First it goes to 3 million, and then if he keeps going it hits 5 million. The stakes are serious and can't help but think about what he could do with that kind of money. It's a lot to take in, but for now all he can focus on is getting through those fights. RMC notices something strange. This time the numbers aren't going up as fast as before. The debit fighter using the X1 card picks up $1 million, and then later gets $2 million on the main card. For someone just starting out, reaching that kind of money would take in 8 wins, and even then the progress would felt pretty slow. There are some ways they could make more money, but they'd rather not get into arguments with other groups about cash. Brought up the cash bonus that comes with winning fight of the night, but was already well aware of it. After that, the guy checks if Lee has any questions, but just nods, letting him know he's got it all down. Han grabbed the stack of papers and made sure the kid understood how important it was to go through everything before signing. He realizes things are about to get tougher. Now that people know about him, his rivals will come ready. They'll study his moves, watch his old games, and show up with their own plans. It won't be simple anymore. Knows there's still a ton left to do if he wants more choices. He's got to put in the work and figure things out to open up new paths for himself. Long Lee listens to everything that's been said. He picks up the pen, signs his name, and just like that, he's now officially part of X1. Once he finished signing the papers, he leaned back in his chair. The reality of what he'd just done started to sink in and his mind was racing. He glanced around the room, noticing how quiet everything felt now, like everyone was waiting to see what would happen next. His hands were still a little shaky, but he tried to play it cool, acting like this was just another ordinary day. Deep down, though, he knew things were about to change. Han hands a gift to the main character. He sets a paper down on the table. On it, the date of his next fight pops out, December 31st. The sheet also lists the name of the guy he'll be facing next. Out of nowhere, a group of guys in suits started chasing after another man, who was also dressed up in a suit. He blocks the hit from the guy coming at him. He gripped a metal crowbar in his hand. He throws a punch and lands it right on one of the guy's faces. The blonde guy hit the floor hard, barely catching his breath when another attacker stepped up. This one clutched a metal rod, tightening his grip, ready to swing. He leaps over the guy's back and lands a solid kick to his face. The weapon goes flying across the room, way out of reach. The other gang members see their friend take a hit and start to back off a little, not so sure if they want to jump in now. The guys rush straight at the man, weapons out and ready. Their faces are tense and you can tell they're angry, probably more than a little fed up. They don't hold back, moving fast and making a lot of noise as they close in on him. One guy steps forward and goes for an attack, while the rest stay back and watch. The guy in the suit moves fast, dodging the punch and sending the attacker stumbling back with a quick kick. He spots another gang member rushing straight at him. Without hesitation, he throws a quick kick and catches the guy right in the face. The attacker stumbles back, clearly not expecting that move. The bald guy took the first kick and instantly locked up. Pain shot through him, and for a second he just stood there, not moving, totally caught off guard. He takes another hit and drops to the ground. The guy in the suit takes out the bald dude, then spots another person lurking behind him. He wonders if that's the last guy left from the gang. The guy notices the blue-haired man just standing there, not reacting at all. Without wasting any time, he charges straight at him. He slips out of the way just as the enemy swings, barely missing him. Without wasting a second, he lines up his next move and goes for it, sharp and focused. He gets kicked right in the chest. His enemy lets out a rough groan, clearly hurting. He falls to his knees, knocked down hard by the hit. While all the others were down for the count, the guy in the suit stayed standing. He looked calm, barely even breaking a sweat after beating everyone. Everyone was glaring at him, their faces tight with anger. Right then, someone called out from behind the cameras. Turns out everything that just happened was part of a movie scene. The film director gave Sang a nod, looking pretty satisfied with how the scene turned out. Sang nodded back in appreciation, both of them clearly happy things went well. One of the crew noticed the blue-haired actor after the scene and checked if he was alright. The guy had just pulled a risky move during filming, and it had everyone watching him closely, wondering if he'd really be okay. Most people think it's best to get everything done at once and then chill out, but he knows he's been pushing himself too hard. Kept his head down, not wanting to mess up. He knew he only landed this job because of that guy, so he made sure to stay out of trouble and just do what he was told. The guy nodded, trying to look confident. His friend promised to look out for him once he made it big. Hearing that made him feel a bit better, and he gave his friend a grateful look. Stops what he's doing when his phone buzzes. He picks up and lets the caller know he's still hanging out at the studio. He perks up out of nowhere looking more energetic. The next day, he's already planning to show up, acting like he's totally ready for whatever's coming. Shared some big news, he just landed his first spot on the main card. It was the kind of update that made his friends stop scrolling and pay attention. His name was finally out there and the chance he'd been waiting for was right in front of him. His friend wanted to know when the fight was happening, so the boy told him it was set for December 31st. After that, steps into the ring and goes all out against his opponent. He doesn't hold back, pushing himself to keep up and land his hits. Every move shows how much effort he's putting in, sweat running down his face as he tries to keep his edge. The crowd watches, caught up in the intensity. He slips out of the way just as a punch comes at him, moving fast to avoid getting hit. He steps in fast and lands a solid kick right to his opponent's stomach. He throws a punch straight at his opponent's face and drops him without breaking a sweat. The referee leaned over to check on the guy lying on the mat. After a quick look, he turned to the crowd and let everyone know that it was the winner. It was a knockout. Looked over at, kind of nudging him for his thoughts. Started thinking about Ho and realized the guy was actually pretty solid in a fight. Had already been in 4 amateur fights and 2 pro matches. He was also a world karate champion, so everyone knew he was serious about what he did. He lets know that fighters like this are no joke. They don't tire out easily and use their energy to keep pushing forward, wearing down anyone who faces them. Endurance works kind of like a battery for people. Once it's drained, it doesn't matter how much someone wants to keep going, they just can't move. Even guys who trained for years in the ring can still get caught off guard and lose before they even know what hit them. Han looks at the situation and lays out 3 ways could actually beat. The clinch popped into his mind as an option, but he knew he wasn't any good at it. Then he remembered that Kawai struggled with it too. Honestly, neither of them had the skills for that kind of move, so they quickly decided to drop the idea and look for something else. The second plan was just to outlast Hosea, but honestly, Wei didn't have the size or strength for that. Xiaoling noticed this right away and wanted to know what the next idea might be. Hui looks at the target and decides he's just going to take it out, no hesitation. Nods, realizing that Wei Li actually got it right. Out of all the choices, the third one really is the answer. He thinks just has to keep attacking the enemy, not letting up, until the other guy can't block anymore. Doubts he's good enough to pull it off. Just points out that this is exactly the kind of situation where martial arts matter. Hugh wanted to know which martial arts style it was. Tells everyone that he does Thai. Everyone knows Thai hits hard and the knee and elbow moves really show that off. Used right, those strikes could break through his guard without much trouble. They realize it's time to get started with training. The main guy looks around, wondering who's actually supposed to show him the ropes. Hun had already taken care of everything. He makes up his mind to bring in the team's only Thai specialist. Just then, a guy with a loud style walked in. Everyone noticed him right away as he made his entrance and went straight over to Hui to say who he was. The hero just stands there not saying anything. Things start to get weirdly quiet and everyone around can feel how awkward it's got. He thinks he's totally messed up. The Thai coach looked over at him, not really convinced that showing him the elbow and knee moves was the right call. Most official martial arts matches don't allow elbow or knee strikes, so you won't see those moves much in real competitions. He always figured that deep down, moves like these aren't really that different from throwing a punch or kick. He figured it was time for Li to pick up the plum move and was curious. He wanted to know what the plum was all about. The specialist explains that this move is called the Thai clinch. It's a technique that makes it way easier to land elbows and knees during a fight, giving fighters more control up close. A lot of fighters have ended up losing matches just because they didn't know how to block attacks from the plum position. Take Anderson, for instance. He actually grabbed the middleweight title after landing a knee strike from that exact spot. He figures it's best if learns the basics first, so he wants to get the hang of grabbing an opponent before moving on. He reached out with his left hand and grabbed the other guy's neck. At the same time, the other guy did it right back, both of them locking eyes, ready to see who would move first. He reached out with his right arm and pushed down on the other guy's bicep, making sure to keep his elbow locked straight. With his arm bent at a right angle, he could still drive his elbow into the enemy if he needed to. He keeps his fingers loose, ready to react fast. Whoever makes the first move gets the upper hand. Here's how that advantage plays out. The Muay Thai expert grabs the main character by the head and slams him to the ground. Tells him to chill out for a bit. The coach looks a little lost, not really sure what to do next. Tells him to take his arm away. The coach pretends he's about to throw a knee just to mess with him, then points out that trying to block or guard would just get him hit anyway. The MC wants to step back, but if he does, there's a real chance he'll end up on one knee. That's not an option. He knows he can't let his head be an easy target, and he can't afford to give Miss any opening for her next attack. The coach kept his hand on his head, messing with him a little, waiting to see if would do anything back. At the start of the fight, breaking free seems possible while there's still energy left, but once tiredness takes over, getting pulled down is honestly pretty scary. Wondered what he was supposed to do if he got caught, so he looked over at the coach for help. The specialist didn't say much, just got up and showed him exactly how it's done. Watched closely, hoping he'd pick up on the moves. Right then, Wisdom Lee reaches out and grabs the coach, one hand on his neck and the other gripping his arm. The specialist suddenly raises his voice, making the main guy jump back. Instinctively, he lets go, caught off guard by how intense things just got. Stays serious and lets the guy know he should focus on his job, teaching Thai instead of goofing off. The Thai coach, eager to make up for his earlier mistake, steps up and gets ready for another round. He's determined to prove himself, focusing hard as he prepares to show everyone the right way to do it. You can tell he's not giving up and wants to set things straight. Gets a reminder to fix his posture. He needs to keep his neck and waist straight, making sure he's set before his opponent can lock in their arms and get the upper hand. When he stands next to someone his own height, his elbow lines up straight with his shoulder. With a tight hold like that, the other guy wouldn't be able to keep his balance. All he had to do next was turn his body and put his shoulder into it, and he'd be out of there in no time. When the other guy puts his biceps into it, Wei just can't hold out with only his neck. He ends up taking a knee to the body. The coach starts showing Hui how to break out of the plum hold. He motions for Hui to pull his own neck down, guiding him step by step through the move. Whenever he got stuck in this hold, he knew he had to slip his arms between the other guy's arms. Once the clinch locks in, there's barely any room left between the fighters. The other guy holds tight, making sure he can't slip past or break free. He motions for to shift his body, moving his shoulder and tight against the other guy's chest. By doing this, the other guy wouldn't be able to block him, so the main character could get some room to make a run for it. Right then, he knew he had to move fast and get his arm under the other guy's guard. He figured out how the spaces worked and used that to sneak out through all the right spots. He locked up with his opponent, working from the inside to push his way out of the clinch. The main character watched the coach, surprised by how skilled and chill he was. He hadn't thought the coach would be this good, and it kind of changed the way he saw him. At first, he expected the coach to be pretty bad, but after seeing the specialist in action, he was actually impressed. Gui's coach points out that he's already got a strong background in, so learning the clinch shouldn't take him long. With some focused training, Gui is expected to pick it up pretty quickly. The guy decides he's really going to give it his all. The coach lets everyone know practice is over, so he grabs his stuff and heads out, already thinking about what he can do better next time. Just then, coach walks in. The Muay Thai specialist steps back, letting everyone know he's finished what he needed to do. The coach stood there, muscles obvious even through his tight clothes. Everything he wore looked like it was about to rip, showing just how much time he spent at the gym. He looked over at his friends, noticing how their faces softened with friendly smiles. Jumps a little when he spots someone nearby. He wasn't expecting anyone to show up, so seeing the guy there throws him off. His heart races as he tries to figure out why this person is standing in front of him. It turns out Tao is about to start working on getting stronger. He's set to focus on training his body, ready to push himself and see what he's really capable of. The main character really isn't pleased to see there. He looks around thinking they could have picked anyone else for this, but now he's stuck dealing with. It's obvious he's annoyed and not hiding it at all. Caught what Wei Li said and stepped up, resting his hand on Wei Li's shoulder as he faced him. He looks over at Li, noticing how much the guy's build reminds him of a gorilla. Wanting to know more, he wonders what kind of person really is. The coach was busy, but Wei still thought he should have made time to visit him. Honestly, Wei looked up to the coach. He was one of his favorite people. It's kind of funny, but the coach actually feels pretty good knowing Hui thinks well of him. With a grin, he gestures for Hui to help him over to the training area, clearly enjoying the moment. The main character didn't want to pick up Yang, who was heavy, like seriously 100 kilos heavy. Even though he wasn't having it, the coach kept pushing back and wouldn't let it go. At the end of it all, the hero ended up with coach riding piggyback. His coach, standing nearby, kept pushing him to keep going, reminding him that working hard now would pay off later. Tao looked over at the Thai guy, noticing how fit he was. He thought it made sense for him to jump in and try the circuit with everyone else. It seemed like Tao figured the guy could handle it since he was already in good shape. The specialist spots a chance to slip out and makes a quick move to leave. He uses the excuse that he needs to train with, even though it's already caught up with. He always finds some reason to skip the strength training part. The coach tries to stop him, but nothing works, so the coach ends up following him. He turned and took off, not looking back, and Yin both rushed at the Thai coach, trying to grab hold of him before he could get away. As soon as the two guys grab him and start dragging him toward the physical training circuit, he totally loses it and starts yelling. The whole squad can hear him freaking out as they haul him along, but it's not like he can do anything about it. Everyone else just watches, kind of amused but glad it's not their turn. After a while, Li is back at it, working on his clinch moves with the Thai coach. The coach moves in, aiming to land his strike. The hero steps up and blocks the attack without breaking a sweat. He handles it like he's done this 1,000 times before, moving fast and steady, barely even looking stressed. The specialist crouches down, getting closer to the ground. He starts swinging, launching attack after attack. Hui stays sharp, moving fast to dodge and block everyone. The coach goes in, swinging again, aiming to land more hits on the main guy. But this time the main guy doesn't just stand there. He starts fighting back, throwing punches of his own. He spots a chance and quickly grabs his coach by the neck. The specialist wasn't expecting that move at all. While they were locked together, he saw an opening and tried to drive his knee into the coach. He moves just in time, barely missing the hit. The hero doesn't slow down. He grabs the coach, hooking his arm around the coach's neck and pulls him in close. He finally gets in close and drives his knee into the man's side. The guy winces, clearly hurting from the blow. While both of them stayed locked together, the Thai coach rested his hand on the main guy's chest. He shoves the other guy off and finally gets out of his grip. Both guys take a step back, catching their breath while the coach calls it for now. The coach notices how quickly the boy picks things up. He thinks the session went really well and the boy did an impressive job. He lets know it's best to chill for a bit before meeting up with coach again. The hero couldn't help but smile. Having John as his Thai coach was pretty awesome. He looked up to John, so getting to learn from him made training a lot more exciting. He realized there's no way he could have figured all this out by himself. Now he could actually tell he was stronger and could last longer, way more than before. People always said you couldn't be strong and have good stamina at the same time, but somehow he was getting better at both. He could tell he'd leveled up again just like he thought he would. Ta's training really worked for him and it was actually paying off. He's honestly relieved that all the brutal training with Gorilla Tay is finally starting to work out for him. Out of nowhere, he realizes Min has slipped in and sat down beside him, barely making a sound. He checks to see if she's alright, but Min gets all defensive and practically tells him to back off. He doesn't just let it go, though. He reminds her that she was the one who decided to sit next to him in the first place. The main character sees how has changed her eating habits lately. She's been working hard to drop some weight, skipping out on salty foods and all her favorite snacks. No more fried chicken or pizza nights for her, and she's completely cut out instant meals. These days, if she wants a snack, she just grabs a few nuts or maybe some tiny pieces of chocolate. On top of everything, she's been chugging more than 2 liters of water every day just because of the fight. Since she's not that big, trying to handle all that water is actually pretty tough on her. She's starting to get tired from eating less and all the training. She also keeps running to the bathroom, probably because she's drinking so much water. Right then gives Min a quick smile. He lets her know there are just 10 days left and encourages her to stay strong until then. Isn't looking for anyone to feel sorry for him. Hui points out that he's the only one around her age, but she just brushes him off, not really interested in what he's saying. The hero watches her with an eyebrow raised, clearly not impressed by her attitude. He thinks to himself that calling her Sunny would be a stretch considering how she's acting. Her vibe is anything but cheerful, and he can't help but notice how different she is from what he expected. His coach let her know that her break was done and reminded her to grab some water. The girl stands up, looking a little down, and heads over to grab a bottle of water. Watching her, the main character can't help but feel sorry for her. He figures she must be having a pretty rough time right now. The coach spots him and calls out, getting his attention. Wei's coach lets him know that break time is done. Wei realizes he's not really crushing it out there either, just like her. Yin grinned, looking like he was about to mess with someone, then caught himself and switched gears, saying it was training time instead. When he turns around, the main character spots the words on his shirt. It says he's about to get wiped out. Tay starts to wonder why things are taking forever, while the main guy just stands there, frozen, staring at the words printed on the shirt. It's like his brain is still trying to catch up with what he's seeing. He laughs it off, thinking maybe he should just write a will, just in case something actually goes down and he doesn't make it. After his match, the team kept going strong and picked up 5 more wins. 3 of those victories were pretty close and ended up being decided by the judges. Went through a rough match but managed to pull off a win in the 3rd round by making her opponent tap out. After that victory, everyone started noticing her, and she quickly became one of the top names in her division. John was running low on energy and just couldn't keep up anymore. He took a punch right to the chin and that was it. He was out cold, losing the match once again. Got ticked off it but ended up laughing anyway. He kind of took it like a compliment, even though he almost laughed so hard he could have lost a tooth. The official weigh-in day finally showed up, and everyone could see the X1 headquarters sitting right in the middle of Seoul. The MC grumbles about how the diet is wearing him out. The coach just gives him a look and tells him to cut it out. He sees that this time the weigh-in isn't as crowded, just 2 photographers are there. It actually feels less stressful for him and he finds it easier to chill out. Next up, the announcer calls out the name of Wei-in's next fighter, Wei Li. Everyone in the crowd turns their attention to the stage, waiting to see what he's got. The atmosphere gets a little more intense as people size him up, curious about how he'll do. And waits nearby, ready to grab the clothes as they come off. He holds onto them while the other guy steps onto the scale, making sure nothing gets in the way. Steps onto the scale, watching the numbers settle. He lands right at 70 kilograms, just as planned. It's another successful weigh-in, and he lets out a quiet breath knowing he's on track. The announcer called out the next name, and now it was turn to step up for the weigh-in. The hero hasn't spotted yet, so he has no idea where the guy is. Just then, the blue-haired boy showed up, letting everyone know he'd just come from the bathroom. Barely recognized him at first. He looked way skinnier than before, and it seemed like he'd been throwing up, probably from trying to cut weight too fast. After a quick back and forth, steps onto the scale and sees the number stop right at 70. He nods, knowing he made weight just like he needed to. The weigh-in wrapped up and everyone started to settle down. In about 10 minutes, there'd be a presentation that would break down the match between the 2 fighters. People checked their phones or talked in small groups, waiting for what was next. Lee turns to his coach and gestures for some water, looking a bit tired after all that action. The coach ends up saying he left it in the car, which annoys both and Tat. Bozoju steps forward, trying to keep things cool and respectful as he lets everyone know he wants to join in. Someone passes our hero a water bottle. He feels bad about what happened before and admits he's been having a tough time losing weight lately, mostly because work's been getting in the way. Hui wanted to know more, so the guy told him he works as an extra in movies, usually the kind where they need someone strong. It's why acts the way he does. He knows S just trying to get by. Still brushes it off like he's not looking for sympathy and doesn't want to hear reasons for what he does. He heads out pretty quickly, not wanting to get close to the guy he'll be going up against the next day. Wei notices that this guy is way more polite than the last fighter he faced in. Still, he knows better than to relax. He keeps his guard up just in case. Was definitely the stronger one in the ring, no question about it. The main character knew what he was up against, but he had his own plan. He was going in with one goal, to take down his opponent, no holding back. The day of the match finally came. The main guy sits at the table, pushing a forkful of veggies into his mouth. His face says it all, he's clearly not enjoying it, eyebrows scrunched up like he's being forced to do something he really doesn't want to. Right now he's seriously annoyed and can't stop thinking about fried chicken. In this rough moment, that's all he wants. Pokes at his food, clearly not finished with work yet. He points out that she's still on the clock since she's about to help get ready for his upcoming match. Wei could tell this fight was a big deal. Min explained what was really at stake. If didn't step up, Ta was ready to take him out of the game. The girl tries the gross vegetable first and acts like it's really not a big deal, sees this and pushes Min to finish the rest. Even though the food isn't great, the MC's already thinking ahead. He knows there's going to be a big feast waiting for him after the fight, so he pushes through, keeping his eyes on the prize. Drops some candy on the table and let him know it was for him to eat about an hour before the match. He started moving around more, getting his blood pumping and building up his stamina for the fight ahead. The main guy wonders why he's being so nice, but Min just shrugs it off, saying they're only getting whatever's left over. Can tell she regrets how she acted toward him before. Min got irritated and raised her voice at him. She pointed out that the sweets he was asking about weren't anything special, just some leftovers she'd come across. He wanted her to be real with him and just admit those snacks were for him. Didn't even bother with words, she just grabbed a veggie and chucked it right at his face. Heads off knowing she has to help Han with his fight, just watches her go, giving a quick goodbye as she leaves. But right before she heads out, the main guy thinks about how she gave him those sweets and feels grateful. He appreciates the gesture, knowing she didn't have to do anything for him. It puts a small smile on his face as he remembers the moment. Gets quiet when people say nice things to him. He never really knows what to do in those moments, so he just looks away or fidgets with his hands, hoping the attention will pass. He turns his back, kind of annoyed that this wasn't mentioned sooner. She finally tells him to stop messing around and focus on winning his fight against. Wei Li bumped fists with his friend, totally confident he had this in the bag. Losing wasn't even on his mind. The X1 team stands on the sidelines, eyes locked on the action in front of them. They're all focused, barely blinking as the fight unfolds. Some of them clench their fists or shift their weight, caught up in the tension. Even the ones who usually mess around stay quiet, not wanting to miss a single move. Before he even steps up, he watches someone else land another solid knockout. He can't help but be impressed. It's clear there's some real skill on display. Dong noticed snacking and wondered what he was eating. Showed him the treats Min had given him earlier. While he eats, he can't help but think that the chocolate tastes way more bitter than anything he's tried before. He tosses a towel over his face, lying back and thinking through every move he'll need for the fight. Taiyang watches, not really sure what's going on. One of the guys on his team watches him closely, trying to figure out if he's just pretending or if he actually believes he's got this in the bag. Before his first fight, he used to act the same way too sure of himself. Seeing that kind of overconfidence now makes him uneasy. Tries to help him stay relaxed so he'll be ready when it's time to fight. Tae, on the other hand, always gets annoyed if he ever sees him dozing off. Mentioned to the group that he'd been chatting with his friends about the fight. Tae, on the other hand, just shrugged it off and said he'd been dreaming. Hun gets a weird vibe like something's off. Not long after, someone lets everyone know the fight is about to start. The main event kicks off and everyone's attention locks onto the blue corner where the hero steps into the spotlight. The crowd can't help but get hyped, buzzing with energy as soon as he shows up. Everyone still remembers how did in his last fight, so they're all expecting him to bring the same energy this time around. They check out how he's doing after his recovery, noticing he's in pretty good shape. They also point out that this is a fight happening on New Year's Eve. Everyone knew X1 was counting on him, and this fight was his shot to prove he could live up to what they believe. Reminded the main guy to wait for the right time before jumping in, since his spot was more on the outside. Listens and gets what is saying, letting the advice sink in. He steps into the ring, looking sure of himself. Not long after, steps out and heads over to the red corner. Everyone could tell right away that the Carrot Fighter was bulkier than Hawaii. The size gap stood out, especially since Carrot Fighter had 6 extra kilos on him. Hawaii looked a bit undersized next to his opponent, and it was obvious the matchup wasn't exactly even. Right then, the commentators start talking about stepping into the cage. Both of them stand face to face, waiting as the referee goes over the rules. Notices that stands taller and has a bigger frame than most guys. He looks like someone who could handle himself in a fight, scrappy and tough, not the type you want to mess with. The referee looked at both fighters, checking if they were set to start. Both guys nodded, their eyes locked on each other, ready to go. The tension in the air was obvious, and everyone could tell things were about to get intense. As soon as they both nod, the match kicks off. Right away, they charge straight at each other, not wasting a second. Steps in fast, throwing a few quick punches. Reacts right away, keeping his arms up and shifting around to block the hits and keep himself safe. The hero goes for a body kick, aiming fast and strong but reacts quickly. He lifts his leg just in time and uses his arm to guard the spot, stopping the kick before it can do any damage. Right then spots a chance. He doesn't waste a second, he aims for the weak spot and lands a solid punch, putting all his strength into it. Quickly steps to the side, just barely getting out of the way. He steps in fast and throws a couple of sharp punches, landing them right on target. His opponent barely has time to react as the hits connect. Looks down at his hand, his face calm but kind of intense. He doesn't show much emotion, just keeps that steady, almost scary look as he checks out his hand. Notices that he isn't tired at all. Han called out from the sidelines, trying to get the hero to stay sharp in the fight. He wanted him to keep moving, not get too close, and keep landing punches whenever he saw an opening. Out of nowhere, leaned into his swing, putting his whole weight behind his punch. The blow slams into the main guy's guard, and even though he manages to block it, the force knocks him off his feet and sends him flying back. His opponent doesn't wait around and goes straight for another punch, aiming to break through his defense. Sees getting right up in Hui's space, pushing forward and not letting Hui move around at all. Lee can't avoid the attack, so he brings up his arms to block it. He kept dodging, making sure not to get hit in the head, since that could get really bad. At that point he hangs back, not wanting to get too close. Pulls his fist back, getting ready to throw a strong punch right at him. Right when his opponent goes for an uppercut, the hero slams a powerful kick straight into his torso. He nails with a solid tie push kick, sending him stumbling back across the floor. But his opponent gets back up fast. He takes that boost and goes right into throwing more punches. But then made a risky move. The whole team just stands there not really sure how to react. Ta watches him and can't help but think he's just showing off. Right then just lets his arms fall and stops trying to defend himself. The main character lets his shoulders loosen up and lowers his guard. Standing right in the center of the ring, he starts bouncing lightly on his feet, getting himself ready. He drops his guard and casually begins to stretch right in front of, acting like it's no big deal. The commentators point out that he's getting way too comfortable this close, since could take advantage of that at any second. His opponent glances over, kind of confused about what's going on, but he doesn't let it throw him off. He just locks in, sticks to his plan, and keeps moving like he practiced. He winds up ready to swing at, but something stops him before he even gets the chance. He gets clipped right in the face, fast and clean. Had no idea the punch was on its way. Before he could react, Hawaii was already moving in with another fast hit. He sees the guy already swinging again. He connects with a solid punch, hitting straight in the face. He resets his stance, getting ready. As the other guy gears up for a kick, he twists his body fast, staying sharp and focused. He pretends like he's about to go for a low kick, hoping to trick his opponent. He quickly changes which foot he's using. Spots that the guy is about to launch a kick right in the middle of the move. The main character steps forward and presses his left foot down, steadying himself. Stood at the base, totally lost about what would happen next. Confusion was written all over his face, and he couldn't even guess what was coming. Once again, Wizardly pulls off his move. He throws his opponent off even more, making the other guy tighten up his defense, clearly nervous. Hosea watched as the guy shifted his feet, getting ready for what was coming. He braced himself, muscles tensing, knowing the kick was about to land. The main guy leans his back against the octagon cage, taking a quick breath as he tries to figure out his next move. The commentators notice that has ended up right where wanted him. Now there's no way out, he's completely stuck. The guy stands there clearly nervous, even though nobody's even thrown a punch yet. The others can't help but find it funny, watching him freak out for no reason. Ho's face goes red from embarrassment, and that just makes him mad. He clenches his fists, then charges straight at, ready to swing. He steps in thinking he's got the upper hand, but out of nowhere, a brutal kick slams into him. The spinning back kick landed hard, slamming right into his arm. The hit was strong enough that his arm snapped under the force. The hero moves around fast, barely keeping his guard up. He shifts his stance a lot, almost like he's daring someone to come at him. It looks risky, but he seems pretty confident as he stays on the move. He jumps up and nails his opponent in the face with a high kick. The other guy tries to defend himself, but can't react fast enough. Takes the hit right to his face. The pain hits hard and he clenches his jaw, trying to push through it. AMC bounced back way quicker than anyone expected, especially since he'd been the one getting pushed around just a moment ago. Gets pinned up against the cage, barely any space to breathe. He scrambles to the side, doing whatever he can to dodge punches. Shifts to the side, hoping to dodge out of the way. The main guy steps forward, moving sideways just enough to block the other guy's way out, kind of like how crabs scoot along the sand. His opponent's face tightens with anger, fists clenching as he gets ready to throw a punch at him. Right as goes in for the hit, the MC moves fast and lands a quick jab to his face. That punch shuts down the attack before it even starts. Nose punches come out of nowhere, quick and hard to read. You can tell he's been putting in the work, practicing a lot. He doesn't miss, showing just how serious he is about getting better at this. Throws a couple more punches, manages to block them, but he's pushed back until his back hits the cage. Notices that he's getting comfortable and settling into the game. He figures it's smarter to hang back and watch for it to go for a big move. Stays patient, ready to react when the right moment comes. He spots the exact second his opponent goes for a big punch, jumping in with all his weight. He slows down for a second, hoping to get back in control and find a way out from being pinned against the cage. The main character notices getting ready to throw a punch. He spots it in time and quickly ducks, slipping out of the way before it can land. His opponent suddenly catches on, saw this move coming and already set up for it way before. Lee steps in fast and slams a strong strike right into his torso. His opponent notices he's not keeping up and leaves his jaw open. He quickly remembers to bring his hands back up, ready to protect himself. He doubled over as another knee slammed into his stomach. Stands there stunned by yet another hit he didn't see coming. His mind's racing, trying to process what just happened while his body's still reeling from the impact. For a second, everything feels off and he's struggling to get his focus back. Hun cheers as Lee's punches connect, pumped up by each successful hit. Everyone could tell the repeated blows to his head had gotten him to this point. Even the guys talking about the match were saying it, almost like it was obvious now. Steps forward in the octagon, locked in on his target. Hosea stays frozen, unable to react or even take a step. The main guy moves forward, his step slow and careful as he heads toward the other person. His opponent stands stands there, barely holding it together, legs shaking like he might fall over any second. Comes to a halt right in front of his opponent, locking eyes with him. The other guy just stands there, totally open, like he can't bring himself to take a swing. The main character thinks it's probably pretty annoying. He's the type to always train for stamina and endurance. He liked pushing himself to go longer and last through tough workouts, never really stopping until he was completely worn out. Everyone knew he could keep going when others would already be taking a break. He tries to cheer him up, letting him know it's finally his chance to step into the ring and have some fun. After hearing those words, the hero straightens up, looking more confident than before. You can tell he's ready to take on whatever comes next, his energy picking up as he gets set for the challenge ahead. Started to feel even more scared. Right after that, he gets slammed in the face with a hard punch. He stands there barely holding himself up while the commentators point out how he's got nothing left. Everyone can see he can't protect himself now, and when the next punch lands in his gut, it's clear he's reached his limit. He took a couple of hard hits straight to the body. Now his legs barely hold him up and he's pretty much stuck in place. At this point, just staying on his feet is a struggle. Lee keeps landing blows, not letting up for a second. Isn't about to give in and let himself get embarrassed in front of everyone. He digs in, determined to hold his ground no matter how tough it gets. He goes for it, dropping low and grabbing at his opponent's legs, putting everything on the line to bring down. He smiles, a small grin spreading across his face. He stands on the mat just like his mentor showed him. He reaches out and holds on to his arm. He twists his body fast, shoving the other guy back and slipping out of the hold. Doesn't really get what's happening as his body twists around. He tries to steady himself, looking for the right moment to strike, but everything feels off. But before he had time to do anything, the hero grips the back of his neck with both hands, holding on with all his strength. Watches Lee's moves and can't help but be impressed. The way Lee pulls off the technique just catches attention. He finds himself paying close attention, realizing there's some real skill there. He notices that he's pulling off the plum, locking his opponent in with the MUA thigh plum clinch. It's clear the hold is tight and there's not much room for the other guy to move. Holds onto his opponent with a strong grip, making sure can't get away. No matter how much tries, he just can't shake off. The target was stuck with nowhere to run. Out of nowhere, the hero landed a super strong strike, hitting with full force. Lee's knee slammed hard into his stomach. The hit was fast and powerful, making double over from the pain. Takes a hit and immediately tries to get away. He throws his arms up, staying alert and ready in case anything else comes his way. His coach notices him dropping down on one knee after another. It's clear struggling, so the coach quickly calls out, telling him to leave the field. Swings his fists a few times, hoping Lee will let go of him from the tight plum clinch. The main character is totally in control of the fight, barely flinching as the punches land. It almost looks like the hits don't bother him at all, and he just keeps pushing forward, making it clear he's got the upper hand. He kept his grip tight around his opponent's neck, not letting go even for a second. He barely reacts to the punches and goes right in with another knee strike. Takes a hard knee and stumbles, totally thrown off. He can't get his guard up fast enough, leaving him wide open and struggling to keep up. Things are starting to get risky for. No matter how tough he is, everyone hits their limit eventually and he's getting close. The main character steps back a bit, getting his leg ready for another knee strike. Steps up, throwing his arms out to stop the attack. He tries to block the knee with his hands, but the hit is way too strong. It powers right through his guard and lands anyway. He's still hurting days after taking that hit, even though he tried to block it. The punch got through anyway, leaving him sore and thinking about what went wrong. His energy runs out and he just sinks down onto his knees right there in the ring. Goes in swinging his fists, trying to end the fight right there. Urged the main character to pin his opponent's neck down right then. Does what he's told and puts his hand on his neck, pressing down. He kept hitting the guy even after he was already down on the ground. Listens to his coach and focuses on his opponent. He moves in, grabs hold, and goes for a takedown, aiming to get into a position where he can try to make the other guy tap out. The blue-haired boy gets hit over and over, barely able to move. Every punch lands hard, and it's like his body just won't respond. Even though he was almost out of energy, he pushed himself to keep going. He lunges at the main character, grabbing him fast and slamming him down onto the ground. Steadied himself and planted his feet, not backing down. He reached out, gripped shoulders, and shoved right back, refusing to give in. He locks his arms tightly around his neck, trying to finish the fight for good. He wraps his arms around from behind, squeezing tight to lock in the chokehold. The commentator didn't expect the fighter to pull off a rear naked choke as a counter. It caught him off guard, since that move isn't usually what you see in that situation. He could see that had locked things down tight, leaving stuck and not really sure how to get out of it. Ju fights to stay out of the chokehold, using all his strength to keep from getting trapped. His muscles tense up as he tries to push away, desperate to break free before things get worse. Every second feels longer, and he knows he can't give up now. The main character digs deep and puts everything he's got into ending the fight, locking in a rear naked choke. He holds on tight, determined not to let go until it's over. Out of nowhere, his eyes flip back, like he was about to pass out or something. He exhales slowly, almost like he's been holding his breath way too long. Right after that, the referee steps in and signals for the main character to stop. He uses his elbow to push them apart, making sure things don't get out of hand. Right when hits the ground and passes out. His hand went up after the referee called it for him. He'd won by submission. The crowd buzzed with excitement, some guys cheering, others shaking their heads in disbelief. Looked a bit out of breath, but his eyes showed he was proud. His friends started texting and posting about the win right away, blowing up his notifications. Even the people who doubted him earlier couldn't ignore what he'd just pulled off. Everyone watching couldn't believe it. Who always looked solid and unbeatable actually went down because of. Even the commentators were surprised, trying to figure out how someone as steady as lost like that. Everyone is starting to notice Lee now. Even though he's new to the M&A scene, he's already showing people what he's got. In his latest match, he didn't waste any time. He finished things in the first round, only 4 minutes in. It's clear he's not here to mess around. Once the win was finally official, the guy couldn't hold back. He just let it all out, yelling and pumping his fists like he just leveled up in real life. The excitement took over and he stood there, soaking in the moment, grinning like crazy because all the hard work actually paid off. Can't hide how proud he is. He opens his arms and gestures for a hug, his face lighting up with excitement, ready to celebrate the moment. One of the guys on the team couldn't help but notice how quickly he picked up that chokehold. It hadn't been long since he learned it, but he was already pulling it off like someone who'd been practicing for ages. The others watched, impressed by how fast he was catching on. He also notices how weird Hun acts right then. Song picks up on the fact that Wei's looking for more action, and even though Song's usually the calm one, he finds himself getting caught up in the excitement as the fights go on. Thinking back, he remembers how fired up he used to be when he first got into M&A. Watching today, he's honestly impressed. It feels like this is his moment, and he really hopes the guy just goes for what he wants. Wanted to kick off his usual victory song, but wasn't having it and shut him down right away. Out of nowhere, the guys end up at a bar, lifting their beer mugs to celebrate. The mood is lighter now, and everyone's just enjoying the moment, letting loose and having a good time together. While talking to his mom on the phone, the main guy lets her know that people haven't stopped celebrating since he won. He noticed something was off in her voice and figured she might have been drinking. Turns out she admitted it. She'd had a drink because he came out on top. Watched her grab another drink, already knowing she couldn't hold her liquor. He tried to get her to slow down, but she just brushed him off, acting like it was no big deal. Out of nowhere, his mom kept saying sorry over and over. The main character looked at her, confused, wondering what was going on. She admits she didn't really back him up when he wanted to chase his passion. And honestly, he knows he didn't make it easy either because he can be pretty stubborn. His mom couldn't shake the guilt that came with letting her son play. It was like she'd traded his happiness for a little money. Looking back, she wished he hadn't struggled so much or lost out on the simple joys of being a kid. Out of nowhere, she starts to cry. Her whole body shakes as the tears just keep coming and she can't hold it together anymore. It's like all the guilt she's been carrying finally spills out and she just loses it, thinking about all the times she messed up as a mom. Suddenly, the voice shifts and his dad steps in. He notices that his mom is getting pretty worked up, so he steps up and tries to help her chill out. His dad explains that she had a bit too much to drink. He tells not to worry about it and just have a good time, promising that he'll handle things from here. The main character noticed she looked down and asked his dad to help make her feel better. His dad agreed, then turned to him and gave him a quick congratulations on how he did in the fight. Looked over at his dad, feeling grateful for having someone who always had his back. It was one of those moments where he realized just how much his dad's support meant to him, even if he didn't say it out loud. He ends the call and puts his phone away, ready to jump back into the party with everyone else. He gets it, his mom's not going to stop stressing out anytime soon. There's still a lot he has to prove before she can finally relax. He stays cool, trusting that with his crew, nothing's really out of reach for him. A video started making the rounds online. In it, Tai could be seen carrying the main character around the ring, while Hui was on the mic singing in the background. The guys sitting around watching the video all agree that he's the main guy tonight. Instead of getting into any drama, they think he should just grab the mic and sing. They laughed about how the team probably wanted to hide after that, especially since his singing sounded even worse than a ghost. Jun Min kept his face serious, not letting any emotions show. He starts to laugh but quickly tries to cover it up so no one notices. This really gets under the MC's skin. He clenches his fists, his jaw tight. You can just tell he's not having it, he's fed up, and it's written all over his face. He starts messing around with his friends, tossing out jokes and playful insults, just having fun with the guys. January 20th rolled around and the Elite SC gym was buzzing. It was time for the Central League and everyone knew how important today was. Yang grips the other guy by the collar, his hand tightening as if he's done with giving chances. Looking down, pretty much decides there's no fixing this dude, like he's already given up on him. The whole scene feels tense, with patience clearly running out. He gets really mad because he's already told the guy to slow down a bunch of times. Even though he's frustrated, the other man tries to keep his cool. Someone on the team let Hun know he did well today, and Hun appreciated it. John Hun drops into a chair, worn out and annoyed. Someone walked over and handed him a soda, trying to lift his mood. The fighter, who was taking a break, noticed the gesture and nodded in appreciation. He seemed relaxed, and soon the two of them started talking casually. He felt kind of bad about how everything went down, even if things worked out for him in the end. The main guy noticed this and tried to lift his spirits, pointing out that, hey, at least he didn't walk away as the loser, but he didn't exactly come out on top either. After a rough start in the first round, he stepped back into the ring, more focused this time. In the second round, he managed to throw a solid uppercut that nearly gave him the win. Coach Young called out, reminding him to keep his cool and not rush things during the match. Got caught up in the moment and started throwing punches over and over, not letting up, even though the other guy kept his guard up tight. After a while, he got so tired that he just dropped his guard, leaving his jaw wide open. Both fighters threw punches at the same moment, landing solid hits right on each other's jaws. Both of them hit the ground at the same time, and the ref stepped in, calling the match a technical draw right then and there. Johnny didn't lose his first pro fight, but it wasn't like he turned any heads either. He thought for sure would lay into him about it, but instead, just seemed to figure Johnny had already gotten enough heat for how things went. The main character sees that's got real talent, but the moment he steps into the ring, nerves just take over and he can't move. Watching his friend struggle like that, it's obvious this whole situation is weighing on him. His friend tried to hype him up, giving him a boost of confidence about his next fight. Even though he was still a bit unsure, he couldn't help but feel a little better after hearing that. John didn't look too happy and turned to the ring king, saying something quietly. Lately, he's been thinking about dropping M&A for good. Right then, someone steps in and lets them know it's time to head out. Out of nowhere, switched topics and tried to act all upbeat, but could tell he was hiding something and pushed him to just say whatever was on his mind. He acts like he can't remember what he was about to say and just goes silent. He signals for everyone to pick up the pace, not wanting Coach Todd to get annoyed if they're late. Followed behind John, watching him more than usual. Something seemed off. John's back looked smaller than it usually did and couldn't help but notice. When they get to the gym, someone tells them something good right away. Becomes the first on his team to lock in an official deal with SSC. Everyone's pumped that their team finally landed in Sick Fighter. The whole crew's in a good mood, high-fiving and grinning like they just leveled up in a game. It's a big deal for them, and you can tell they're already thinking about what they can pull off together next. The main guy couldn't help but think it was pretty unfair. His debut didn't go well and that stung, especially since just landed a deal with SFC. It was tough watching things work out for someone else while struggled with his first shot. Even though things aren't going great, Notices is still out there celebrating. Can't help but wonder how he's able to keep up the positive energy. Wing steps up and tries to get everyone to chill out. He lets them know there's another announcement coming. He explains that the fight is set for mid-June and they'll also get to meet an assistant soon. Everyone's faces brighten up. You can tell they're all paying attention now. Looks around at the group and throws out a question to see if anyone wants to join in. Everyone in the room nods or raises a hand, clearly up for it. One guy pointed out that he'd been on the team for a longer time and figured he deserved more points than the others. Someone else chimes in saying that what really counts is attitude. He points out that in the past 6 years he's always managed to show up on time, never missing a beat. Went around and talked to the other guys on the team. Turns out none of them even realized they could sign up as assistants. The coach points out what's clear to everyone. They're all teammates after all. They started getting hyped but held them back, making sure things didn't get out of hand. This rule is just for people who have already gone pro. They're bummed out but Han just shrugs. He's only following orders from the people above, so it's not really his fault. Not long after, everyone wanted to know who would pick. Just shrugged and said he had a pretty fair way to figure it out. He smacks his hand against the wall, trying to calm himself down. He decides they'll figure things out by playing a game of. When someone asked him to draw a line and choose a number, he'd just mess everything up and switch things around. Right then, all the fighters start marking their lines, each one hoping this will get them picked. When they're finished, Hun makes it clear, no matter how things turn out, he expects everyone to accept it without making a fuss. The assistant coach scanned the list, checking out the names to see who'd end up as the second coach. It didn't take long before his name popped up as the choice. He finds reasons to enjoy even the small moments in his life. He apologized, explaining that he only wanted to see if he could get lucky, and never actually thought he'd come out on top. Han gives a nod to the king of the ring, who starts to blush and looks down, not really sure what to do with all the attention. He's clearly not used to being in the spotlight, and the whole thing makes him a little awkward. Some of the guys nearby notice and chuckle, but it's all in good fun. He wanted to double check, so he asked whether anyone actually had the right stuff for it, like a sports certificate or something. He doesn't have the license yet, but if he wants to step up as the second coach, he'll need to get one from the government. He wanted to double check if Wizardly actually had it or not, but the main guy just shook his head. Nope, he didn't have it. Hun stands there, eyes steady and voice flat. He tells them straight up that because of what happened, they're not going anywhere. No sugarcoating, just the facts. The message hits hard and everyone gets it. Plans are off just like that. The fighter stands there crushed. His shoulders droop and it's like all the energy just drains out of him. He can't believe what just happened. For a second, he barely moves, stuck in his own head. It's not just about losing. It's like something heavy settled on him, making everything seem harder. The other fighters start cheering and celebrating when he loses. The line drawing game starts up again, but the hero isn't ready to back down. He steps in, cutting them off before they can go any further. He's determined to get his license before the big SRC fight. Looked over, wondering if he was actually serious about getting his license right now. He mentions the fight's already set for June, and there isn't enough time left to get the certificate. The main character points out that the level 2 sports coach test is coming up in May, and the results usually get released pretty fast. He's pumped, thinking there's still loads of time before June comes around. Steps in, not wanting everyone to just sit around and wonder if he'll make it or not. He pushes for them to do something instead of waiting around, unsure about what's going to happen next. The fighter just stands there, realizing his words make sense. He can't think of anything to say back, so he stays quiet. Came up with a deal for himself and the team. If he managed to pass, he'd get to go to the SSC, but if he didn't make it, he'd have to treat everyone on the team to a big dinner and cover the whole bill. Tay thinks the deal isn't so bad, especially now that's got his own cash and can pay for it himself. He thinks about the offer. Tom actually makes sense, and honestly, he just wants to get through the test. He can't shake the weird vibe he gets from the coach's idea. Something just doesn't sit right with him, and it keeps nagging at the back of his mind. He notices that even Hun seems off, hanging back and quietly talking with Ta. The main character feels the pressure building up, but he nods and goes along with the deal. He tries to act confident, convincing himself that even if he loses and has to drop $300,000, he can handle it. Nods, agreeing without hesitation. He knows he can't just walk away now. He's already given his word and backing out isn't an option. The whole team gets excited, joking around about getting a free dinner. They start tossing out ideas about what they want to eat, already thinking ahead to their favorite foods. Warns the group not to get too cocky. He gets that is going to give it everything he's got, so they need to stay sharp. He mentions that no one really knows who's supposed to take over if the kid messes up. Lee pulls an all-nighter with his books, not even noticing how late it gets. The next morning, his parents catch on that he barely slept, spotting the tired look on his face. The next morning finally shows up again after being gone for a while. It had been a while since Coach showed up at the gym, so everyone was caught off guard when he walked in. He wanted to know if the coach had eaten yet, but the coach just shook his head and let him know he already had breakfast. He notices Hun always keeps the place clean. While he was out, everyone tried to keep things together. They made sure stuff didn't get too messy and handled what they could, hoping he'd come back soon. Trusts to handle all the little things, so he heads out, not stressing about the gym at all. Early in the morning, he notices locked inside a room. Is busy hitting the books. Sat at his desk flipping through his notes. The coach noticed and wondered what was up. Explained that he was hitting the books because he wanted to be a level 2 coach. He got picked to be the second coach for an SSD fight, even though he didn't have the official certificate. Waved the boy off, clearly not in the mood for whatever he was asking. Just shook his head, thinking about how stubborn the boy could get sometimes. Could already guess what the coach was thinking. He tried to explain himself, saying things just went sideways. Coach stands there looking pretty down. Life's just tough sometimes and nothing ever seems simple for him. Let know there was a fight lined up for him. Didn't see any reason for to back out, so it looked like things were set. He finds out it's just a lightweight match with Song Hun. He points out that his opponents are way bigger than him, so moving down to a lower weight class makes more sense. Right now, going up against stronger guys isn't really fair, and sooner or later he'll have to face people who match his skill and size. Admits he's never tried cutting weight before. He isn't sure if he can keep up with his studies while also dealing with that. Coach hears about what happened and figures he should go talk to the boy. He listens to what the coach says and without even thinking twice decides to go for it. Looked over trying to figure out if he actually caught what was said. Got the message right away. He realized that it was time for him to cut weight and move down to lightweight, no excuses. The reality of what he had to do started to sink in. He needs to drop 10 kilos, but it's going to be tough since he has to juggle both studying and training every day. He's curious about giving it a shot and promises to hit the books whenever he's got spare time, making sure it doesn't mess with his training schedule. But the coach isn't all that convinced and makes it clear this isn't something Wei can just jump into without thinking it through. He looks over and gives a thumbs up, pretty sure he'll pull through. He wants to give it a shot and promises he'll quit if things start to fall apart. Watching him can tell he's not going to back down easily. After giving it some thought, he decides to just go with the plan. Nods at him, looking grateful. But there's a catch: he has to keep up with training, get enough sleep, and actually follow his diet. If he messes up even once, it's over. Pulling all-nighters or waking up super early just to train isn't going to cut it anymore. Besides, he's going to get ready for the fight too, sticking around to help out as a coach. He let the team know that this next opponent wasn't like the ones they'd faced before. They couldn't just go in and wing it. This time they needed a real plan. That's why Sang was stepping in as the second coach. This match doesn't really matter much. This time he isn't focused on the score or whether he comes out on top. What matters to him is how he handles himself in the fight. He knows that's what really shows what kind of fighter he is. The king of the ring turned to him, checking if he really got what was going on. Our main guy nodded, but you could tell he was a bit nervous. He lets him know the fight is what matters most right now. If he screws up by making a bad choice, everything he's worked for could go down the drain. Really wants to prove himself, so he gets serious about stepping up. Isn't having any hesitation. He wants to show some real confidence and act like he means it. The main guy gets to his feet, determined to give it his all, no holding back, not now and not in the fight ahead. The coach listens to the boys hyping each other up, and he can tell they're ready. Seeing their confidence puts him at ease. He passes him a sheet that lists some details about the opponent he's going up against. He looks at the name and right away he realizes was about to have his first match against someone from another country. Mentioned that this guy was a fighter all the way from Japan. Walks onto the scene, his big glasses giving away his nerdy side right away. He's part of team, blending in with the group but still standing out in his own quiet way. He chats with Mr., letting him know there's nothing going on right now. Earlier he got some spare change back, just a few cents, and it made him feel kind of guilty. His friend just shrugged it off like it wasn't a big deal and told him to let it go. Couldn't stop thinking about whether the customer actually needed those coins. He kept replaying it in his head, worrying the guy might have missed his subway because of the wait. Mr. thinks he should chill out a bit and not be so hard on himself, so it's easier for him to vibe with other people. He did a good job at work today, so his boss decided to put him in charge of the finance counter. After finishing up at work, heads out and accidentally runs into someone. He realizes he messed up and tries to make things right by saying sorry. He heads down the street looking like he doesn't have much going on. After a while he gets to the martial arts gym where he usually trains. He walks in, shoulders a little hunched, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. All eyes land on. He walks into the room and starts getting ready to switch things up. He took off his shirt, showing off his strong build. He throws on his workout gear and pulls up his MIUI thigh gloves. His build stands out, strong and athletic, the kind you'd expect from someone who trains hard. Gets ready, stretching his arms and legs before the action starts. He takes a deep breath, trying to focus, and shakes out any nerves. This is his routine, nothing fancy, just making sure his body's awake and his mind's in the game. He spent some time at the gym, working out his frustration by landing punch after punch on the heavy bag. He throws some heavy punches right at the guy's back, and suddenly the whole place goes quiet. Everyone just freezes and turns to look at him. Throws a punch, his face wild and intense. He's just standing there, not really thinking about much, when someone catches his eye and pulls him back to what's going on around him. The coach started shouting, making it clear he wanted him in the office right away. He watches go at the punching bag, kind of confused about why he's hitting it so hard and looking a bit ridiculous doing it. His coach looked annoyed and clearly wasn't interested in hearing any excuses. He just wanted him to actually do something about it. He's got another fight lined up at the end of May, and this time he's facing a guy from X1. Look down at the paper in his hands. Right there on the front page, he spotted the champion, everyone's king of the ring, going up against Lee. As soon as he spots his next opponent, his face changes in a way that's honestly kind of scary. He looks totally unhinged, like he's lost all sense of normal. It's clear to anyone watching that something's off with him right now. Later that night, everyone was back at the attack team gym. The place felt quieter than usual, with a few guys hanging around, either cooling off after training or just scrolling through their phones. Some were still catching their breath from earlier drills, sweat sticking to their shirts. The sound of gloves hitting punching bags echoed through the hall, but most of the team seemed lost in their own thoughts, thinking about the day and what was coming next. The MC keeps his head down, focused on his books, quietly working through each page. He stares at the page for a while, but the words just blur together. Eventually, he stops trying to figure it out and lets his mind drift, realizing nothing is really sticking. Looks over and wonders if he's just studying so hard to look impressive. We stepped out into the hallway, pretending he just needed a break. She pointed out that there was actually a room meant for that kind of thing. She grabs her stuff and heads out the door, reminding him with a quick look to lock up behind her. But he paused and turned to her, hoping she could clear up something confusing he'd just read. He didn't want to jump ahead without getting it, so he asked her if she could help explain it. He looks at the explanation and just blanks out. The question type doesn't help either, it all sounds confusing to him. But the girl admits she didn't get that part either. She just tells him he has to memorize everything. She starts talking, going over a bunch of stuff, and he just watches her, totally caught up in how much he likes her. He takes a closer look at her, and finally gets why everyone calls her the goddess of M. And she's got that kind of presence that makes people stop and stare. He notices her eyes right away, they're big and clear, almost like they catch the light. He notices her skin is really smooth, probably because she's always working out and taking care of herself as an athlete. He notices how good she smells, and for a second he kind of zones out, but then she calls him out for staring and he snaps back, a little embarrassed. He blurts out that she smells nice, which catches her off guard and makes her a bit awkward too. The guy tries to compliment her but ends up stumbling over his words. Suddenly, he's awkward and can't seem to pull himself together, looking kind of silly in front of her. Min, always a bit on the quiet side, had just finished her shower, which explained why there was a fresh scent around her. She didn't make a big deal out of it, but anyone nearby could probably tell she was freshly cleaned up. The main guy nodded, already guessing that was what was going on. Jin Min checked in to see if there was anything else our guy wanted to know, but he just shook his head. That was all he had, so the conversation wrapped up there. He could feel the tension building inside him. He thought the girl would blow up at him, but she just smiled and stayed calm. That threw him off, and it left him feeling uneasy and off balance. He feels his face heat up and tries to hide how awkward he is. He tries to get to look his way. After that, wonders if she wants to walk home together. Right then, things get quiet and kind of uncomfortable between them. Neither of them really knows what to do next, so they just sit there not saying anything. He stands there, his mind racing, convinced he's messed it all up. He decides to lighten the mood, pretending that Hun had sent him on a mission. She wanted to know how long it would take him to finish the job. She hangs back a bit, making it pretty clear she wants to walk home with him. She checks if he's almost done, hoping they can head out together. The MC couldn't believe she actually said yes. He wasn't expecting things to go this way, so he took a moment to gather himself and let her know it could take some time. She just shrugged and said she was only curious. He turns to go, heading out while the two part ways. The main guy turns red and looks away, trying to hide his face. He feels awkward and just wants to disappear for a second. It's one of those moments where he hopes nobody saw what just happened. He stood there, trying to make sense of everything that just went down. Right then, his phone buzzes. He looks down and spots a bunch of messages from his coach popping up on the screen. His coach sends over a video of a fighter named and tells him to check it out. This wasn't what MC wanted. He'd been hoping to see a message from Jin Min, but it didn't show up. He decides to click on the video anyway and starts watching. Right away, he's into it, pretty impressed by what's happening on the screen. He couldn't help but think about that guy. What he just saw was actually pretty wild, and it stuck in his mind. After all that just went back to his usual self, like nothing ever happened. He actually felt a bit more relaxed now. He's sitting there, spaced out, not really paying attention to anything around him. The coach notices right away and wants to know what's up, probably because he looks like he barely slept. He wonders if the main guy is pushing himself too hard, but why just shakes it off. He's just hanging back, waiting for his turn to train. Wanted to know if the guy had checked out the video he sent earlier. The main character nodded, letting him know he'd already seen it. Wanted to know what the main guy thought about everything, so the main guy just let it out. He thought was out of his mind. In the video, threw punches so fast that most people probably wouldn't even see them coming before getting knocked out. The real problem was his temper. Even after his opponents were already down, he wouldn't stop going at them. He just couldn't keep his cool, letting his anger take over every time. Right then, his whole face changed. changed. He looked nothing like he did back at the weigh-in, way more intense, almost like you wouldn't even recognize him. He thinks back to how even who usually acted tough seemed like a kid next. Let everyone know he'd been in 11 fights and came out on top in 10 of them. He also held the X1 record for 6 knockouts in a row, which was kind of a big deal in his circle. Had a reputation as one of the toughest guys around, so the plan was simple: charge straight in and fight. Even with that, he still managed to stay ahead, always keeping the advantage. Senga already figured out a plan from his research, but the main guy hasn't gotten that far. He's still a few steps behind. The coach wanted to know if he'd caught a certain fight and let him know he had. Ended up taking the win by technical knockout. His coach let him know that if he wanted to figure out how to handle his next fight, he should really check out's match with John. John was obviously way stronger and faster than anyone could see it, no need to argue. His fists kept landing before John's did, and whenever they both went in at the same time, John always ended up getting hurt more. When someone wanted to know why it happened, RMC thought he might know the reason. Notices his student looks pretty clueless, so he steps in and breaks it down. He tells him that what matters most here is getting everything right on time and being exact. Koi swung before John, timing his punches just right. Even though John moved quicker, Koi's hit landed first. He tells to watch the opponent's moves, slip out of the way and hit back fast. That way the other guy gets thrown off and can start messing with his focus. He points out the important spots to aim for, making it clear that hitting those places matters more than how hard the punch is. He points out the main things to work on in training, and someone wonders if it's even doable with just 3 months left. Knows there isn't much time to get better, but he believes the guy can pull it off. The main guy can't help but think his coach is giving him way too much credit. Always says he's got real talent, that he's tough to beat, and that he's got those natural moves. Even so, the coach keeps telling him he just needs to figure out how to actually use those skills when it counts. The teacher checks in to see if his student is confused about anything, but just shakes his head, letting him know he's got it all figured out. Nodded, letting his coach know he was ready. As soon as he did, the coach signaled for him to get started with training, shifted his focus, already preparing himself for the work ahead. The main guy is working out with battle ropes, really pushing himself. Sweat's dripping down his face and you can tell it's tough, but he keeps going, not holding back at all. After that, the coach told him he needed to get in better shape before jumping into any moves. Started teasing him, acting like he was actually doing good, and it really got under his skin. His coaches give him some tough CrossFit drills to work on. One of them has him doing 15 pull-ups, but it's not just his own weight. He's got an extra 10 kilos strapped around his waist. He kept going, dropping down to the floor, and pushing through 30 push-ups with that same 10-kilo weight still strapped to his back. He moved on to sit-ups, still holding the weights. He powered through each one, not slowing down, determined to hit 40 before stopping. He finished up with 50 air squats, hugging a 10-kilo weight to his chest the whole time. He also knocked out 70 resistance workouts, using ropes and some tough resistance bands. The whole point was to finish each set as fast as he could. There were 5 sets in total, and after each one he got a 2-minute break, but even with those short rests he noticed each round was taking him a bit longer than the last. He wrapped things up in 3 minutes. When he finally set down the ropes, a wave of relief hit him. Shot him a look, making it clear he should keep quiet and just breathe through his nose. The main guy, barely catching his breath, did what he was told, noticed and gave him a nod, looking proud of him. Hui holds up his arm and it's clear he can't stop it from shaking. Ta notices right away and isn't having any of it, basically calling Hui out for not keeping up. He wonders how long he's expected to keep this up, tells him that wants him to train 3 times a week. Li can't believe what he's hearing and Taiyang is just as surprised. Taiyang actually thinks it should happen way more often than it does. The main character found out the hard way that pushing yourself too much can actually get you hurt. That's when showed up, letting him know that's the whole reason he's around. The King of the Ring knows that if he wants to reach his goals, he's going to need to step up with real courage and determination. He understands it's not just about talent anymore, it's about pushing through the tough moments, even when things get rough. He reminds himself that now's the time to dig deep and keep moving forward no matter what. Showed up and took one look at the boy who looked totally exhausted. Tae just shrugged, almost laughing, and said he'd already pushed the kid to his limit. Besides, it's finally time to get started with his skill training. He looks determined, ready to see what he can really do. First thing he spots is the double-in bag just hanging there in the air. It looks simple enough, but everyone knows it's harder than it seems. He stands there for a second eyeing it, trying to figure out how this is going to go. The gym is pretty quiet, just the steady sound of gloves hitting leather somewhere in the background. He gets ready to give it a shot, feeling that mix of nerves and excitement that always hits before trying something new. Steps up to the bag, doing exactly what Sanguk told him. He sets his feet, pulls back, and shows everyone the right way to throw a punch. After he threw his first punch, the ball came flying right at him again, so he quickly moved the other way to get out of its path. The coach points out the equipment, letting everyone know it's there to help them get better at hitting targets, moving faster and sharpening their footwork. The main character tries to copy what he saw John do earlier. He gives it a shot and throws a punch, but it comes out pretty weak. Right after he hits it, the punching bag swings right back at him. He misses the shot and shrugs it off, blaming the bag for bouncing weird and not landing where he aimed. notices and points out that he's treating the bag like it's not moving. If he wants to get better, he needs to nail his punches while the bag keeps swinging back and forth. Next up, he brings out the tap ball. It's meant to help with reflexes and getting better at spotting things fast. The goal is to sharpen his senses and make him react quicker when something catches his eye. Steps up and starts using the punching ball, his fists moving fast as he shows the main guy how it's done. He makes it look easy, hitting the ball over and over without slowing down, almost like he's done this 100 times before. The main character watches, taking in every move, trying to figure out the rhythm. He twists his body to the side, moving just in time to avoid the ball coming straight for his head. There's a little ball hanging from a string tied right to his head. It swings toward the lily, catching everyone's attention. The main character moves out of the way just in time as the ball comes flying past. He notices how hard it swings, almost catching him off guard. The coach points out that it's because the ball is bigger than usual. The fighter sets the ball right on his forehead, getting ready. He throws a basic punch, keeping things simple for his first try. The ball rockets back across the court, but he reacts fast. He ducks out of the way just in time, then swings his racket and smacks the ball again. After a few tries, the main guy starts getting the hang of kicking the ball. He actually starts to enjoy it, messing around and trying out different shots. The coach, though, doesn't seem too happy about it and looks kind of irritated, probably because things aren't going the way he planned. Notices how good is, thinking most people who try this kind of ball training are already pros. Out of nowhere, the coach pulled the MC aside and signaled for him to try using his elbow when he went in for a hit. He wasn't expecting it, but he reacted fast. Spinning around, he threw his elbow back, landing it clean. The small training ball wobbles all over the place, barely following any straight line. The ball comes to a sudden halt, landing just inches from his face. At the very last moment, the main guy pulls off a quick dodge, and instead of him, the ball smacks right in the face. Let out a laugh, but anyone could tell he was annoyed. He wondered if he'd done something to make mad. He wipes the sting from his face, eyes narrowing as he spots Wei Li. Without thinking, he takes off after him, his footsteps quick and heavy, fueled by the hit he just took. Watched as the ball picked up speed and curved in midair. Seemed to know exactly where it was headed and leaned out of the way just in time. After that training, he knows for sure he's got what it takes. Now he's set on using what he learned to get even better. He started thinking about when the training session went off the rails and got this out of control. After a long day working hard at practice, the guy steps off the bus. He was completely worn out. He still struggled with the double-end bag, having to really think about every punch he threw. It didn't come naturally yet, so each hit took some effort and focus. He gets it, nobody would bother with training if landing a perfect hit was that easy right from the start. Out of nowhere, he spots his mom right there in the middle of the street. He jumps back a little, caught off guard. He noticed her walking around at night and wondered what she was up to. She mentioned she'd just been hanging out with some friends she hadn't seen in a while. He catches a scent coming from her hair and he figures out the smell is coming from a meat festival nearby. His mom wanted to know why he was out so late. He told her he'd been training because he had a fight coming up. His mom looks at him kind of confused, wondering if he's really studying for a certificate like he said. He just shrugs and tells her he's handling both things at once. She notices that he barely takes a break whenever there's a fight. She's pretty sure he'll just go ahead with his own plan no matter what. Why used to get annoyed just hearing about M&A, but now she's kind of getting used to the idea. He tried to reassure her, acting confident about his chances, but she didn't seem to care about the outcome. She was more concerned about him getting hurt no matter what happened. The MC walks in, catching the smell of fried fish coming from the kitchen. He calls his mom over, thinking they could grab a quick bite together. His mom looks at him, a little curious, and asks if he's trying to cut back on food or something. The guy says he's not watching what he eats yet and can still have some food, then takes off, looking pretty hyped. His mom just smiles, noticing he's still got that same energy he's always had. Right after that, she catches a whiff of the meat festival smell clinging to her clothes. She starts thinking about grabbing some deodorizer to get rid of it. After a while, shows up and finds himself sitting in a testing room. The Level 2 sports coach exam is just about to start. After some time, he heads back to the gym, not really sure how things went. He figures the best move is to just hang out and wait to see what the results are. Pointed out that it was time to get started with training, so the main guy figured he should warm up a bit before diving in. He starts working out with the aerial double-end bag, weaving and ducking as it snaps back and forth. Each time the bag swings at him, he moves a little quicker, getting better at reacting fast. His focus sharpens with every round, and he can feel his reflexes improving as he keeps at it. Wanted to know how he was getting along, so he checked in with Tai. Tai let him know that he'd gotten better at handling the bag, showing some real progress. He points out that gets tired easily and doesn't have much energy, and honestly thinks there's not much anyone can do about it. Cutting weight is always tough, and there are 2 times during the process where it really drains you. During the week before the weigh-in, fighters start cutting water to drop weight fast. Then there's the strength training sessions. Once a fighter gets dehydrated, you can see it in their body. Muscles look smaller and they just don't feel as strong. Most fighters spend a lot of time getting stronger and building up their stamina. They know that after they finish cutting weight and start drinking water again, their bodies will bounce back to how they were before. During this part, they have to cut down on creatine, which normally helps their body hold on to water. Things get tougher since both their meals and workouts are pretty intense, and on top of that, protein shakes are off limits. Everything feels harder than usual, but they just push through. Notices how focused he is, always putting in the effort. While can tell that this guy's got real potential, definitely someone worth spending time on. Tae sticks to his word, showing up every time and getting better with each session. He's making more progress than anyone thought he would. Was still really young, but he understood how important it was to stay in control. He'd already asked to watch over him, just in case things got out of hand. Made sure the coach knew he'd keep his word about that, taking the promise seriously. The coach tells the team it's time to start the training circuit. As everyone gets moving, he can't help but notice that Tom might be the reason seems so tense lately. With the official MMA coming up soon, the pressure's starting to build for everyone. One of the guys from the gym heads out, waving to the rest of the crew as he leaves. The main character just feels really bad. He's heard a rumor that salty food can make people act more aggressive, but even when he sticks to plain, healthy meals, anger still bubbles up inside him. When he trains, it's the same deal. Even a basic resistance workout leaves his arms trembling like crazy. He's been hitting the bathroom a lot lately, and every time it's almost like pouring out water. Each time he finishes, it leaves him drained, like he's lost some of his strength. He headed to the clinic that his team set up, barely holding himself together. His body felt weak and every step was a struggle. It looked like he could drop any second. Jinmin walked in and spotted him still lying on the floor, clearly not looking great. She looked at him with concern, noticing he hadn't made any move to leave yet. He was in a bad mood because of how he was feeling, so he ended up pushing her away. He told her she didn't care and basically asked her to go. Eugene Min can't believe how rude the other guy is every single time. It kind of throws him off, making him question if he did something wrong, or if that's just how things are going to be between them. He just keeps quiet. He thinks back to how acted when she was getting ready for a fight. Back then she seemed kind of tough on him, but now it all makes sense to him. Right then the girl tosses a sealed bag his way, gets handed the thing and is told to take it. Inside the bag there's a handful of nuts and grains. Min hands it over, letting him know it'll help with his hunger. He saw the nuts were already peeled and counted, all lined up just right. She'd clearly taken the time to do it herself, and he couldn't help but notice her attention to detail. He thinks about how she probably stayed up late, peeling those nuts just so he could have them. The girl just looks at him kind of chill about the whole thing, like it's no big deal. She doesn't make a scene or anything, just lets him know he can hand the stuff back if he's not interested. He keeps eating them, but his face says it all. He really doesn't like the taste. He's still grateful she remembered him, and she tells him they prayed for him. RMC looked at the food on the table, pretty sure this time it was meant for him. Still, he couldn't help but wonder if these were just yesterday's leftovers getting passed off as something new. The girl starts to look away, her cheeks turning a bit red. She fidgets with her hands, trying not to make eye contact. It's obvious she's feeling a little awkward in the moment. She turns to leave, but just as she's about to step away, the main guy gets her attention. After his match, he asks if she wants to grab something to eat together. She agrees and they head out for a meal. The main character can't help but smile and a laugh slips out. Happiness takes over and for a moment everything just feels lighter. Laughing wears him out now, so he figures it's time to call it a day and head back home. Out of nowhere his phone buzzes, catching him off guard. It's pretty late, so he's curious who'd be calling at this hour. He notices his dad's name pop up on the screen and answers right away. His dad glances over at him, trying to figure out if his son's tied up with something at the moment. Was just about to head home when he noticed something was up. He paused, checking if anything had happened. His dad drops some news that completely stops him in his tracks. Turns out it's about the emergency room. The main guy bursts through the hospital doors, barely slowing down as he rushes inside. His heart's pounding and he can't think straight. He just needs to get there as fast as possible. He gets there and asks to see. The receptionist looks at him and wants to know if they're related. Lee rushed over, claiming he was the guy's dad. He looked pretty worked up, demanding to know if his son was alright. Next to him, a woman tried to get him to chill out and keep it together. His dad sat there with his head all wrapped up in bandages. Honestly, he kind of looked like someone who'd been through a lot, and anyone walking by might have thought he was gone for good. Wei wakes up confused and uneasy and notices the bandages wrapped around his head. He tries to piece together what happened, but nothing comes to mind. Looking around the hospital room, he sees his dad nearby. Wei senses that something serious went down. His dad, keeping his voice low, reminds Wei that there are other people in the hospital, hinting that they need to stay quiet and not draw attention. The whole scene feels strange and tense, with Wei still trying to figure out why he ended up there in the first place. The main guy barely pays attention to what's going on around him. All he can think about is his dad, and it's obvious he's really stressed about him. He wonders what's up with his dad's outfit. That morning, Wei left for work without wearing his usual suit. He struggled to keep his emotions in check, trying not to let the tears show while his dad spoke to him. They knew this wasn't the best spot to have a real conversation. It was too open and anyone could walk by and overhear. Both of them started looking around, thinking it'd be smarter to find somewhere quieter where they wouldn't get interrupted. His dad sat in the lounge looking tired. He explained that things at work had gotten rough, so he had to quit his old job. Because his family had a lot of debt to pay off, he took a job working in construction. Even though his dad tries to act chill and says things will get better in a few years, he can't really hide how uneasy he feels, especially seeing his dad hurt like that. Suddenly something clicks for the MC. He starts to wonder if his mom is out there working too. His dad lets him know that she's got a job at a restaurant now. Wisdom Lee sat there clearly bothered. He looked at his friends, wondering why they kept him in the dark. He couldn't understand why they hadn't said a word about any of this. The silence between them just made things worse and he felt left out. Felt bad and tried to say sorry, but his dad just brushed it off, like there was nothing to be sorry about. Remembered how his dad would give presents to his sports coaches. At the time it seemed totally normal to him. Looking back now, he kind of wishes he hadn't quit when he did. Wade's grandmother didn't want him to quit sports again. His dad, on the other hand, wasn't thinking about stocks or any big investments yet. Right now, he just wanted to hang on to his money and put it toward Wade's future. He knew he should just told his son that the money from his investments was more than enough. Deep down, he realized all his son needed was his trust and support. He starts to cry, thinking about how he used to be just a kid who let go of everything and saw himself as a total failure. He starts crying even more, really letting it all out. Right now, he just wants his mom and dad by his side, needing their support all over again. Right then, his dad steps in and speaks up, cutting through his son's meltdown. He never thought of Hui as someone who made life harder. No matter what decisions Hui made, things wouldn't have gotten any simpler for the rest of them. He lets him know straight up that nobody forced them into anything. They made their own choices and decided to have his back. Hui couldn't have changed what happened back then. He was just a kid, way too young to handle all that or to do anything different. It really wasn't on him. His dad rests his hand on his shoulder, showing that he cares. He thinks about how everyone's got their own struggles. Life isn't all sunshine, hard times come for everyone. He thinks money troubles and getting hurt just happen sometimes, and eventually it all works out. He thinks his family is doing well and his son's handling things on his own now. He figures there's really nothing to stress about. He reminds him to keep his head up, knowing his parents are proud and happy with the person he's become. Couldn't hold it together anymore. As soon as he heard his dad's gentle words, the tears just started streaming down his face. All that tough guy act was gone. He was just standing there, crying like he hadn't in years. He checks on his dad, finally asking about his head. His dad just points out how long it took for him to ask, making the moment a bit awkward. Couldn't help but think about what his mom would say when she found out. His dad noticed and told him that she was away for work and wouldn't be back for another 10 days. His dad says he should head out since training is coming up tomorrow. The guy can't help but wonder if his dad just wants him gone. The guy lets out a sigh, thinking about how stubborn his dad can be. He wonders where his mom works, but his dad just tells him not to visit her job. His dad says it would probably make her feel weird if he showed up there. Decides to keep his distance, but he's still curious about where she works, so he just wants to check the place out for himself. Lets him know it's time to head out because the restaurant is almost closing. At work, John was cleaning up when one of his coworkers stopped by and looked over. The guy seemed a bit impatient, probably wondering how much longer John was going to take. His mom turns to the woman and says sorry, letting her know she won't take long. Outside, the hero stands by the window, quietly looking in at everything going on inside. He stays out of sight, just watching through the glass, taking in what's happening without anyone noticing him. Notices that whenever his mom faces tough situations, she always does her best to keep it together. Even when things get rough, she holds herself up and tries not to let it show. All of this hits the main character pretty hard. He can't hold it in anymore and tears start streaming down his face. As he walked away, all he could think about was his mom. Deep down, he just wished she'd be okay. He tightens his grip, hands curling into fists. After that, he made up his mind. He wasn't going to lose this match, no matter what. He could feel something switch inside him like he was done messing around. He focused, blocking out all the noise, ready to give it everything he had. The next day, Only is back at it, throwing punches with a lot more force than usual. He's clearly upset, taking it all out on his training routine. He slams his fist into the pad as hard as he can. The guy holding it has a tough time keeping it from slipping. The fighter moves quickly, stepping out of the way without breaking a sweat. He started moving fast, barely giving anyone a chance to react. He throws a strong punch, hitting the pad with way more power than anyone expected. The guy holding the pad steps back surprised and tells him to chill out a bit. Noticed something was off and wondered what was happening. Tay pointed out that he'd been out of it lately, moving around like he hadn't slept in days. Had a fight coming up in just a few days. Noticed how hard was pushing himself and reminded him to take it easy, not to go overboard with the training. The coach keeps an eye on the boy, wondering what's going on with him. He notices something off, but he can't figure out what happened. There's this uneasy feeling in his gut as he watches the boy, hoping everything's alright. He notices something different about. It's not only that seems more fired up, he's dodging attacks with barely any movement now. He watches closely, paying attention to when he moves and how he throws each punch. He studies every attack, trying to figure out what will do next. Smiled, looking at his student. He could see how much the prodigy fighter had improved, and he felt proud watching him now. Right then, the boy throws a strong punch that hits hard. Wants to prove himself. He's got this drive to let everyone see what he can really do, hoping his efforts will finally get noticed. Deep down, he just wants people to recognize his value. At last, the day everyone had been waiting for was here. He steps onto the scale and sees the number hit 70 kilos again. For a second, he just stands there, staring down. That number means he's made it back to where he wanted to be, something he's been working at for a while. It's not flashy or anything, but there's this quiet sense of accomplishment in the air. He can't help but feel a bit more confident, knowing his hard work is paying off. Steps onto the scale, the numbers settle at 69 kilos. After that, the two guys just stared each other down, both trying to look tough for the cameras. They stood there for a bit while some photos were snapped, getting ready to hype up the fight. White takes a good look at and realizes he's actually shorter than he thought he'd be. But even though isn't tall, he's got some solid muscle on him. It doesn't look like he's lost any weight at all. For the first time, he's up against someone actually smaller than him, and it just feels weird. Usually, he's the one looking up or trying to keep up, but now things are flipped. It throws him off a bit, and he can't help but notice how different this matchup is from what he's used to. Something strange was happening. His opponent leaned in, mumbling under his breath. The words didn't come out clear, but it was obvious they weren't anything good. Lee stands there with a confident grin, making sure his opponent notices him. He wonders if the guy actually enjoys messing with his enemies like that, thinking there has to be something seriously off about him. Leaned in close and quietly told himself he was the best, the strongest out there. The referee steps in and pulls them apart, letting everyone know the weigh-in is over. The hero grinned at, looking pretty chill and confident. He looks back at them, his eyes icy and unreadable. Noticed Hui messing with his opponent and wondered what was up. Hui just shrugged it off, thinking was the one who kicked things off first. Watches who just keeps mumbling to himself non-stop. All those stories everyone's been telling about seem pretty on point. Is convinced that couldn't care less about him. Most days it feels like just uses him to let off steam, never really seeing him as a person. Even though people weren't taking him seriously, the main guy didn't mind. Honestly, he kind of liked it. It meant everyone expected less from him, which gave him more space to surprise them later. The day of the fight finally shows up. The hero gets ready, throwing punches and kicks at the pads while Hun holds them steady, helping him warm up. Sam Hun stands there looking as focused as always. He glances over at the main guy, making it clear he's still on top of things. Without much fuss, he lets the main guy know it's okay to take a break, so the main guy steps back to catch his breath. The prodigy fighter drops onto the bench, letting out a deep breath. He leans forward, elbows on his knees, just trying to catch his breath and get his energy back. The fight took a lot out of him, and now he just needs a second to chill and pull himself together. Noticed something was off. Usually he could tell when someone had a lot going on, but today that wasn't the case. The guy seemed way calmer than usual, almost like he didn't have anything to stress about. Couldn't help but wonder what was up with him. Notices staring at him and starts to get a little embarrassed. Though doesn't back down, he just keeps waiting for it to say something. It's pretty clear it's not used to this kind of attention, and stubbornness is making things a bit awkward. The MC stands there replaying the coach's words in his head. He knows this fight isn't just another match, it's his chance to show everyone what he's really made of. He started to question if he was actually any good at fighting, wanted to know what he really thought about himself, so the pressure was on for him to figure out his own answer. Just shrugs off the question, making it clear he's not about to spill any details yet. He hints that it'll be way more interesting to find out during the fight, leaving the guy hanging and building up the suspense. Laughs, thinking how's always the same. He figures we'll just wait until the fight to find out what he wants to know. The crowd starts to settle down as word gets around that the last match just wrapped up. It's almost his turn to step into the spotlight, and he can feel everything getting a little more real. Decides it's go time. He knows they need to step up, win this thing, and then if all goes well, they'll be hanging out later with chicken and drinks, just kicking back and enjoying the victory. Lee's eyes light up when his coach brings up the idea. He nods right away, clearly pumped about what's coming next. Everyone's attention snapped to the big screen as the main card fight for X1 was about to start. The energy in the room shifted, phones came out, and everyone leaned in, ready to see what would happen next. In the blue corner steps forward. He sends hearts flying toward the crowd, acting like he's got everything under control. The way he carries himself makes it clear he's not nervous at all. The announcer points out how the guy has already proven himself with some solid moves in his earlier matches. But then he brings up the next opponent, one of the top lightweights. This isn't going to be easy, and everyone knows it. Everyone's attention shifts to the red corner where gets introduced. He's known as the human weapon, and he enters the ring wearing a mask, which definitely stands out. People talk about how he can be a bit extra sometimes, but no one can ignore the fact that he's been racking up wins lately. Gives him some solid advice, reminding him to stick with his jabs if he wants to get ahead. He also tells him not to lose his cool, even when things start to get intense. He gets pumped up and urges his friend to jump in and take a shot at the ring. His coach reminded him that he needed to step up his game, otherwise the offers on the table might disappear. Knew what was at stake, so he nodded, ready to prove himself. The referee pointed towards the octagon, signaling both fighters to step in. Without any hesitation, they walked over and entered the cage, getting ready for what was about to go down. People could tell right away that the two didn't exactly match up in size. Stood a bit taller, about 5 centimeters more, and he had 6 extra kilos on him too. Some people started wondering if they were even supposed to be in the same weight class. Some people watching aren't sure if this is going to work out for, thinking it could put him at a disadvantage. Others remember all the tough opponents he's taken down before and believe he can handle it. Even in Hawaii, Scott's got the upper hand because he's been through this kind of thing before. Everyone watching could tell this match was shaping up to be all about strength versus experience. The guys in the booth had already said as much, pointing out how one side had raw power while the other brought years of skill to the table. Even before the starting whistle, you could feel the tension. Everyone just wanted to see which would come out on top. The referee turned to the group, ready for the next step. Everyone watched, knowing something important was about to happen. Both guys stand across from each other, hands up and focused. You can tell they're both locked in, waiting for that first move. The air feels tense, like everyone's holding their breath, just watching to see who's gonna go for it first. He yells that the fight has started, and right away his face changes. There's something wild in his eyes, like he's ready to go all out. Both fighters circled each other in the ring, taking their time and watching every move. Neither one wanted to make the first mistake, so they held back looking for any opening. Even the crowd seemed to pick up on the tension, waiting to see who would go for it first. Throws the first punch, but the hero is ready for it and blocks it right away. He moves in quick, throwing a couple of fast punches before swinging a solid left hook. The king of the ring moves quick, dipping and weaving away from the hook. He makes it look easy, even though that hook has been crushing everyone else. Goes for an uppercut, but the hero reacts fast and steps back just in time to avoid it. The hero pulls out his skills, ready to handle whatever comes next. Kept pressing forward, staying on his toes and always looking for an opening. He didn't let up, making sure his opponent had to keep moving and stay alert, ready for whatever might throw next. Hui keeps dodging, moving smoothly around the ring. The commentators notice how easily he avoids every move, impressed by how natural and quick he looks. He keeps dodging again and again, moving fast to avoid getting hit. His eyes zero in on the target, not missing a thing. He spots a chance and quickly swings at his opponent's face, but his punch gets stopped. He quickly steps in and lands a low kick right on his calf. Stands his ground and gets hit. He drops his shoulders and leans in, stepping closer to throw a punch at her. Lee dodges the punch at the last second, tilting his head just enough so it whizzes past him. He quickly lowers his head and moves to the other side, just barely getting out of the way. Stepping wide, he puts some space between himself and whatever's coming at him. Right from the start, both fighters come out strong, showing off some real skill. The commentators watch closely, clearly impressed by how much energy and talent these two are bringing to the match. It's obvious everyone is in for a good fight. The two of them lock eyes, neither one showing any emotion. They both look steady and unbothered, just watching each other without flinching. Out of nowhere, rushed forward, moving fast. He didn't slow down as he threw another strong punch right at Hui. He swings his fists fast, one after another, but the main guy just steps back each time, dodging without much effort. The straight punch wasn't what it seemed. Moves in quickly, cutting down the space between them. He keeps pushing ahead, not giving the other guy a chance to react. He keeps throwing punches fast, really trying to land just one. The main guy stays calm, barely moving, and slips past every punch without breaking a sweat. He almost gets smacked in the face again, but dodges just in time. Throws a punch, slipping past the defense and connecting solidly. The hit knocks the main guy off his feet, sending him stumbling back. He crashed backward into the cage, the metal rattling behind him. Finally started to push through, landing punches and getting past Hui's guard. This was his chance, and everyone could tell he was gaining the upper hand in the fight. The hero drops down fast and pushes out of the way, blocking the punches coming at them. He slips out of the clinch and starts moving around his opponent, keeping his eyes locked on him as they both stay inside the cage. Stays on him, not letting the gap last for long. He moves in fast, making sure the other guy can't slip away. Right now, he starts acting pretty unstable. He smiled, clearly getting a kick out of causing pain. He doesn't waste any time and goes right back in, throwing punch after punch. Lee's got to stay sharp now because things are getting way more intense. His coach watched him closely, noticing how he was starting to lose his cool again. The coach couldn't help but get a little worried since he'd already told to keep it together. Doesn't let up, he keeps throwing punches one after another, each one harder than the last. His intensity is obvious. He looks like he's not planning to stop anytime soon. The main character keeps his cool, hands up to protect himself as he blocks each punch coming his way. And can't help but look uneasy. Even though he's trying to block, things aren't going Wei's way at all. Tries to explain himself, wanting to pay closer attention instead of jumping to conclusions. He wants to see what's really happening, not just assume he's the one getting beat up. Moves right at the perfect moment, his timing on point as he catches punch. The way he handles it looks effortless, almost like he's done this 100 times before. The main character watches his opponent closely, paying attention to how often each punch comes. He's focused, trying to figure out the pattern so he can react better in the fight. He rushes forward, eyes wild and intense. Swings, but the main guy already saw it coming. He moves out of the way without breaking a sweat. He just keeps coming, steady and relentless, never slowing down. Pulls his fist back, getting ready to throw another powerful punch. He twists his body and puts everything he's got into a hard, straight punch. The clock strikes right at the center, marking the exact moment everyone's been waiting for. Right then, Lee decides to take a chance that could go either way. He moves in quick, aiming for his weak spot. He swings and his fist connects right with the other guy's face. The Japanese fighter gets hit hard in the face. Right after the punch lands, he just stops moving and his body goes slap. The hero sees his chance and goes for it, landing a solid uppercut right on his opponent's chin. He waits, counting the seconds, barely catching his breath before the next wave of stress hits. He throws another punch and hits right in the face, falls to the ground. His friends start clapping and yelling, clearly pumped up. The whole crowd just freezes, caught off guard by what just happened. Nobody knows what to say or do next. The commentators can hardly believe what just happened. Turned the fight around with some sharp moves, landing enough solid hits to knock his opponent down. Noticed he'd been holding back, just watching for a while. He waited for the right moment, checking out how fought. When got sloppy and started swinging without thinking, finally made his move and fought back. The MC stood in front of the crowd, raising his arms like he was already the winner. He looked totally sure of himself, even though the match was still going. People in the stands started clapping and cheering, getting caught up in his energy. The guy walked in with a big grin, looking like he totally had things under control. RMC stands over his opponent, pointing at him and making fun of him. Right then, his anger flared up. He couldn't hold back the anger building up inside him. Both fighters stayed on the ground, not making any moves. Seeing this, the referee stepped in and made them get back on their feet. The two of them stand across from each other again, but now things feel totally different. The vibe between them is tense, like everyone can sense something big is about to go down. Stands differently now. That wild look in his eyes is gone. He steps forward, making the first move. He hangs back, sending quick jabs and straight punches, always targeting his opponent's head. The main character looks confused. He thought his opponent liked to fight from that distance, so he can't figure out why things aren't going the way he expected. It just doesn't add up, and he starts to second guess what's really happening. He feels his energy pick up fast and throws an uppercut, breaking through his guard. His enemy's face turns red and his eyes narrow after messing up his defense. Anger flashes across his face and his hands clench tight. He's clearly not handling the mistake well, and anyone watching can tell he's not just upset, he's heated, and it's written all over him. He throws a strong punch straight at his opponent, hoping to turn things around. Zen Li sees that his opponent is getting closer, so he stays sharp, moving out of the way and trying to guess where the next hit will come from. He slides his arm underneath, moving a little closer as they walk. He pulls off another uppercut, hitting his target clean. He kept standing, even though he'd already taken a few hits right to the face. Steps up, not backing down. He tightens his fists and pushes himself forward, determined to stand his ground. His eyes are focused, and you can tell he's not going to let things slide without putting up a fight. Instead, he grabs a double hook and things get way too intense for him. He can't handle it, it's just too much all at once. The Japanese fighter goes for the cameras again, hitting them for the second time. Just as he starts to stand up, Hui suddenly throws a quick and unexpected punch at him. Before he even gets the chance to stand up, he catches a knee to the chest and misses his shot at a kick. He loses his balance and falls back, crashing into the cage. Pain shoots up his back, making him wince. He freezes up and just stands there. Suddenly, he gets hit in the stomach and drops to one knee again. The main character jumps in fast and throws a punch right away, keeping on his toes and not giving him a chance to react. Right then, the Japanese fighter's defenses start slipping. The punches and kicks come in without much trouble, landing one after another. Struggles to get his arms up as a bunch of kicks come at his head. He's just barely able to block, but they land hard, making him stumble. Notices the attacks getting past his defenses. Realizing he can't hold out much longer, he quickly moves to the side, hoping to dodge what's coming his way. He stops in his tracks, caught off guard. He spots both of his opponents standing there. His arms went up over his head. Walks forward, raising his hands, almost like he's daring someone to come at him. Heart starts pounding, fear creeps in, and he can't help but freeze up, not sure what to do next. Steps back, pulling his arms up to shield himself. He looks unsure, moving carefully as if he doesn't want to get hit. Out of nowhere, the main guy launches a straight punch, but reacts just in time and slips to the side, dodging it. Reacts fast, jumping up and swinging a left hook as he comes down. RMC leans back just in time, dodging the finish like it's no big deal. Figured the guy would step aside, so he went for an even harder punch, hoping this time it would land. He puts everything he's got into it, twisting his body as he goes in for what he says is the real punch. Wei flinched when his opponent's hand suddenly came right up near his face. It caught him off guard and his heart skipped for a second. At the very last moment, he quickly moves his head to the side and avoids it. Starts to get annoyed. Dodges every attack without breaking a sweat. No matter how fast the hits come, he always seems one step ahead, slipping out of the way with almost no effort. His opponent's face twists up, clearly annoyed and grossed out. At the same time, the main guy couldn't help but mess with him a little, holding up a peace sign and looking pretty pleased with himself. Clenched his fists, frustration building up as his punches didn't land the way he wanted. Every missed hit made him more annoyed, and it showed in the way his jaw tensed and his eyes narrowed. He could feel his patience slipping with each failed attempt, his mind racing for a way to break through. Right then, the Japanese fighter suddenly yells out, looking furious, and throws another punch. He misses again, swinging at nothing. He goes all in, launching punch after punch as fast as he can, but slips past every single one without breaking a sweat. He dodges the punch just in time, keeps swinging but nothing connects. He starts to question himself, confused about why none of his punches are landing. Lee dodges every one of his attacks with smooth moves, almost like he's gliding around the fight. It looks so easy for him, as if he's just messing around while gets more frustrated with every miss. Out of nowhere, the main guy steps up and nails in the side with a solid kick. It connects hard, catching everyone off guard. Pulls his arms in closer, bracing himself just in case another kick comes flying at him. He's on alert, ready for whatever's next. The hero pretends to go for a kick, but then switches it up and moves his feet in a way that almost looks like he's dancing. His coaches and teammates start laughing and they just shake their heads, thinking he's messing around again. The hero keeps messing with his opponent, throwing out little gestures that are meant to annoy him. It's like he's trying to get under his skin just to see how he'll react. The Japanese fighter's face gets even redder and he looks like he's about to explode. He can't hold back his anger, letting out a string of harsh words aimed straight at the main character. His coach shouts from the sidelines, trying to warn him that something's not right. Completely losing his cool, swings hard with a punch, but the other guy moves just in time and avoids it. After dodging low, the hero spots an opening and goes for it, pushing past his opponent's defense. He swings hard and his fist connects straight with the guy's face, packing a lot of force behind it. Couldn't hold back when got under his skin. He rushed in, but that's exactly what wanted. Before knew it, he caught a solid hit and stumbled back, realizing too late he'd walked right into a trap. Went down for the third time, hitting the ground hard. The ring kept shrinking, pressing in on everyone left in the game. Winced hard, clutching his side as pain shot through him. His face was smeared with tomato sauce, making him look like he'd just lost a food fight instead of whatever trouble he'd actually gotten into. The hero takes control of, locking down his leg. Everyone watching can tell's pretty much done for. Tries to keep his guard up, but an elbow gets through and slams into him hard. Ketchup was everywhere, splattered across the octagon so much that it was impossible not to notice. Even the guys watching couldn't help but point it out, laughing a little at how messy things had got. Even though he can tell Sonoid, the main guy figures he probably had this coming. Now he finally gets a taste of what it's like to be the one struggling to breathe, just like he'd done to everyone else before. He thinks shouldn't be feeling bad for himself. As he throws another punch, he figures just getting what he deserves. Looked like he was about to pass out before the punch even hit him. The referee steps in and signals for Wei Li to stop. Right after, the main character slams his fist into the ground, just inches from his opponent's face. Right then, the referee steps forward and calls off the match. Since Ali showed up, every one of his 3 fights ended in the first round. No one really knows what to say about it. He's just showing up and turning the whole MA scene upside down. Tosses his mouthguard into the crowd. Everyone knows the lightweight fighters are going to be watching him now. The crowd goes wild in the arena, cheering and calling out Li's name. People throw their hands up, repeating his name over and over, totally fired up about what he just did. The commentators let everyone know that the king of the Octagon took down in only 3 minutes during the first round. As soon as the crowd hears the news, the main character can't hold back and starts cheering loud, totally pumped up by the win. After the match ended, the guys noticed how fast word about the fight was getting around. It seemed like everyone already knew what happened, and some people were even sharing clips online. The news was spreading way quicker than they expected. People online are into it, giving props for his style and the way he handles himself on stage. Figures that fight couldn't have gone down any other way. Could tell wasn't the same as before. Back then was always calm and serious, never showing much on his face. Now though, something was different about him. He feels awkward about laughing and hugging, since he's never acted that way before. Out of nowhere, Sang jumped when he heard Li yell. He turned, a bit confused, trying to figure out what was going on. Looked at him, looking kind of tense, and explained that the results for the coaching license test had just been released. The fighter stands tall and holds out his results for his coach to see. He's clearly satisfied with what he's achieved and wants his coach to notice that he passed the test. He felt pumped as he headed out to grab his passport, already thinking about what it would be like in the US. Wondering if he'd need a jacket or if he could just rock a t-shirt, he pulled out his phone to check the weather over there. After the fight, he pulls out his phone and calls his mom. He wonders if she caught what happened and brags a little, saying the fight wasn't a big deal for him. Then he lets her know he's planning to head out and travel for a while. His teammates couldn't believe it when he actually passed the test. All this time they were pretty sure he wouldn't make it, so seeing him succeed totally threw them off. Way messed up, he still had to get through both the speaking and hands-on tests if he wanted that certification. Basically, he wasn't moving forward until he finished those last exams. The coaches can't help but think they're in trouble, since he just keeps going on and on to his mom about America. The MC can't stop bringing up burgers and all things American. Every chance he gets, he slips in some comment about food or life in the US, like it's his favorite topic. People around him start to notice it's kind of his thing at this point. At the gym, everyone noticed how different he was acting. Most of the guys figured it was just a phase and joked among themselves that he'd be back to normal in no time. Right then, Song Hun Park walks in. The main character looks at the guy and tries to figure out how he can help. He says sorry for how he acted these past 4 months, and the other person does the same. After that, they both let it go and move on. And lets everyone know he's got stuff to do, so he suggests they go check in on instead. Mentioned that she called because she wasn't feeling well, and had no one around to look after her since she lived by herself. When the other fighters find out, they all step up and decide to go see them themselves. Looks down on everyone else, thinking they're not worth much, so ends up being the only one left to handle the task. After the fight, he didn't have any plans, so they put him in charge of bringing her food and medicine. He also got stuck with cleaning up's place, making sure everything was taken care of while she recovered. The MC wanted to grab something for himself, so he checked with first, was cool with it, just reminded him to hang on to the receipt. He doesn't waste any time. Right then, he tells to send over Jin Min's address so he can head out immediately. Stood outside his building looking up at the familiar windows. The sun was just starting to set, casting long shadows across the sidewalk. Guys his age passed by, earbuds in, scrolling through their phones or laughing with friends. Paused for a second, hands in his pockets, taking in the scene before heading inside. At just 23, MC can't believe she already has her own place. Most people her age are still living with family or sharing tiny apartments, but here she is, unlocking the door to her own spot. It's kind of unreal, and she finds herself taking a minute to let it sink in. Lee strolls past the reception carrying a shopping bag. He tells the staff he's there as a friend, trying to play it cool. He walks into the building, pretty sure this has to be where his friend lives. He presses the doorbell button. Looked rough, like he hadn't slept in days. He glanced around, trying to figure out who it was. The main guy jumps back, caught off guard by how rough she looks. He can't help but think this image is going to stick in his head later, probably messing with his sleep tonight. When the girl spots on the screen, her eyes go wide. She wasn't expecting to see him there at all. For a second, she just stares, kind of frozen, trying to figure out if she's seeing things right. It's like her brain needs a moment to catch up. He shuts the door right in the guy's face and leaves him standing there, making it clear he's supposed to wait. The fighter stood there, kind of confused and a little annoyed. He'd come all this way only to have the door shut right in his face. Wondered what was doing there. Explained that couldn't make it today because she wasn't feeling well, so she sent him instead. The girl really wished someone had given her a heads up. Meanwhile, the wife assumed had already told her everything. Wei gets that she's confused. He stands outside her door waiting and asks if she can let him in. She tells him to give her a second. Noticed a bunch of loud noises coming from the apartment. For someone who was supposed to be sick, she sure didn't sound like it. After a bit of waiting, stood outside while the girl finished getting ready. When she was done, she let him know it was okay to come inside. As soon as the main character stepped inside, He spots an old, beat-up blanket just lying on the table. He walked into the room holding a bowl of porridge for her. He hoped she'd eat, but she just shook her head, not interested. He still reminds her to eat something and not just stay in bed. He knows skipping meals isn't going to help, and he wishes she wouldn't be so stubborn about it. She gives up and points out the small table in the kitchen, letting him know that's where he can leave the porridge, and grab their food and sit down together. As they start eating, can't help but notice how fast goes at his meal, almost like he hasn't eaten in days. Just watches, a little amused, probably thinking he's got zero manners at the table. While she eats, she takes her time, barely looking up, her face turning a bit red. Asked to grab some food together, just thinking they'd hit up a usual spot. He didn't expect her to say they'd be eating at her place. He wanted to know how long she'd been sick, so Min let him know it had already been 3 days. She also mentioned that the other two were having an even rougher time. He checks to see if she's doing any better than earlier. She nods, looking a bit more relaxed than before, like things are starting to turn around, even if just a little. The main guy notices her hair is all over the place, and wonders if she's about to take a shower. She insists she never asked him to smell her hair, but acts like it reeks and turns away, making a big show of refusing. The girl laughs quietly, looking pretty relaxed. Having someone around during times like this actually felt pretty nice. She adds that things would probably be easier if someone else was involved instead of him. She had seen his fight and let her know that nothing, not even being sick, stopped her from watching him in the ring. Thought about the match and realized that Lee actually did a good job. He watched how they handled themselves and couldn't help but respect how hard they fought. She was caught off guard. She already knew he was talented, but yesterday he played way better than usual. The main guy felt a little awkward but kind of happy after getting those compliments. His face turned red and he tried to play it cool, but he couldn't really hide how embarrassed he was. The girl makes it clear that she didn't mean it as a compliment. She's not the type to praise or Lee, and everyone in the room knows it. Out of the blue, the girl starts talking. She honestly can't stand the main guy. The main guy freezes for a second, surprised. He realizes she never actually tried to keep that secret from him. Now that she spent more time around him, she's starting to realize he's actually alright. At first, she saw him as the kind of guy who only cared about himself, like he was just using this big chance that everyone else would do anything to get. The girl realizes she didn't see Lee clearly before. Now looking back, she knows she got it wrong about him. She thinks he's got real talent. He always puts in the work, never slacks off, and doesn't act full of himself. He just knows what he's good at and handles things with quiet confidence. She admits that his cocky attitude still gets on her nerves sometimes. Meanwhile, White just grins and acts like he wants her to keep talking about him, soaking up the attention. Felt a bit awkward after realizing she'd made up her mind about him too quickly. She looked down, kind of embarrassed, wishing she hadn't assumed things. But he just shrugged it off, not really bothered at all, letting her know it wasn't a big deal. The mood between them got a little lighter, like things could move past that weird moment. Min admits that part of the reason she's speaking up is to help herself feel better too, not just for his sake. Out of nowhere, she lets out a sigh and drops her head onto the bed. Everyone looks over and checks to see if Min's alright. He reaches out and rests his hand on her forehead, trying to figure out if she has a fever. The girl walks over and wants to know what he's up to. Gives her a gentle tap on the forehead, letting her know she doesn't need to pretend to be stronger than she is. The main character notices his rival's fever is getting worse. It's obvious now that she's really sick, and he can tell she's been pushing herself way too much. Most MMA fighters get sick easily because they have to lose weight fast and train hard, which messes with their immune system. Had it rough, he went through 2 fights in less than a year, and on top of that, he had to deal with all the events. Right then, the hero steps in to help the girl back on her feet. He guides her over to her bed, making sure she's comfortable and can rest properly. He hands her some medicine and tells Eugene he should rest for now. He plans to talk with him more after he's had some sleep. The main guy hangs back, watching as Jin Min gets settled. He waits quietly while she pulls the covers over herself and finally drifts off to sleep. When he noticed she had dozed off, figured he might as well tidy up the apartment before heading out. As she slept, the girl started mumbling, mentioning his name. He thought about everything that had happened and felt grateful. She didn't feel angry at him now. She still thinks he's clueless. He knows that's just how it is. Time moves on and it's just hanging around by himself. He scrubs the last plate and sets it down, making sure all his friends' dishes are clean. He walks down the hallway and stops when he spots a door that's shut tight. He stands there staring at the thing in front of him. Curiosity kicks in as he tries to figure out what could be on the other side. The moment he opens it, he walks into the room and notices clothes tossed all over the place, with stuff piled up behind the door, making the whole area look like a disaster zone. He looks around and sees clothes piled up everywhere. It's honestly hard to tell if any of them are actually clean. He grabs all his stuff and heads to the bathroom, tossing his clothes in for a good wash. After hanging out for a bit, Wisdom Lee heads out of Jin Min's apartment. When he got to the gym, one of the fighters looked up and mentioned he was just about to call him. He lets him know that there are some people at the office looking for, so he should head over there. The CEO of X1 happened to be nearby, so he thought he'd stop by their gym for a quick visit. Looked tense and it didn't go unnoticed. The guy wondered what was up with him, especially since kept saying nothing was wrong. He wanted to figure out what this visit was really about. He showed up to talk about the contract, hoping it would just be a private thing between him and the coach. But the coach wasn't having it. He brought Wei into the conversation too. RMC admits he doesn't really get how contracts or business stuff works, and wonders if there's something important happening that he should know about. The CEO mentions they're supposed to talk about renewing's contract, but there are some problems getting in the way. The old man looked irritated when he mentioned that they'd gotten a call from SFC. They just won the quiz. Stood there barely able to process what just happened. Even the old man seemed to notice, checking if was surprised. But honestly was more than surprised, he was totally stunned like his mind had just hit pause. The CEO started to get annoyed. Nobody had ever brought up Hugh's name before, and now out of nowhere everyone wanted him in SSC. White wanted to know why they reached out to the CEO first. The old man explained that they were just being polite for the moment, planning to make an offer soon. The old man wants him to stay back. He thinks it's too soon and the place he wants to go is rough. Guys barely make it out okay up there. In his mind it makes more sense to get some experience, maybe make a name for himself, then try for the top later. He wasn't planning to hold back if really wanted to go, but honestly he hoped would stick around. After all, they were earning cash together. The CEO isn't trying to trick him into staying. There are some good perks waiting for him at X1, and he still has the option to check out the offer from SSC. His base salary was set at $8,001,000, and every time his team won, he'd get a bonus equal to that amount. He and coach had been talking it over, but in the end, the choice was his to make. Didn't want to deal with it himself. He just wanted to handle things since he was way too eager to get that contract signed as soon as possible. Thought it wasn't just about the money. He figured there was more on the line, like the reputation of SFC and everything it stood for. Every fighter out there knows this is the biggest stage in the world. It's the place everyone wants to get to no matter where they come from. If you're looking to prove yourself, this is where you show up. The CEO didn't care about reputation these days. The way they used to treat fighters was old news now, and things had definitely changed. Sang thinks about how older folks see things one way, but for younger fighters like him, it's a whole different story. The old man thinks to himself that kids these days just aren't the same as before. Still, since the coach won't let it go, he decides to listen to whatever deal the coach has in mind. Tells them he wants 10 million won right away, plus another 10 million for every win. Then he waits to see how they react. The MC found out he could get 20 million won if he won a national championship. The old man checks in, making sure there's nothing else left. He tells the guy not to hold back, that it's alright to test how far he can go. Their friendship was solid, so the old man decided to offer a starting salary of $12 million for the Hawaii job. The CEO puts a deal on the table. $12 million as the base salary and another $12 million for every win. The hero and his coach definitely didn't see the $12 million offer coming. They both just kind of froze for a second trying to process it. It was way more than they expected, and you could tell they were both caught off guard, staring at each other like, is this for real? With sponsors added in, the total money could hit $30 million each year. But this cash isn't just a handout. He's got to earn it by winning his next fight. When he hears that, he can't help but wonder what happens if he doesn't pull it off. If that happens, they'll go back to and offer new terms, this time with both the salary and bonus set at $10 million. Along with his coach, figures that's a pretty fair offer. Couldn't help but wonder if the CEO was keeping something from him. He didn't exactly think the guy was lying, but the offer just seemed a little off. The old man isn't sharing the details yet since they're still working on something, but he wants us involved. Wanted to know what the project was all about. The CEO explained that if everything went as planned, the MAM market could really take off. The old man doesn't have much else to say, but he lets them know this deal is worth a shot. According to him, there's really no downside, so the guys figure they might as well go for it. The CEO nodded, signaling that the deal was set. He looked pretty satisfied, like the trip had been worth it. Everyone could tell he appreciated their choice, and it seemed like he was ready to move forward without any hesitation. He mentions he'll send over the temporary contract for now, and once the next game wraps up, they'll go ahead and sign the real deal. He showed up without warning, so he felt a bit awkward and said sorry for dropping by like that. Before leaving, he waved goodbye, and they let him know they appreciated his visit. Before heading out, he tells to appreciate his coach, since guys like that aren't easy to find. The king of the ring stands there with a big smile, thinking about how grateful he is for his coach. The CEO looked satisfied when he heard the news. He had high hopes for Lee and was clearly looking forward to seeing what he could do next. The main character felt a rush of excitement, wondering if this contract was finally their big break. He could tell the coach seemed uneasy, like something was off. The coach didn't come right out and say it, but he hinted that there might be more going on than everyone thought. CD isn't the kind of guy who gives up easily, and deep down, he's sure this won't end badly for him. Still, he can't help but wonder what the CEO has lined up for Hui next. The main character wondered if the guy was someone sketchy, but after hearing his coach vouch for him, saying he'd never betrayed anyone, the main character relaxed and felt better about the whole thing. He wondered if anyone really trusted the CEO. The boy looks at and thinks about everything they've been through together. After all the stuff they've faced, the boy figures he can count on to have his back. He wouldn't have made it this far without him. His coach always reminds him not to trust others too quickly. If he's not careful, someone might take advantage of him when he least expects it. The main character wonders if he even has anything worth taking, but the coach just shrugs and says it's possible. He thinks it's worth the risk. Honestly, he knows he wouldn't have made it this far without his coach. Helping out like this just feels right, almost like paying back a small part of what he owes. Notices that the kid always seems to know exactly how to talk to people. It's like he's got the right words ready every time. Tries to act tough, telling the kid to quit smiling so much, but deep down he's starting to warm up to him. He lets him know to keep it quiet for now, since nothing's set in stone yet. He just wants to avoid any drama before things are confirmed. After that, he wanted to know how was doing. Everyone reassured him that she'd be okay. He made sure she had something to eat and gave her some medicine, hoping it would help her get better soon. let him know he did a good job, and suggested heading home early to get some rest. After that, the coach sits down with his book, flipping through the pages while things around him stay pretty quiet. He's about to start, but his phone buzzes with a message cutting him off. The message pops up and it's from the main guy. He's telling everyone how much he cares about his coach. He can't help but laugh as soon as he sees the message. Even though his student can be a pain sometimes, getting something like this actually makes his day a little better. The main character could feel his heart pounding. He knew that if he won just one more time, his salary would jump up to 12 million won. If he lands a sponsor and racks up some bonuses, just 2 fights a year could get him up to 80 million won. Even though everything's going great for him, he can't help but feel on edge, worried that something might mess it up. But honestly, the best part right now, he's got the SFC watching him now. No matter what happens next, he's got a real shot at being the second guy from his crew to make it into the SFC right after. It's almost like someone just dropped the golden ticket in his lap, giving him a real shot at the spot every fighter wants. After everything that happened over the year, he finally thinks he's pulling his weight. He thinks that if he keeps working hard like this, he might be able to pay his parents back, even if it's just a little. Out of nowhere, the protagonist's phone started buzzing. It was Min calling him. He noticed she was up when she was supposed to be resting. He wondered why she wasn't taking it easy like she should. The girl freaks out and starts yelling, clearly panicking about her closet. She's seriously worried he might have gone through her stuff. She always kept her stuff super tidy, so when she noticed something off, she looked right at him. She wanted to know if he'd messed with the closet. He tells her he cleaned up and put everything in order, but she gets annoyed since she never actually wanted him to do any of that. Explained that if this was about the underwear, all he did was wash it. He hadn't noticed any weird smells or anything like that. He honestly thought it was fine to help since she didn't have anything to wear, but Min just shot him a look, making it clear he should stay out of it. But it doesn't help at all. Min just shakes his head and points out that the guy clearly didn't think things through before jumping in. The main guy just shrugged it off and told her to get some more sleep, but she wouldn't let it go. Even while lying down, she kept throwing insults his way, clearly not ready to drop the argument. He's honestly relieved watching the guys get that angry. He figures it might be a good idea to just crash for a while. June was coming up quick, and out of nowhere, a pizza showed up at his door. He lets his friends know that the chicken and pizza have arrived. He puts the food on the table, getting everything ready for him and his friends to eat together. Everyone's crowded around the TV, eyes glued to the screen as the fight plays out. The main guy can't help but feel his heart pounding. He's actually more on edge watching this than when he's in the ring himself. It's weird, but somehow just sitting there, not in control, makes him even more anxious. His friends nodded along, all on the same page. They ended up sitting together, eyes glued to the TV as an SSC match played. In the blue corner stood Ricardo de. He had been in the ring 12 times and hadn't lost once. Stepped into the red corner, ready for his match. He was a welterweight fighter from South Korea, focused and steady as he waited for the fight to begin. The referee looks at both fighters, waiting to see if they're set to go. Both of them lock eyes, standing ready, each waiting to see who'll make the first move. At last, the ref gives the signal and the match kicks off. The two of them rush straight at each other, not backing down even a little. Wastes no time and throws a strong hook at Ricardo, catching him off guard. He gets the jump right from the start, bringing his opponent down to the ground. His friends start cheering him on, but as the fight drags out, Ricardo swings his fist and catches right in the jaw. At the start of round 2, things get rough for him. The hits come fast, one after another, and he scrambles to keep up. Every punch makes him more aware of how tough this fight is going to be. It looked like he used up everything he had in the first round. Time goes by, and by the end of the third round, most of the fighters look beat, barely able to stand. Ricardo clenched his fists and rushed straight at, his anger pushing him forward. He goes for it, not holding back. He wraps his arms around his opponent, locking in on both the torso and the legs, hoping this risky move pays off. Sways a bit, looking like he might lose his balance any second. He fights to stay upright, but it's obvious he's having a tough time. His friends at home, all crowded around the TV, stared at the screen with wide eyes. Nobody said a word. Their usual jokes and side comments were nowhere to be found. Each of them leaned forward, barely blinking as they watched everything play out. Even the group chat stayed quiet, everyone just focused on what was happening, hoping things would turn out okay. As soon as lands on the ground, he moves fast, wrapping his arms around the guy's neck and locking his legs tight around his body. Ricardo's face started to go pale as the choke tightened. His eyes looked unfocused and he was barely hanging on, just seconds away from blacking out. Right then, the opponent quickly taps the mat 3 times, letting everyone know he's giving up. Yen wins the match. As soon as the fight ended, couldn't hold back his excitement. He threw his hands up and started celebrating, pumped up from his win. You could see how proud he was, letting everyone know he came out on top. Back in Korea, his friends couldn't hold back their excitement. They watched him win and celebrated, shouting and laughing like they were right there with him. The main guy notices right away that this isn't just any group, they're national champions. But in the SFC, nobody's got a rank yet. That just means there are still a bunch of fighters out there who are even stronger than these two, and everyone already thinks these guys are the top dogs. After watching's fight, he could tell sticking with X1 was the right call. He knew there was still a lot he had to do before he'd be ready to perform on a big stage like the SJC. The path wasn't short or easy, but he kept moving forward, thinking about that goal every day. The The main guy isn't hurrying. Right now all he cares about is taking on X1 and coming out on top. The phone starts to ring while his friends are yelling in the background. He heads over to the door to see who's there. The moment he answers the call, he hears Song's voice asking why he spoke up instead of letting one of the coaches handle it. They all sat together watching his debut, wanted to know how the fight turned out, and managed to win in the third round by pulling off a chokehold. Didn't really expect that, since getting a win in the SSC isn't easy at all. Hui doesn't really see himself as a champion. He knows he barely scraped through that fight, and honestly he only came out on top because things just happened to go his way. Song kept talking, wanting to bring up something important with the main character. He mentioned that he was considering putting the fighter in a main event coming up in September. After a while finds his buddies and starts telling them about the fight. He goes over what happened, making sure they know he came out on top. The guys listen, nodding along, interested in how he pulled it off. Seems pretty proud as he runs through the details, and his friends look at him with a bit more respect than before. Showed up just then, noticing how down everyone looked, even though they'd just gotten some good news. He raised an eyebrow, clearly wondering what was going on. Wondered how things had gone for in the States. Let him know it hadn't really been a break. He'd been busy the whole time, not relaxing at all. He got curious about what girls in America were like, just shrugged and said they were really attractive. The teacher cut off his student, not interested in hearing him ramble. He wanted to get straight to the point about the offer. The student let him know it would be happening in September. Wanted to know who the next opponent would be, but the main character hadn't found out yet. Still, even without all the details, he couldn't help but feel uneasy about what was coming up. They told him he had two choices, and they suggested he take on, couldn't believe it. The main guy can't believe what he's hearing. They're actually planning to make him fight the top-ranked dude right away. On top of that, the other fighters are, and who's ranked third. It all feels a bit unreal, like the odds are totally stacked against him. Hun looks uneasy. He knows both options are going to be tough. Calling them difficult doesn't even come close. Everyone knows is brutal. He's got that reputation for being way tougher than most, and nobody really wants to mess with him. Had a reputation for leaving his opponents messed up, usually from brutal elbow hits and tight arm locks. The unlucky ones ended up needing rehab, and a lot of fighters never made it back to the octagon after facing him. Everyone knew he'd used stuff like steroids and diuretics before, and he actually got caught for it too. After people started accusing him, he got kicked out of 2 associations and couldn't sign new contracts. With just one mistake, his whole fighting career might be done after this match. He tries to reassure himself about, but deep down he knows things aren't going to be simple. Everyone calls him the lightweight gatekeeper. He's known for taking out weaker fighters without breaking a sweat, and no one's beaten more up-and-coming champs than him. Wei remembered what had told him and figured picking was probably the smarter move, even if it wouldn't be easy. After all, this was the main event, so the pressure was on. Most of the time, wins his fights by decision instead of knocking his opponents out. Around 80% of his victories come from the judges, not from dropping someone in the ring. There are 5 rounds in the main event, and Jay is known for being able to keep going without slowing down. On the other hand, has only ever lasted 2 rounds in a fight before, so this is going to be a big challenge for him. He only had 2 rounds to knock out, had fought 20 times before and not once had he lost by knockout or submission. Honestly, going up against would have been easier for him than trying to beat. Looked at, hoping for an answer, but just shrugged like he was clueless too. They both realized they didn't really have a plan, so they figured it was probably smart to look things up and come up with a game plan before making any moves. Suggested that he check out some videos of both fighters online. That way, he could get a better idea of what they're like in the ring and figure out which one he wanted to go up against. They down the last of their drinks. Wizarding Lee heads back home, but no matter how hard he tries, he just can't fall asleep. He'd already spent 2 hours scrolling through fight clips of both guys, but he still couldn't make up his mind. He never would gone to if he'd known things would turn out this way. Now he's stuck and has to pick between them. Out of nowhere, his phone buzzes in his pocket. He checks his phone, a little confused about who would be texting him so late. He looks at his phone and notices a message from his coach, checking if he's still awake. The main guy was still up late, watching videos on his phone. He got a message from his coach and wondered if it was something serious. The coach told him they'd talk on the phone and explain everything. Answers right away. Remembers that mentioned he's having a hard time picking between the 2 fighters. He thinks Hui should stop overthinking and just make a decision, but Hui isn't sure that's the move. To him, jumping in without thinking feels kind of careless. Knows that guys like him just have a knack for this kind of thing. He gets that none of these fights are ever going to be simple, no matter how good you are. Looked at Gui, waiting to see if he really believed in him. He wanted to know if Gui actually thought he'd let him fail. Gui nodded, showing that he did trust even if the situation was tense. The main guy trusts his gut and goes with what feels right. Meanwhile, reminds him to take his time and not jump into things too quickly. Afterward, the main character thinks about what his coach told him. He realizes there's no point in overthinking everything, and sometimes you just have to make a move instead of getting stuck going back and forth. After talking with his coach, things started making way more sense for him. Lee can't help it, he just starts laughing. From day one, his coach has always been there for him. A ball suddenly dropped to the ground right next to someone, grabbing their attention. The kid spots the item on the ground and dashes over to grab it. The kid crouches down to grab the ball off the ground. he spots, and the look on his face is enough to make anyone's stomach drop. The kid suddenly calls him dad. They spot each other and can't help but grin, both pretty glad to meet up again. The son looked up and saw his dad walk through the door earlier than usual. It wasn't the normal time for him to be home, so it caught the son off guard. His dad had this look that said he couldn't wait any longer. He just needed to see his son right away. He was talking about the soccer game he played earlier, bragging a little about how good he was. He managed to score a goal, which made him even more pumped. Hearing about it, mentioned that he wished he could have been there to watch it happen. Sits on the bench, a little down because he missed seeing the goal. His son can tell, so he just flashes a quick grin, letting his dad know he'll try to score again just for him. His friends kept glancing his way, nudging each other, hoping he'd hurry up and bring the ball back. They were getting restless, wanting to get the game going again. It was clear everyone just wanted to keep playing, and they were counting on to make it happen. His dad decides to hang back and wait while he finishes up with his friends. The boy's friends always talk about how his dad looks kind of intimidating, but the boy knows his dad's actually not scary at all. Couldn't help but smile when he looked at his son, pride written all over his face. A guy walked over to and started chatting with him, mentioning how quickly kids seem to get older these days. Looks over and wonders if the fighter can leave his phone on. Spots the guy and instantly remembers him. It's been ages since they last saw each other. Showed up out of nowhere, and the fighter couldn't help but wonder how he managed to track him down. Turns out, just hit up his ex for answers. He felt his temper rising when he found out had talked to his ex, just shrugged and pointed out that if hadn't had his phone off, he wouldn't have needed to go that route. Barely ever sees his son, just once a month if he's lucky. Costa doesn't usually show up either, but this time he's around because something important is going on. He lets the fighter know he got an offer from X1. The fight was set for September in Seoul, South Korea. His opponent didn't just get picked at random, he actually asked to go up against him. Not long after, an official offer came through. His manager had to make a decision fast, but wasn't interested in getting back in the ring. He's already racked up 9 wins in X1, but he still hasn't earned a title. After coming this far, there's no way he's going to back down now. The older man pointed out that he was pushing things too far, basically saying that's the reason people kept their distance from him. Doesn't mess around when it comes to fighting. He's the kind of guy who'll do whatever it takes to win. No shortcuts, no hesitation. He's all in, always pushing himself to make sure he comes out on top. For him, it's not just about showing off, it's about proving he's the best no matter what. He's already working hard just to get by and take care of himself. As he thinks about this, he looks over at his son, maybe wondering what his kid thinks of everything he's doing. Looked at Costa, trying to figure out if the older guy really understood what it took to support a kid. Costa just gave him a look, making it clear that this was the whole reason he wanted to stop messing around and get serious. He explains that if you want to win championships, you've got to treat your opponents with respect, but just shrugs it off, thinking those guys are only complaining because they keep losing. Deep down, he knows he has his own reasons for not going along with what they're saying. He shakes his head and decides not to take the offer. At first, the advisor seems unsure, but then he mentions something about earning a title. That gets the guy's attention. Titles are a big deal around here, and suddenly things look a little different. The older man explains to that winning this fight means he could go for the championship belt next. Spots the offer paper and grabs it right away. This is exactly what he's been hoping for. He waves at his son to come over, wanting to have a word with him. He lets the older guy know he's heading over to the corner to catch up with, and says he'll be back soon. His coworkers started getting annoyed after crushed the paper with the contract and the offer written on it. Let his son know that he could be a champion soon, and the kid lit up with excitement. Just hearing those words made him grin from ear to ear, his eyes wide with hope. It was one of those moments where the world felt full of awesome possibilities, and he couldn't help but imagine what it would be like to reach the top. Always tells people he's going to be the strongest guy around. He wants everyone to know that one day he's going to be known as the kid whose dad is the toughest out there. The dad and his son laughed together, both of them caught up in the excitement. It wasn't every day that things felt this good between them. They started to celebrate, thinking he might actually win this time. While training was going on, Lee was clearly struggling. He looked desperate, calling out for help as things got tougher for him. Anyone watching could tell he was having a hard time keeping up and just wanted it all to stop. His coach always reminds him not to let something like a grabbed wrist slow him down, but honestly just doesn't see the point in toughing it out. To him, sticking with it feels pointless when he's already struggling with the hold. The coach looks over, clearly not impressed. He wonders if this is really how the guy plans to act in a real match, especially when he's up against tougher opponents. The coach looks at the kid, not sure how he's supposed to handle someone this lazy. He leans in, dropping a hint to the main guy, acting like this is a one-time thing. He promises that if can pin him even once, he'll cover his lunch for a whole month. The main character's eyes spark with excitement. The coach tells him he can eat whatever he wants for lunch every day this month, and it's all on him. Right away, the main guy stands up, determined not to give up. The coach looks at him and makes it clear he's not going to change his mind unless Huey comes out on top. Doesn't hesitate, he steps back, raises his fists, and gets himself ready for whatever's coming next. His coach watches him, clearly proud of how fired up he is. With a small nod, the coach steps into position, ready to help out. The coach rushed at the main character, aiming straight for his waist, ready to tackle him. The main character stands frozen for a second, totally caught off guard by how fast everything just happened. His heart pounds and he's trying to catch up with what's going on. It all hit him so suddenly, he didn't see it coming at all. Out of nowhere, the guy notices the man's hands reaching straight for his neck. He figured out the coach had tricked him. Instead of what he expected, the coach went for trying to pin him down. The ring wasn't about to back down. It the move and grabbed the coach's bicep, trying to match the energy. Right after that, he quickly moves his foot, aiming to trip up the coach and throw him off balance. The coach leaned forward. The main character finally gets an advantage and grabs the guy by the thigh. He grabbed onto both the thigh and torso, keeping a solid grip as he moved. He flips the couch onto its side and he grabs him and throws him down hard. Wee pulls off a clean takedown, bringing the coach down onto the mat. The coach lands flat on his back, realizing that Wee's technique is actually pretty solid. The MC grabs his arm and holds it down, making sure he can't move. He moved in close, reaching out to grab the other guy's waist. Then he slid his arm underneath, just like the coach showed him, locking in the hold. His coach catches on right away, a small grin spreading across his face. He knows exactly what's running through his mind and already has something up his sleeve to catch him off guard. He hooks his leg around Hui's back, taking advantage of the opening Hui left. He twists his body all the way around, spinning backward in one smooth move. Someone grabbed Lee's arm and tried to pull it away. He swings his other leg up and hooks it over the MC's shoulder, locking him down tight in a leg submission. The hold looks solid. There's barely any space for the MC to move or break free. Hawaii froze when he realized he'd been spotted right away. His heart started racing. He knew he had to get out of there fast before things got worse. Out of nowhere, he notices a heavy weight pressing down on him. He suddenly can't move at all. His arms and legs just won't respond. The coach grinned, clearly impressed, and let everyone know that the main guy had just outpaced him. The hero knows he's pretty good and wants another shot at the fight, so he tells the other guy to let him go. He's ready to jump back in and see who comes out on top. His coach thinks he needs to toughen up if he wants to know what real pain is. Starts to freak out, his mind racing as he tries to get the man to stop. He's desperate, not sure what else to do, hoping the guy will listen. The coach ignores what the main character tries to say, and soon after, Wei ends up yelling out in pain. The main character was sprawled out on the ground, catching his breath, while the other guy stood over him with a smirk. Even though he lost, the MC had put up a good fight, and the man made it clear he'd done alright. Maybe next time, if he kept pushing himself, he'd actually win and score that promised lunch. After a while, the king of the ring takes some time to get his breath back. Hun notices and gives him a nod, showing he thinks the guy did a good job. Watch the entire match, and notice that really knows how to handle himself when it comes to grappling. When someone compared him to Lee, a brown belt, the main character couldn't help but feel pretty good about himself. It was like getting a little nod of respect, and he couldn't hide the way it boosted his confidence. He gets annoyed when he can't use his usual moves, and understands that takedowns aren't really meant for newbies. Lee keeps landing takedowns and pulling off grapples while staying on his feet. He notices that and are built pretty much the same. If couldn't beat EMC, then nobody else around their size is going to. Hun notices that the boy moves with confidence, probably because he's trained in. Most fighters haven't really heard of, whether they're in Korea or anywhere else, so going up against it is pretty tough. Since nobody really got the chance to practice against it, pretty much owns the ring with his special move. He needed more time to get the hang of things, and those easy shortcuts weren't going to fool him. After this training, though, he could tell he was getting better. He explains that X1 plans to run a surprise drug test, so they'll be coming by tomorrow to take both his urine and some hair. Wonders if they'll treat the same way, and honestly it seems pretty likely he's going to get caught too. Figured it would be smart if everyone got tested on a regular basis, just to be safe. Meanwhile, Hui started to worry about the supplements he'd been taking lately. Points out that nothing about the situation breaks any rules, unless the kid's been sneaking stuff he's not supposed to have. The guys start messing around, wondering if all the fried chicken the kid loves could actually turn up in the test results. Once their laughter dies down, Song-hun looks over at the main guy and gives him a long stare. He seems to be checking him out, probably trying to figure out if he's been eating fried chicken lately. The moment hangs there, a little awkward, like Song-hun's trying to spot some secret. He asks the same thing again, this time sounding way more serious, like he's not messing around. Trying to avoid Snowing's question, the main character grabs his phone and hits up, asking if they can train again. So wanted to know about the chicken, curious if Hui had it with soy sauce, but Hui let him know he actually ate it with chili instead. Siamhan walks over, looking pretty annoyed after he sees that Hawaii went ahead and ate the spicy fried chicken. He puts his hands on shoulders and starts giving him a hard time for eating junk food right before the fight. The main character wanted out of there fast. He hadn't eaten much, just a couple bites of the chicken, but things were getting awkward. He looked for a way to slip away, hoping no one would notice him leaving. His face turned red as he stared at the chicken on his plate. He was annoyed, noticing it looked spicier than usual, and all the extra fat just made him more frustrated. He thought about how he still needed to drop some weight, and this meal definitely wasn't helping. The main guy took off, trying to get away from. He was thinking about how he'd only had 3 bites, so there was no way he'd put on any weight from it. The guy still goes after, clearly annoyed by how clueless he's acting. And Tai noticed that people start acting differently whenever is around. They can't help but blame him for it, thinking he's the reason things get awkward. Hard MC dropped to the ground, tells the guys to check what else he's been eating lately and to make changes to his meals. After everything that just happened, the heroes take off, sprinting down the street. He took a slow breath, counting to 3 in his head. Siamhan follows behind on his bike, keeping an eye on him as he runs ahead, making sure he doesn't slow down. He tells to start throwing punches in the air while jogging. He pushes him to keep going without taking a break, and the main guy just does whatever he says, not slowing down for a second. After the exhausting workout, his muscles felt like jelly and sweat dripped down his face. He grabbed his water bottle, flopped onto the nearest bench, and took a second to catch his breath. His mind wandered, thinking about the next challenge waiting for him, but for now he just let himself chill, scrolling rolling through his feed and watching his teammates mess around. After the fight, the King of the Ring heads straight for the showers. He steps under the water, letting it wash away all the sweat and stress from the match. For a moment, everything else fades, and he just enjoys the simple relief of being clean again. Not long after, they let him have something to eat. He looks down at the food sitting in front of him, and his face says it all. He can't even imagine taking a bite. Just the sight of it makes his stomach turn. Notice that Wei was just staring at his plate, not really eating. He wondered if Wei just wasn't hungry, but Wei seemed totally caught up in how awesome the food looked. It was like he couldn't decide where to start, just checking out everything on the table. It's been 2 weeks now, and anyone could tell it's starting to get to him. The days are dragging, and all that pressure is piling up, slowly making things harder for him. He could tell was stronger, probably hitting the gym more and looking bigger. Figuring that, he bumped his own weight up to 80 just to keep things even. He wasn't allowed to drink much water, and they cut back on salt in his food too, since salt makes you hold on to water. It was all about dropping weight as fast as possible. When people are under stress for a while, they start to act more aggressive. It's just something that happens when the pressure doesn't let up. Still had himself together, just writing out some heavy emotions. If he ever snapped, most people would probably just feel sorry for him instead of being scared. Right when starts thinking those thoughts, suddenly tells him to go get some water. Instantly, any sympathy had is gone. Comes over with some water and lets the other person know that already finished his training and is just chilling for a bit. Stands off to the side, his attention fixed on his phone as he messages someone higher up. He lets them know they'll be meeting soon and that Hui will be set to go. Once he realized it was actually the CEO on the line, the MC was caught off guard and started wondering what could be so important that the boss had to call this early in the morning. Hun let everyone know that had just landed in Korea and was already getting set for the press conference. 1 week before the fight, things were already heating up at the press conference. Everyone could sense the tension in the room, like something big was about to go down. The fighters showed up looking serious, barely making eye contact, each one trying to keep their cool in front of the cameras and the crowd. The fans online were going wild, sharing clips and speculating about who would come out on top. Even though the actual fight was still a week away, it was clear that the real battle had already started in everyone's heads. The main guy and his coworkers showed up right on time. They didn't hit any traffic or get held up, so they made it exactly when they were supposed to. Couldn't stop fidgeting in his suit. It was way too tight and he kept tugging at the collar, wishing he could just wear something more comfortable. Honestly, he couldn't wait to take it off. Always complains about how suits just aren't comfortable. When the two showed up, the CEO of X1 stepped forward and made an announcement. The fighter walked into the room. Cameras start flashing everywhere as the press can't believe what they're seeing. Reporters scramble to snap as many photos as they can, all focused on him. The MC walks up and nods at the old man, giving a small smile. He gets asked how his training is going, and he just says it's all good. Wei was about to face his first press conference. He felt pretty confident, thinking he'd just go in as himself. Still, he wanted to make sure there weren't any topics he should avoid just to keep things smooth. The old man just kept things chill, acting like everything was fine. He basically let the kid know there was no reason to stress, as long as he kept his language clean. Nods to himself, deciding he's going to be careful about what he says from now on. The X1 CEO led the main character over to his seat. As he sat down, the press conference was about to start, and the room started to get a little more tense. People were settling in, phones out, waiting for things to kick off. Hui looks around and realizes that isn't there yet, even though all the other fighters have already shown up. Someone leans in close and quietly says something to the CEO. He heads straight over to the microphone without wasting any time. He looks around and lets everyone know he's going to be late because he's stuck in traffic, asking them to hang on a bit longer. While everyone waited for the main event, the crew started setting up interviews with the fighters from the co-main event. Figures it's pretty normal to lose your way in a place you've never been before. He knows there's not really much anyone can do about it. 20 minutes crawled by and the X1 CEO just couldn't hold it in anymore. Frustration built up inside him until he was totally ticked off. The old man's hands start to shake, his face getting red as he tries to hold back his anger. Meanwhile, the main character just watches, thinking really doesn't know how to act around people. The interview with Hun Park and Min ends, but is still nowhere to be seen. Lee sat down for his interview, looking calm but focused. As it started, he shared that he was joining X1's main event, which caught everyone's attention. The news spread fast, people started talking about what he might do next. Everyone in the press room notices how confident he looks. Reporters weren't really expecting that, so some of them start paying a little more attention, curious about what he'll do next. Someone in the crowd puts up their hand, wanting to ask something. People started talking about how he was new and hadn't really faced off in any other leagues before this. Why had only joined MAA about a year back, and his fight with was actually his very first match. This was his debut, the moment he stepped into the ring for real. He remembers how he started playing without any experience in the league. The only reason he even got a chance was because his opponent got hurt, so he stepped in as a sub. The man couldn't believe it. Had only spent 3 weeks training before his first fight, and he didn't have any real MMA experience before that. Another guy got up and let everyone know his name was, and he was with M Sports. He notices that keeps winning in the first round and wants to know how his training is going. After found out who he'd be up against, he got serious. He started working out with his team and planning their next moves, making sure everyone knew what to do. They spent a lot of time figuring out strategies together, getting ready for whatever was coming. The journalist looked over, kind of expecting more, but just stood there, not really sure if he was supposed to add anything. It was that awkward moment when you're not sure if you missed something, so just waited, hoping he hadn't messed up. Some journalists stepped forward, each one eager to get their turn. They started saying their names and getting ready to throw more questions at the main character. The CEO can't help but notice how confident he looks, almost like he's done this before, even though it's supposed to be his first press conference. He notices how people always pay attention when he talks, like he was meant to be in the spotlight. The old man thinks there's something pretty unique about him. He lets the reporters know it's time to pause the interviews for a bit. Everyone in the room turned their heads as walked in. The energy changed right away. Guys had seen clips of him online and now he was here for real. Even the ones who acted cool couldn't help but pay attention. Shows up and right away starts complaining about being late, blaming it all on the traffic. The main character checks out the guy's outfit and can't help but think he probably thinks he's above this whole conference. Speaking in Portuguese, tries to find out if the boy is part of Only. He reaches out his hand toward the main character, waiting to see what happens next. His translator let him know that the other guy hoped for a good fight. The main guy keeps telling himself he's probably too full of himself. He reaches out and gives a quick handshake, nodding his head as he greets the other guy with respect. Started talking in his own language, making it clear he thought wasn't strong enough to be worth his time. He didn't even see as a real challenge. The translator, clearly embarrassed, let the main character know what had said, wished him good luck in the upcoming fight, hoping he'd give it his all. The fighter, acting full of himself, drops into the chair and picks up the microphone. He promised to be real about everything, no holding back. Before any of the reporters get their questions out, his patience starts wearing thin. Little things begin to annoy him and it shows on his face. He tries to keep it together, but it's clear he's not in the mood. He gets annoyed whenever people only want to talk about who he's up against. He wonders if everyone's just curious about the offer and what made him say yes to the fight. He could tell everyone was curious about his reasons for saying yes, and honestly he hadn't been too sure about it at the start. CDO Yang came to him with a deal that changed everything. If he pulls off a win, he gets a chance to go for the title. The journalists aren't expecting what just happened. They freeze for a second, caught off guard, and a few of them glance at each other, trying to figure out what to do next. Some of them start scribbling notes faster, while others just stare, trying to process everything. It's clear they didn't see this coming. He wants everyone to know this fight is just the beginning. In his mind, it's one move closer to grabbing that championship belt next year. Yang, the CEO, looks at the clock and lets everyone know the interview is done for the day. He wraps up the session, making it clear that's it until next time. The main character lifts his hand, wanting to know if this whole conference is actually about the fight that's coming up. He thinks his opponent is full of himself and knows he has to win if he wants a chance at the title. A journalist wanted to know if he really believed he could take down. Nods, agreeing without much hesitation. He thinks doesn't stand a chance at getting close to the championship belt. In his eyes, just way too cocky for his own good. Sighs, looking over at Lee, curious about what kind of strategy has up his sleeve this time. The hero let him know he should figure things out soon. He'd seen fight before and honestly thought he didn't look too impressive. Gets that Wei always wants everyone looking at him. But honestly, Wei talks a big game without really backing it up and just finds it kind of pointless. Kept things blunt, just laying out what he saw. He called out for being bald and using steroids, not really holding back. His eyes narrow and his jaw tightens. He's clearly ticked off and the way he steps forward makes it obvious he's not messing around. The line has been crossed and from the look on his face there's no going back now. The MC lets the guy know there's no need to hold back. Everyone already knows he's the type who gets fired up and goes all out in a fight. Yang shot him a look, making it clear he shouldn't trash talk the other guy. Realized he might have gone too far and said sorry, then asked to cover up his forehead. The bald head was just too funny for, and he knew he'd crack up again if he had to see it. Out of nowhere, his opponent chucks a water bottle at him. The object slammed onto the table, and the guy glared at the main character, totally losing his cool. He couldn't hold back his anger, making it clear just how mad he was. He jumps up from his chair, anger all over his face. He can't take it anymore, and the way he glares at Lee, it's obvious he's ready to throw down. He's so mad he looks like he might actually go after Lee for real. The guy doesn't seem fazed at all. Even though his hairline's starting to creep back, he just shrugs it off, thinking at least his lungs are working fine. His anger cranked up another notch. He stared at the guy, trying to make sense of what he'd just heard, his patience running thin. Lee looks over at the chaos caused by the wild dog, and decides to call off the press conference right there. He always calls himself the underdog before a fight, but so far nobody has made it past the first round with him. He thinks the only real thing that sets apart from his last opponent is how much is into steroids. RMC couldn't help himself. He kept cracking jokes about his opponent's bald head while everyone watched. Soon after the press conference wraps up, the organizers let everyone know it's over and people start getting ready to leave. Some folks are checking their phones and a few are already heading for the exits while others linger for a bit, chatting or taking one last look around. After that, the MC goes over to chat with the CEO. He wonders if he messed everything up at the conference. Yang thinks that if it really bothered him, he should just mention it back then. He's well aware that reporters catch on to everything, and he can already tell that bringing up drugs might cause problems for him later. As soon as brought up the title, everything changed. The plans they had just fell apart instantly and nobody really knew what to do next. The main guy let Yang know he had things under control. There was no chance he'd let Yang even come close to grabbing that title.
Lately, I've had a strong addiction to watching manhwa and manga recap videos. Every single day, I find myself binging one after another, losing hours and days doing absolutely nothing productive. And honestly, it's getting out of hand. So, maybe we can make these viral videos too. I mean, look at the views, the growth, the community these creators are building. It looks simple, right? But that's a trap. You go down this endless rabbit hole, spending money, losing sleep, hiring editors and writers from Fiverr and Upwork, and still feel like you've been robbed. Because don't forget how emotional the YouTube algorithm can be with making videos go viral. It's unpredictable, especially when the market's saturated, competition's relentless, and somehow other creators are dropping 10-hour videos daily while you're stuck trying to finish one. That's when I realized something had to change. So, I built the solution, the Webtoon Narrative Suite, a complete one-click system that handles everything from cropping, script narration, text-to-speech, image processing, and full video generation in one smooth process. Save money, reduce hours of work, and have a tool that only gives you straight results. Click on the link down below and experience it for yourself. And if you want even more tools to supercharge your YouTube recap journey, visit my Ko-Fi and Patreon pages where I drop weekly new tools designed to keep you ahead as AI continues to steal our jobs. So tap in now before you get left behind.